1번 채널입니다. 2번 채널입니다.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희는 잠시 뒤 10시 정각부터 행사를 본격적으로 시작할 예정입니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now commence the event very soon. For all the participants, we kindly request you to take your seat, please. 저희는 잠시 뒤에 행사를 본격적으로 시작하겠습니다. 모두 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다.
참석하신 여러분의 안전을 위하여 비상 상황 시 대피 방법에 대해 안내해드리겠습니다. 현재 여러분께서 계신 곳은 본관 1층과 지상 1층 사이에 위치한 야족의 홀입니다. 화면의 피난 안내도를 참고하여 착석한
This is the English channel. This is the English channel.
가까운 비상구의 위치를 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 비상시에는 안내 직원의 안내에 따라 화살표 방향의 피난 동선으로 안전하게 대피해 주시되 화재 시에는 입과 코를 막고 낮은 참석하신 여러분의 안전을 위하여 비상 상황 시 대피 방법에 대해 안내해 드리겠습니다. 현재 여러분께서
Ladies and gentlemen, International Academic Symposium Rediscovering Southwest Asia Urban Culture and Lifestyle is about to commence.
참고하여 착석한
네, 잠시
좌석의
후
운치 및
국립아시아문화전당 아시아문화연구
가장
국제학술
가까운
행사가
비상구의
시작될
위치를 확인해 주시기
예정입니다.
바랍니다.
한국어 채널입니다. 한국어 채널
비상시에는
테스팅입니다.
안내 직원의
2023년
안내에 따라
국립아시아문화전당
화살표
아시아문화연구
방향의 피난
국제학술 행사를
동선으로
시작하도록
안전하게
하겠습니다.
대피해 주시되
오늘
화재
국제학술
시에는
행사는
입과
서남아시아의
코를
재발견,
막고
도시문화와
낮은
생활
자세로
양식의
대피해
주제로
주십시오.
진행될 예정입니다.
항상
괜찮으신가요?
시민의 생명과
한국어
안전을
채널입니다. 지금 한국어
최우선으로
채널
생각하는 서울시가 되겠습니다.
This is the English channel. This is English channel. We are now going to open the 2023 International Academic Symposium hosted by the Asia Culture Center and the Korea Association of Middle East Studies.
네, 여러분의 큰 박수와 함께 시작해 보겠습니다.
Now we will begin with a big round of applause from all of you.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. This is very early in the morning, but I see that many people are here with us. Thank you very much. We really like to thank all of you who have made today's symposium possible. hosted by the Asia Culture Center and co-organized by the Korean Association of Middle East Studies, Korean Society for Indian Studies, and Hanguk University, Foreign Studies, Institute of Middle East Studies, and Jeonnam National University Asian Culture Research Institute, and sponsored by the Seoul Museum of History. The 2023 International Academic Symposium is taking place today. I'd like to welcome all of you. Today, we are joined by many people on site and also many people from the YouTube channel of the Asia Culture Center. I welcome all of you. I'd like to introduce myself. I am An Soo-min. I will be the MC of today's symposium. Thank you very much. We have foreign speakers, so we will be providing simultaneous interpretation. For those that need the internet interpretation receiver, please contact our staff. The theme of the academic symposium is Rediscovering Southeast Asia Urban Culture and Lifestyle. We are here to discuss the Asian city's urban culture and its cultural, social, artistic features. And also, we are here to expand and converge its values. And we are here to revisit the diversity and renewed value of the Asian culture. And now, to begin, we'd like to invite Lee Kang-hyun, President of the Asia Culture Center, to open the door to the symposium for his greetings and opening remarks. Please greet him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Kang-hyun, President of Asia Culture Center. The beauty of high blue skies and autumn leaves is deep in it. It's a beautiful fall. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend 2023 International Academic Symposium hosted by Asia Culture Center. In particular, I'd like to thank the Korea Association of Middle East Study, Korean India Society, Middle East Institute, and Asia Culture Institute for co-organizing the international conference, and also Seoul Museum of History for sponsoring the venue and promotional exhibition. The Asia Culture Center seeks to promote the exchange of Asian cultural studies and the understanding development of Asian cultures. Starting with the symposium on Perceptions and Horizons of Asia held in 2016, we are having annual meetings. This year, the theme of the academic symposium is Rediscovering Southwest Asia Urban Cultures and Lifestyles, starting with a keynote presentation by Professor Stephanie Mulder of University of Texas at Austin, followed by Professor Park Hyun-hee and also Professor Janika Abraham of University of Delhi. Asia will address the topic of modernizations of urban culture in South Asia, the urban culture in West and South Asia, and lifestyle in West and South Asia. So a total of 3 topics. In addition, this year's International Academic Symposium Roundtable was held at 9 a.m. to share the research achievements of young researchers on the topic of changes and reinterpretation of urban cultures in West Asia in conjunction with the Asian Culture Center Next Generation Researcher Support Program to foster young researchers. The International Academic Symposium will bring together researchers and experts to discuss urban culture and lifestyle in West and South Asia and rediscover West and South Asian culture. We will expand our outreach by co-hosting academic symposium in collaboration with various organizations, research institutes, in order to become the Center for Asian Culture Studies. We will continue to rediscover Asian culture through discussions on various topics of Asian cultures and art. As the president of Asian Culture Center, we will continue to make great efforts to establish the center as a leading institution for Asian cultural research and make the International Academic Symposium as the venue for academic discourse. I'd like to thank once again all of you, the VIP guests, and also expert researchers, professors who are here today joining us at the symposium. I would like to thank once again for your attention, and my deepest gratitude goes to all of you. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And, You have shared each and every speaker and discussant's name. You can feel your passion and affection. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
다음은
And
이번
next,
행사를 후원해 주신
the sponsor of
서울
today's symposium,
역사박물관의
Seoul Museum of History, Head of Academic Research Department, Park Hyun-woo, will be delivering the welcoming remarks. Please greet him with a warm round of applause.
I'm very pleased to meet you all. I'm Chief Curator Park Hyun-ok, in charge of academic and artistic research at Seoul Museum of History. Well, the position of Director of the Seoul Museum of History is currently vacant, so I, the Chief Curator and Head of the Academic and Artistic Research, is here to deliver greetings. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to President Lee Kang-hyun of Asia Culture Center for choosing Seoul Museum of History to host the 2023 International Academic Symposium on Asian Cultural Studies under the theme of Rediscovering Southwest Asia. My special gratitude goes to the speakers and participants who have traveled far away from the United States, India, Japan to attend the symposium, as well as from various university and research institutes in and outside Korea. When I learned the theme of this symposium is Rediscovering Southwest Asia, Urban Culture and Lifestyle, I thought it was very attractive because Seoul Museum of History fulfills the unique functions of museum exhibitions, education, research, and collection of related materials on the theme of urban culture and lifestyle in Seoul. Let me briefly introduce the Seoul Museum of History. It has been conducting academic exhibitions exchanges with Urban Museum in Japan and China, and more recently, we have been promoting cooperation project with Almaty Museum in Kazakhstan. However, we'd like to have broader exchange with the Museum Research Institute in India, Turkey, and Middle East, Central Asia, and other countries if opportunity arises. So that was my frank wish and hope. Then, today, we had this great opportunity to understand the culture, social, and artistic characteristics of the cities in Southwest Asia by organizing the international conference entitled Rediscovering Southwest Asia Urban Cultures and Lifestyle. And I believe that this is a great opportunity for our museum as well. I believe that unintended fortune and luck sometimes happens right in front of our eyes. And without much expectation, this is a great opportunity that Seoul Museum of History is hosting the International Academic Symposium, where participants from various countries are here today, so that you can take a look around our museum exhibition hall to know more about Seoul metropolitan city people's lifestyle. I believe this symposium will provide an opportunity to understand the history and culture of the cities in Southwest Asia, as well as the lives of the local people, and to make broader exchange based on this understanding. So, Museum of History will set a direction on which the cities in Southwest Asia can expand exchanges with and on what topics. Once again, I'd like to thank the Seoul Museum of History for hosting such a wonderful and meaningful international academic symposium. Finally, a small exhibition is currently on display in the lobby. Probably you might have seen when you enter this building, the Seoul Museum of History, that introduced the path of the National Asian Culture Center, especially the achievements of the Asian culture research. Please take a look at the exhibitions. You'll be able to understand the Road to Asia, the La Mania path, which was organized in conjunction with this international symposium. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
행사로 말미암아
Through today's economic symposium, I believe it
서울
will
역사박물관을 또 국제적으로
strengthen our
널리
interest
알릴 수 있는
in
기회가 되지 않을까 하는
Southwest Asia
생각이
and
듭니다.
also
박현옥
promote
부장님 진심으로
the presence
감사드리겠습니다.
of the Seoul Museum of History.
네,
Thank you very
다음은 이번
much.
국제학술 행사를
And
축하해
to
주시기
congratulate
위해서
the International Academic
서남아시아
Symposium,
지역 주한
we have
대사관에서
the
함께해 주셨습니다.
embassies of
먼저
the South and East Asian
아나냐
countries
아가르왈
sending
주한
their
인도문화 원장님을
congratulations.
모시고 축사를 청해 듣도록 모시도록
We'd like to
하겠습니다.
invite
무대로
Director
큰 박수 함께
Ananya Agarwal,
모시겠습니다.
the director of the Swami Vivekananda Culture Center Seoul, for her welcome speech. We'll greet her up to the stage.
Mr. Park, Mr. Gang Hyun Lee, Director of Asia Cultural Center, Mr. Hyun Wook Park, the Head of Academic and Artistic Research Department, Seoul Museum of History, Mr. Shuji Hosaka, President, Japan and Middle East Society, Ms. Mi Jung Hong, President, Korea and Middle East Society, and the professors who are gathered here today to speak at this symposium, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, scholars and friends, Annyeong Hashimnika, Namaste. On behalf of the Embassy of India, Seoul, and Ambassador Shri Amit Kumar, I would like to extend warmest welcome to the 2023 ACC International Academic Symposium on Rediscovering Southwest Asia, South and West Asia Urban Culture and Lifestyle. In a world marked by rapid globalization, it is essential for us to take a closer look at the cultural treasures of our region. The topic of this symposium, Rediscovering West and South Asia, is both timely and significant. Both regions have long and rich histories, traditions, and diverse communities, and hold special significance in the cultural landscapes of the world. As we embark on this intellectual exploration, I'm thrilled about the diverse range of topics that will be covered in this symposium. Our esteemed speakers and researchers from India will be shedding light on various intriguing subjects, such as exploring medieval port cities and their cross-cultural connections, understanding urban South Asia through the lens of neighborhoods, critically examining the dethronement of smart cities in India, Korea, and Japan, delving into the intersection of urbanization and social innovation in India, unraveling the spatial transformation of Kochi with a focus on urbanization and consumerism, and exploring the intricate relationship between culture and consumption in urban India. This symposium serves as a platform for scholars, researchers, and cultural enthusiasts to come together and explore the similarities and differences in urban cultures and lifestyles that have evolved in West and South Asia over centuries. Delving into the vibrant histories of cities, appreciating the fusion of ancient and modern, and discovering the contemporary urban challenges and opportunities within these ever-dynamic regions should be a rewarding experience for those who are present here today. Through the symposium, we will have the privilege of engaging with experts from India, Korea, and other countries who have dedicated their lives to unraveling the beauty and complexity of urban cultures in West and South Asia. We will witness the exchange of ideas, research findings, and insights that will undoubtedly shed new light on our understanding of this fascinating region. Furthermore, the diversity of thought and expertise represented in this room is a testament to the power of academic collaboration. We have gathered here scholars from around the world who have a shared passion for unearthing the hidden gems of Asia's urban culture and lifestyle. It is our hope that these discussions and connections formed during the symposium will not only broaden our horizons but also lay the foundation for future collaborations and academic partnerships. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers, the participants, the sponsors, and everyone involved in making this symposium a reality. Your dedication and commitment to the advancement of knowledge and culture are truly commendable. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us keep in mind the importance of fostering a greater understanding of South and West Asia's urban culture and lifestyle. I have no doubt that knowledge shared during this symposium will be a catalyst for positive change, and may the connections formed here continue to push the boundaries of our understanding of this fascinating subject. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to you all, and I wish that you have a productive, enlightening, and enriching experience over the course of this symposium. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 이번
Thank you very
학술
much.
행사를 통해서 우리 또
today's
함께하고 있는 각
academic
국가의
symposium, I hope
역사와
that we
문화를 더
could
깊이
shed
탐구함과 동시에
bigger and brighter light on the knowledge of the urban culture and lifestyle of South
such an honor to
and
have
West
you here.
Asia.
Thank you once again for your wonderful speech. 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give her a big round of applause.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
이어서
And now we'd like to invite
중동학회 학회장님의 축사도
Osaka Suji,
준비되어
President of
있습니다.
the Japanese Association for Middle East
네, 큰
Studies.
박수와 함께
Please
앞으로
greet him with a
모시겠습니다.
big round of applause.
Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 안녕하세요. I'm afraid my pronunciation is correct. But anyhow, I am Hosaka Shuji, President of Japan Association for Middle East Studies, JAMES. It is truly an honor to stand before you today and extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizing committee for the impeccable execution of this significant cultural event, Rediscovering Southwest Asia Urban Culture and Lifestyle. The dedication and effort invested by the organizing committee in assembling distinguished researchers from various countries and orchestrating the seamless flow of this symposium have not gone unnoticed. Their commitment to excellence is evident, and we are all beneficiaries of their hard work. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Asian Culture Center, ACC, and the Korean Association for Middle Eastern Studies, KAMES, for extending the invitation to participate in this esteemed international academic symposium. This collaboration is a testament to the importance of fostering international dialogue and understanding in the realm of Asian and Middle Eastern studies. The choice of Korea as the host of this symposium is particularly apt in an era where South and West Asia are increasingly turning their attention eastward. Korea served as a beacon of cultural exchange. The fascination with East Asian cultures exemplified by the popularity of K-pop, Korean dramas, and products such as smartphones or cosmetics is a testament to the profound impact Korea has on these regions. Notably, the Korean idols like BTS have achieved remarkable success in the Middle East, underscoring the global reach of Korean cultural phenomena. This trend is not unique to Korea, but extends to Japan as well. Japanese animation and video games have become integral part of the upbringing of children in the Middle East. Cultural icons like Super Mario or Pokemon have transcended geographical boundaries, becoming the cherished symbols in the heart of individuals across continents. The enduring influence of Korean and Japanese cultures in the Indian subcontinent and the Middle East further emphasizes the interconnectedness of our civilizations. As we gather here to explore and celebrate the rich tapestry of South and West Asia's cultures and lifestyles, let us embrace the opportunities for cross-cultural exchange and collaboration that this symposium presents. May The discussions and insights gained during this event contribute to a deeper understanding of our shared global heritage. In addition, I'm pleased to announce that in December 2024, next year, Japan Association for Middle East Studies, JAMES, will host an international conference of the Asian Federation of Middle Eastern Studies, AFMA, in the enchanting city of Kyoto. We will be issuing a call for papers in the near future and extend a warm invitation to scholars from Korea to actively participate. Your insights and contributions would undoubtedly enrich the discourse. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to reunite with you all in Kyoto, the ancient capital of Japan. Finally, as one of the Middle East researchers, I must address the ongoing conflicts between Palestine and Israel over Gaza. In this clash, both regions have already witnessed over more than 10,000 casualties, and Gaza is facing a severe humanitarian crisis. Both Japan and Korea import a significant amount of oil from the Middle East. In this regard, our interest in the Middle East align. I hope that Japan and Korea can collaborate in creating a new framework for peace in Palestine. Let us extend our congratulations again to you all with the hope for cooperation towards peace in the region. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hosaka Shuji, thank you very much for your welcoming speech. And the 안녕하세요 pronunciation for you two were more than perfect. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give a warm round of applause once again.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank
이렇게
you.
지금까지 축사를
Now we heard
준비해
the
들어봤는데요.
congratulatory
이어서는
speech,
기념
welcoming and
촬영이
opening
준비가 되어
speech.
있습니다.
Now we are going to
함께해
take
주신
commemorative
기민
photos.
여러분, 모든
All the
발제자와
VIPs
후원자분들께서는
and
무대로
speakers,
나오셔서
panelists, please come up to the
기념
stage and we are going to
하겠습니다.
take a group
Everyone,
commemorative
please join us
photos.
for the group photo. Please come up to the stage and join us for the group photo session. 네, 앞으로 나오셔서 정면을 바라보고 기념사진 촬영을
Please
준비해
come up to the stage
주시기 바랍니다.
and look straight into
Ladies
the
and
camera.
gentlemen, please join us on a stage, up on a stage for the group photo session. 네, 모든 토론자와 발제자분들께서
All the panelists, all the
기념사진
speakers
함께
and VIP
진행해
guests,
보겠습니다.
please come up to the stage so that we can take commemorative photos.
네, 저희 사진 안에 잘 들어올 수 있도록 나란히 붙어서 사진 촬영 한번
Please
진행해
squeeze in so
보겠습니다.
that we can take in one frame.
Everyone squeeze in a little bit to fit in the photo. 네, 조금 붙어서 사진 촬영 한번 진행해 볼게요. 혹시 잘 다 들어오시나요? 네. 이쪽으로요? 네, 이쪽으로. 네, one side on your right hand side, please. 잘 들어오나요? 네, 그러면 제가 1, 2, 3 하면 on my count of 3, let's all shout out Asia 이렇게 해보겠습니다. 다 같이 한번 외쳐주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋, Asia 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give a warm round of applause.
그리고 오른손 들고 파이팅도 한번
And also,
할까요?
please hold
Please
your
put
right
up
hand.
your right hand, the traditional Korean pose. 하나, 둘, 셋 하면 파이팅 가겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 파이팅! 네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 기념사진
Thank you. That concludes the group photo session.
So this is the end of our group photo session. We now kindly ask you to get back to your seat, please. 네, 저희 이제 본격적으로 국제 학술
And now we
행사를
will begin
위해서
the main
다시 한번
session.
합석을
So
부탁드리겠습니다.
now I'd like to ask for your understanding as we
네, 저희
reorganize the
계속해서
stage.
2023 국립아시아문화전당 아시아문화연구 국제
Today
학술
we're
행사
hosting the
이어가도록
2023
하겠습니다.
International Academic Symposium.
네, 이번 행사는요. 기조 발제에 이어서
We will have a keynote session, and in the first session, we will have a discussion on the modernizing urban culture in South Asia, and in the second plenary session, we will have a presentation on urban culture in West and South Asia, and in the third session, the lifestyles of West and South Asia. And we would like to invite the moderator of the keynote session. I'd like to invite Professor Lee Hee-soo of Hanyang University. Please greet Professor Lee Hee-soo with a big round of applause.
교수님 오른쪽으로 오시겠습니다. 여기서 지금. 네, 이희수 교수님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Professor Lee, the moderator of keynote lecture with three experts all over the world at Asian Cultural Center International Symposium. As the pivotal Center of Asian Studies, ACC, has been holding international academic conferences every year and decided this year the theme for Asian urban culture and lifestyle, and focusing on the region to West Asia and South Asia. Urbanized society emerged for the first time in human history in ancient West Asia and formed a social structure in which characteristics of each region were determined and centered on a city. The remains of the cities of the West Asia provide voluminous data about the birth of urban culture and its transformation during ancient time in the form of abundant archaeological records and numerous cuneiform texts written on clay tablets. In particular, we are shocked by the recent excavation of Göbekli Tepe, the southwestern Anatolian, the Syrian border. 23 literal cities were excavated by the Klaus Schmidt German archaeology team, dated back 12,000 years ago. Thus, the West Asia represented surely the cradle of civilization and the origin of urban culture now prevailing all over the world. The traditional West Asian cities continued and transformed the region through its emergence in the earliest ancient time down to the Hellenistic, Roman, Byzantine, Sasanian, and Muslim era, and finally, the modern days. This symposium will encourage innovative studies of the cities, city landscape, urban culture, and city environment in the West and South Asia and its surrounding through the ages. I hope this symposium provides a platform with broad-ranging perspectives open for forward-looking researches concerning cities in the region. With this expedition, I would like to invite three eminent scholars. But as the first speakers, Stephanie Mulder is Associate Professor of Islamic Art and Architect at the University of Texas, Austin. She is a specialist in Islamic art and architectural history and archaeology. The second speakers, Professor Park Hyun-hee is Professor of History at the John Lay College and the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. She specializes in the history of cross-cultural contact in East Asia and Islamic world, in Sino-Islamic contact in particular. And third speakers, and Professor Janaki Abraham is a professor at the Department of Sociology at Delhi School of Economics, Delhi University. Her research interests are urban sociology, gender, family and kinship, caste and gender, and visual cultures. Considering the time allocation, the three keynote speakers were given about 25 minutes, less and more. And then if we save time, to give chance to flow for the free question, comment, and advice. With great pleasure, I would like to invite Dr. Stefan Muller for her beautiful presentation with pride.
Thank you to the organizers, the Asia Culture Center, the Seoul Museum of History, the Institute of Middle East Studies at Hankook University of Foreign Studies, and the Korean Association of Middle East Studies, as well as the many other sponsors of this event. And I would also like to thank Dr. So, who invited me, my former student at UT Austin. It's a pleasure to see you here as well. I'm honored to be here and to give the first talk in what I am sure will be a fascinating series of presentations. There are many, there we go, I'll start here. There are many ways to envision a city through its architecture, plan, and urban fabric, as an economic unit that creates and facilitates manufacturing, trade, or tourism, or as a site for the creation and maintenance of human social bonds. I would like to think about the city as a place that exists somewhere between all of these, the city as a site of cultural heritage, that is to say, an affective realm or a site for emotions and ideas about identity, home, and place. And what is cultural heritage? Heritage is commonly believed to be about the past, yet in reality, heritage exists in the present. It is a means of using the past, a kind of performance of the past, to tell us who we are in the present. How people use urban spaces to perform their past and to create heritage, and how they sometimes destroy or remake cities, neighborhoods, and urban environments to achieve these goals, will be the topic that I explore today. In doing so, I will argue that the dominant universalist ideal of heritage promoted by organizations like UNESCO and others can sometimes have an unintended consequence, resulting in the alienation of people from their own heritage. The remedy, I believe, is in reframing heritage from universal to local community-based initiatives that originate with people for whom that heritage is most relevant and meaningful. To explore this argument, I will take us back to 9 years ago. In June of 2014, the Islamic State group, or ISIS, carried out their first acts of heritage terror when they demolished a series of Christian, Jewish, and holy sites in Mosul, Iraq. A fact that was barely reported in media outside or inside the region. In the following months, ISIS would go on to destroy dozens of such locally revered sites. Yet it was not until 8 months later, in January and February of 2015, that ISIS got global attention when they published a video of themselves systematically destroying sculptures in the Mosul Museum in Iraq. Yet unlike their previous destructive acts, this performance of heritage violence immediately provoked international shock and outrage, and the story was featured prominently in media outlets around the world. The differing reactions to these two episodes of heritage destruction will provide a starting point for my presentation, for it is remarkable that only one of these events provoked the international response we might expect if all heritage is truly universal. So today I'd like to explore this notion of universal heritage and propose that this ideal may in fact often be harmful to local heritage values. The idea of universal heritage posits that heritage belongs to all humanity, as stated in this tweet, which was put out by UNESCO's Unite for Heritage account just 5 years ago. But in fact, the universal model has also been an important motivation for the destruction of heritage in wartime. Consider again that ISIS spent 8 months destroying dozens of sites that were valuable to local people, and yet their actions only made international headlines when they began smashing the statues in the museum at Mosul. Why should that be? Arguably, the shrines and tombs and churches inside the urban environments that ISIS destroyed prior to the museum event were more valuable to the living people of Mosul than the statues in the museum. They represented important sites of Muslim, Jewish, and Christian worship. Some of them were over a millennium old, and some of them were works of spectacular architectural and aesthetic achievement. But we only really paid attention when that museum video appeared. I'm going to explore this by asking another question, perhaps a bit of a strange one at first. How old are antiquities? Indeed, it does seem like a strange question, and the answer, I think, lies in an unexpected place. Not in a history book, nor in the pages of an ancient papyrus, nor in the careful dating sequences of an archaeologist. Instead, the answer lies in an intellectual and legal construct that the majority of us rarely question, the concept or the notion of global cultural heritage. The official story of the creation of the idea of cultural heritage begins less than 70 years ago, in the aftermath of World War II, as Europe began to confront the humanitarian and cultural catastrophe that the war had left behind. In 1954, the Hague Convention led to the development of a legal apparatus that defined cultural heritage as a key attribute of human identity. Along with the legal definition came a popular conception that certain ancient sites are part of the global heritage of humankind, representing humanity's highest cultural, intellectual, and aesthetic, artistic achievements. The creation of this notion of what we might call heritage consciousness is an important achievement. But the differing responses in Iraq illustrate how such models of heritage are not truly global and are instead largely derived from European post-Enlightenment frameworks that may not be as universal as they seem. And in fact, the rejection of those models has grown in recent years. Here's just one example from Mali, also in 2015, where Islamist rebels claimed, "There is no world heritage, it doesn't exist. The infidels must not get involved in our business." Such statements should bring our attention into sharp focus, for they reveal the limits of the notion of universal heritage and illuminate how that very framework can itself be turned into an ideological weapon. I'd like to explore the problematic nature of the universal heritage paradigm through an ancient city that became famous, unfortunately also through its destruction, Palmyra. Many of you will remember the destruction of the Temple of Bel in 2015. But I'd like to go back further to the early 20th century during the period of the French Mandate in Syria, because it turns out that 2015 was not the first time the city of Palmyra had been destroyed. In Roman times, Palmyra was a wealthy oasis town in the Syrian desert on one of the main Silk Route caravan roads that brought goods to the Mediterranean from as far away as China and perhaps even Korea. This was the city French scholars had in mind in the early 20th century when, following the lead of other European colonial powers, French scholars began to explore the archaeological treasures of the region under their colonial control. But the Palmyra the French first encountered was a very different Palmyra than the one we know today. In fact, to return to the question, how old are antiquities, and ask, how old is Palmyra, we have to respond that the ruins at the site are modern, for the construction of the Palmyra we know today was entirely a project of the French, undertaken to serve French nationalist aims as protectors and guardians of a very particular idea of a universal past. But what other past could the French have found at Palmyra? In fact, when the French arrived, the area was not an empty ruin, but a living town called Tadmor, filled with houses, markets, and life, as it had been for over 1,000 years. The Temple of Bel itself, which was reconstructed by the French, had indeed been a temple for about 240 years, but a church, and then a mosque, for over 1,300 years. Yet the French prioritized the classical past over the living present and facilitated the depopulation of the temenos of the Temple of Bel over the course of a few short years, creating instead a modern, idealized ruin. What was the town of Tadmor? What sort of place, locality, home? What lives were lived there? Syrian archaeologist Salam al-Kuntar, whose mother was born in Tadmor, remembers the intimacy of the town's residents with the site. People were integrated in this fabric of inhabited heritage. This is the meaning of heritage. It's not only architecture or artifacts representing history, it's these memories and ancestral connection to place. Al-Kuntar's childhood memories serve as a reminder that the clearing of the town and the dismantling of the mosque irretrievably diminished the complexity of our knowledge of its history and lifeways, but also of its central religious monument, a church and a mosque that had served the town's inhabitants for over 1.5 millennia. What might Tadmor have looked like had the mosque survived? To answer that, we might only consider the Great Mosque of Damascus, which has an identical story of continuous use, from Roman temple to Byzantine church to mosque. Yet we would never refer to the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus primarily as a temple or a church, although we are aware of those past histories. Because its function as a mosque continued under colonial rule, it still stands today as the living heart of the city of Damascus. While it may be easy to dismiss the French actions at Palmyra as a thing of the past, these ideals of global heritage as the property of all humankind continue to shape how we respond to the destruction caused by conflict. They can be summed up in what anthropologist Laura Jane Smith has called the authorized heritage discourse, a set of often unexamined assumptions about the definitions and meaning of heritage that promote a certain group of Western values as if they were universally applicable. The authorized heritage discourse typically privileges monumentality and grand scale, innate artifact site significance tied to time depth, scientific or aesthetic expert judgment, social consensus, and nation building. And it deprivileges local and non-expert understandings of heritage. We can see this model in action as recently as the reconstruction of the Balkans in 2004, or Beirut in 2010, in the 2010s, where projects based on global heritage models were carried out with international global investment and support. At both these locations, a similar process of spatial cleansing and rebuilding to preserve a particular global and universalist model of heritage was pursued. In Dubrovnik and Mostar, for example, in the early 2000s, post-war reconstruction was carried out in a way that emphasized the commodification of heritage, creating a space designed in large part for international tourist consumption, and in Mostar, the marketing of a new post-conflict message of a unified city, symbolized by the reconstruction of the Mostar Bridge. While it was appreciated by some residents, it has also been criticized for being a, quote, prosthetic, end quote, that erases the traumatic experience of local people in order to project a tourist-oriented, redemptive vision of unification. Similarly, in Beirut, a vast, depopulated area at the center of the city has been rebuilt to accommodate upscale retail spaces and a heritage trail that emphasizes a past that is highly selective and commodified, with an aim of creating the experience of a cosmopolitan, tourist-friendly global city. In the process, though, thousands of Beirut residents and shopkeepers were removed. For many Lebanese young people today, the downtown is a space lacking in authenticity, distant, out of place, and cut off from the everyday life of the city. If spatial cleansing and heritage commodification are major themes to avoid in recovery processes, the engagement of local communities in ways that are first and foremost meaningful to them should be at the forefront of any reconstruction plan. Furthermore, these efforts must go beyond the tokenism of soliciting community input or local surveys for projects that have been largely designed and executed by international or non-local stakeholders. The UNESCO nomination process, for example, makes overtures to local people. However, in the execution, it often inserts locals and their heritage into predetermined schemes of global world heritage. What would such a vision of locally grounded post-conflict heritage recovery look like? How can archaeologists, museum curators, and others support local people in manifesting their narratives of the past? It would begin with a rethinking of our present universal notion of heritage. It would invite us to move away from the museumification of heritage sites, allowing them to be used and experienced by local people in ways that don't fit into the largely commodified, tourism-oriented vision of global heritage. It may include, for example, archaeologists' participation in the construction of novel sites of engagement, like community centers, playgrounds, or parks inside of or as part of heritage sites, or an involvement in the rebuilding of traditional architecture by and for local people. It may also include challenging our very notion of authenticity by allowing sites to decay, or allowing them to be used or transformed in ways that may alter their traditional fabric. Within the universalized heritage discourse, such approaches fall under the rubric of heritage at risk, but in some cases, the transformation of a site over time is desirable and meaningful. As just one example, The preservation of the Ise Shrine in Japan mandates that it be rebuilt with new materials every 20 years, following a tradition that stretches back over some 1,300 years. Such ideas of transformative authenticity contrast with contemporary universalist notions of authenticity, which are rooted in the Western philosophical tradition, which prioritizes preservation of a specific moment in time, a kind of freezing of the site in a moment considered to be emblematic of its history. However, a recent body of scholarship argues that authenticity, in fact, adheres to the emotional relationships between people, places, and things, and not necessarily in the materiality, unaltered state, or time-depth dimensions of the objects themselves. Parallels can be found with some Islamic shrines in Syria and Iraq, which, as my research has shown, have been continuously restored, renewed, and revived for nearly 1,000 years, and which, for local people, still retain a powerful aura of an authentic connection to the deceased holy person. Australia, which has become a leader in constructing heritage in a partnership with Indigenous communities, provides an innovative way forward in 1999 with the signing of the Burra Charter. The Charter declares that heritage may be cared for and used by local people if deemed appropriate, or some tracts of land or area may be declared off limits altogether, except to Indigenous communities. In recent years, a number of projects have embraced a local or community-centered approach to heritage management. I cite as just one example the recent reconstruction or restoration of Cairo's most beloved shrine, the tomb of Imam al-Shafi'i, which is particularly close to my heart because it was my first published article. But although many heritage workers and urban historians are initiating projects such as these, the global heritage model continues to dominate the popular understanding of heritage, limiting the awareness of and financial support for these smaller, locally grounded projects. Future recovery efforts in the Middle East, Southwest Asia, South Asia, should embrace solutions that begin from the ground up with local people's priorities and needs, and the role of urban historians in supporting local heritage restitution should be viewed as an important psychological component to healing from the trauma of war. Such a stance will enable the building of new and more resilient responses to wartime destruction, strengthening collective memory and identity, and enabling local people to find and create a future in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan Muller, for the very significant and insightful presentation. He changed the stereotype, the way of thinking to approach the world cultural heritage. It should be the community-based approaches. It's quite interesting, quite important topic to us. Even in Korea, we have many world cultural heritage in the processing and policy makings. Your suggestion should be deep consideration in our process. Thank you very much for your beautiful and insightful presentations. I would like to invite the second speakers, so Professor Hyun-hee Park. Could you give me the title? With a big applause, would like to invite Hyun-hee Park. The floor is yours.
안녕하세요. Greetings,
Good morning.
Esteemed colleagues and guests. I'm Hyun-hee Park, and it's both an honor and a pleasure to be standing before you today. I extend my sincere gratitude to the esteemed teams, dedicated teams at the Asia Culture Center, the Korean Association of Middle East Studies, KAMES, and our co-organizing institutions for the privilege of delivering a keynote lecture at this seminar conference. My academic journey has navigated the vast waters of cross-cultural contacts in pre-modern Afro-Eurasia with a particular emphasis on maritime connections across the expansive Indian Ocean. Admittedly, when this invitation graced my desk, I was inclined to believe that a specialist in histories of grand cities like Baghdad or Cairo might be better for this discourse. Nonetheless, considering the conference's inclusive exploration of human mobility, encompassing pressing issues such as immigration and refugees, I recognize an opportunity to contribute valuable insights by centering our discussion around port cities. To contextualize, port cities are dynamic urban centers strategically located near coastlines or along waterways, serving as the beating hearts of international trade and maritime activities. A prime example is New York City, my professional abode, a symbol of diversity and a beacon of opportunity since its colonial inception, continuing its legacy as a global financial and cultural epicenter. The city's rich tapestry, woven from the threads of myriad immigrant stories from landmarks like Ellis Island, underscores its enduring role as a confluence of varied cultures and histories. Much like New York, numerous port cities worldwide, especially those in the Middle East, which will be our focus today, have been crucibles of innovation, cultural amalgamation, and trade hubs. These cities have been pivotal in bridging disparate regions, fostering the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. Notably, port cities along the Indian Ocean, characterized by their open, fluid borders, were connected by ceaseless movements of people, goods, and ideas. By the 8th century, an entire oceanic route emerged, linking the Indian Ocean's diverse shores and establishing the longest and most heavily traversed sea route in the world until well after 1492. Peoples from the Middle East, in particular, secured a dominant position in the entire Indian Ocean's transport trade, navigating to the globally significant port city of Guangzhou, also known as Canton in southern China. Regrettably, despite the significant impact of ports along the maritime routes connecting the Middle East to East Asia on world history, the focus of scholarship has been primarily on Western port cities that have developed since the early modern period. Today, allow me to usher you through a riveting historical chapter from the medieval era that heralded the prosperity of non-European port cities, standing as precursors to modern globalization. Where before the advent of Islamic civilization in the early 7th century, maritime trade had been weaving together the intricate tapestry of Afro-Eurasian connections. Greek and Roman merchants ventured into the Indian Ocean before the first millennium, establishing thriving trade routes that extended to South Asia and procured coveted Chinese silks. Situated strategically, Alexandria, a pivotal port city in Egypt, bridged the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. This connection linked trade routes from Europe, Africa, and Asia, fostering economic prosperity in cities like Cairo. The renowned Library of Alexandria was a hub of intellectual exchange, attracting scholars, scientists, and intellectuals of diverse ethnicities from around the world, and fostering the creation of seminal, classical, scientific, and literary works. A reconstructed map of the Afro-Eurasian geography by the renowned scientist Ptolemy, the right-hand side, is a testament to the remarkable accuracy of geographical knowledge of Afro-Eurasia and its port cities during this time, almost like 2,000 years ago. With the rise of Islam in the 7th century and the ensuing swift expansion of Islamic empires across Afro-Eurasia, Muslim merchants inherited and further fortified this established network. These strategic port cities linking the Middle East to East Asia played pivotal roles, becoming centers of cultural exchange and economic vitality. Maritime trade was integral to the economic and cultural development of the Islamic world, with its roots stretching from the Indian Ocean to the seas of China. The third Abbasid Caliph, Al-Mansur, in the 8th century, upon shifting the capital to Baghdad, recognized the city's potential as a hub, with its proximity to the Persian Gulf through the Tigris River, declaring the city's connection to China as unobstructed. He boasted, "This is the Tigris. There's no obstacle between us and China. Everything on the sea can come to us on it." By the mid-8th century, the sophistication and strength of maritime trade and travel connecting the Islamic world to China had reached an unprecedented heights. Baghdad's prominence as a linchpin in this network of port cities is first attested in Chinese sources. While West Asian merchants were seemingly the pioneers in navigating the Indian Ocean in its entirety, the earliest extant document detailing the transoceanic route connecting major port cities from the Chinese to the Persian Gulf is a Chinese text. Compiled around 800 by Jadan, a prominent Tang court geographer, this detailed navigational itinerary traces a ship's journey from Guangzhou, this foremost Chinese port city of the time, through a series of city ports to reach the bustling capital of the Abbasid Caliphate, Baghdad. Jadan's text clearly explains that when people go from the southeast coast to India to Al-Ubla, a prominent port city in Tigris Delta, east of Basra, Iraq's main port city, they follow the eastern coast of sea, the western Indian Ocean. Along the western coast of the sea sits the Arabian Peninsula, which belongs to the country of Arabs. We can clearly see that port cities acted as interfaces between land and sea, serving as important nodes in global transportation networks and the society's prosperity. Fueled by the economic vigor derived from the Indian Ocean trade, Baghdad burgeoned into a cultural epicenter. The famous Beit al-Hikmah, House of Wisdom, operational during the reign of Caliph al-Ma'mun, reigned in early 9th century, became a melting pot for scholars of varied ethnic backgrounds, translating myriad scientific works into Arabic and heralding a golden era of Islamic culture and advancements. The underpinning foundation of this growth was the city's open-mindedness, economic affluence, diversity, and a willingness to engage with other cultures. 9th century scholars like Ibn Khaldun and al-Masaudi, enriched by their extensive use of accumulated sources, personal travels, and interactions with sailors in port city harbors, authored the first Arabic geographies of the world, verifying Jadan's itinerary and contributing significantly to the transfer of geographic knowledge between authors. Abu Zayd al-Sirafi, one such contributor to al-Masaudi's work, compiled one of the most comprehensive accounts about China, including detailed descriptions of port cities, trade goods, local cultures, and customs. Originating from Siraf, a significant port for maritime trade with China on the Persian Gulf, Abu Zayd al-Sirafi meticulously documented the trade of luxurious items such as silk, musk, silver, pearls, and porcelain. Chinese porcelain, a particularly valued commodity in the Islamic world, remains a tangible testament to this trade, still found along the coastal regions of West Asia, like Hormuz in Iran, and northeastern Africa, like Zanzibar. Embarking from the Middle East, eastern ports, these merchants navigated to East Asia, forming communities in various port cities across the Indian Ocean. These accounts illuminate that during the medieval era, a multitude of port cities openly welcomed merchants and their vessels, fostering interaction and exchange of goods, ideas among diverse races and ethnicities. Under the auspices of the robust Tang dynasty from 7th to 10th century, Chinese ports embraced foreigners, maintaining this openness for several centuries throughout the medieval period. Diplomats, merchants, travelers, and explorers ventured into new territories, contributing to the dissemination of religion, science, technology, medicine, culture, and art through a network connecting various Indian Ocean port cities. The following Song and Yuan dynasties from 10th to 14th centuries in China perpetuated open attitudes toward foreign merchants and encouraged maritime trade with port cities in the Indian Ocean, especially focusing on those in the Middle East, which were considered the wealthiest among foreign lands. A Chinese author from the 12th century noted in his overview of foreign countries, among foreign countries, that the richest one with many valuable goods is the country of the Muslims. The next richest one is the country of Java in Indonesia, then Sriwijaya, the Malacca Strait in Southeast Asia, and then all the other countries. In the medieval era, the sustained prosperity of long-distance maritime trade that connected Middle Eastern and Chinese societies underscored the significance of port cities as integral links between thriving global metropolises. For example, the flourishing of ports like Guangzhou, Quanzhou, Basra, Siraf, and Hormuz facilitated connections between inland metropolises and such as Baghdad and Cairo in the Middle East, and Chang'an, the modern-day Xi'an, and Beijing in China, albeit at different times. Historical records and archaeological evidence from both Muslim and Chinese sources substantiate these connections, offering glimpses into the lives in these bustling centers of globalization, where diverse goods were exchanged and foreigners were embraced. This interaction was not always peaceful, of course, and the life of the foreigners in the port cities were often challenging. Abu Zayd al-Sirafi provides a clue by describing a major revolt called Huangchao Rebellion that erupted in 877 Common Era, which plagued China for 9 years and played a decisive role in weakening the Tang Empire. Abu Zayd states, Huangchao targeted Guangzhou among the cities in China, which was the town of Arab merchants headed for. Between Guangzhou and the sea is a journey of many consecutive days, and the city is located in a great valley near fresh water. Its citizens kept him, that means Huangchao, at bay, and therefore he besieged them for a long period, this being in the year 264, in Common Era is 877, until he conquered the city and put the inhabitants to the sword. Those who are experienced with the affairs of China related to me that in addition to the Chinese, the Huangchao killed 120,000 people, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians who had sought refuge in the city. So Christian, Jews, and Zoroastrians who had sought refuge in the city. So Abu Zayd's accounts depict the severe impact of the rebellion on Guangzhou, a pivotal city for Arab merchants with extensive loss of life among various foreign communities. Not just local residents, but numerous foreigners seeking sanctuary in the city met a tragic fate during the rebellion. Al-Masaudi, who extensively mined Abu Zayd al-Sirafi's information about China and India as an important fact about the rebellion's drastic effect, on the whole system of maritime traffic and trade. While vessels from the Islamic world had once sailed the entire distance between the Persian Gulf and China, after the rebellion, they began to meet the Chinese halfway in Kala on the Malay Peninsula in Southeast Asia, and later period also in India. Despite occasional turmoil, many other pieces of evidence show that the sustained interaction amongst diverse groups nurtured mutual respect and appreciation, with both Chinese and Muslim narratives reflecting a positive portrayal of the other. Muslim authors examined depicted the Chinese as good at skills and craftsmanship, and held high regard for their extensive territory, systematic political and legal system, sophisticated culture, and wealth. Chinese authors produced similarly positive portraits characterizing Muslims as rich and decent people with reputable cultures. For example, Wu Jian of Sanshan, present-day Fuzhou, was among the literati who exhibited a highly positive view toward the Muslims with whom they interacted. In 1350, Wu Jian demonstrated his pro-Muslim attitude through a stele placed in front of Muslim mosque in Quanzhou, the most significant port city for international trade during the Yuan dynasty of the 13th and 14th centuries. This century under Mongol rule saw a dramatic increase in the presence of foreigners, including those from the Middle East, who engaged in trade and resided in many cities across China, including its capital city, Beijing, and major port cities like Quanzhou. Wu Jian's inscription on the stele offers the most detailed introduction to Islamic religion and society found in Chinese accounts, and serve as a comprehensive summary of Chinese knowledge about Islamic world. It was fortuitously carved by Muslims in 1507 onto an extant Arabic inscription titled Re-erection of the Stele to Qingjing Mosque. The cold and hot weather are harmonious, and people and things are flourishing in the Middle East. They plant all kinds of grains, grapes, and all kinds of fruits. The people never treat killing lightly and love the good in their customs. They write from side to side. Their writing is divided into three styles: the stele character, the regular style, square style of script, and the cursive hand. They compose classics, history, poetry, essays, geomancy, astronomy, medicine, and music. They show expertness in all these branches of knowledge. Their manufacturers, textiles, and carved utensils are also sophisticated. In essence, the acceptance of wandering traders by societies during medieval times contributed to the growth and prosperity of cities, with port cities playing pivotal roles in establishing global networks. However, this largely peaceful interaction within the Indian Ocean was disrupted by Europeans, armed and assertive, began arriving in Asian port cities post-1500. The European presence marked a shift in the dynamics, diminishing the direct contact between China and the Islamic world, and forging a more extensive system of oceanic global trade that linked the Afro-Eurasian world to the Americas. This era ushered an influx of information and studies, fostering on the evolving role and scale of modern port cities within a more interconnected global network. Our brief exploration into the historical significance of Middle Eastern port cities during the pre-modern era shed light on their crucial role in nurturing cross-cultural interactions and catalyzing the exchange of ideas, goods, and people. We delved into some specific examples, illustrating how these cities were epicenters of cultural diffusion, trade networks, and intellectual advancements throughout the medieval period. drawing parallels with the opportunities and challenges contemporary port cities face in fostering such connections. Cities like Alexandria in Egypt, Basra in Iraq, Muscat in Oman, Aden in Yemen, Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, and Bandar al-Abbas in Iran, historically known as Hormuz, continue to be pivotal international seaports. These cities, which were integral parts of the broader Indian Ocean network during the Middle Ages, derive their enduring relevance from their strategic locations, modern infrastructure, and rich historical heritage. In today's world, where the global south, including the Middle East, garners attention for its strategic geographical importance and integration into the global economy, these cities are indispensable. They function as significant hubs in international trade, managing enormous volumes of goods and acting as essential links in global supply chains. Comprehending the historical backdrop of these port cities is instrumental in addressing the contemporary challenges encountered by migrants and refugees in the region. Recognizing the resilience and adaptability that characterize these cities, we can tap into their potential to foster integration and well-being for displaced populations. Beyond their economic contributions and roles as trade networks, these cities exemplify cultural diversity, serving as melting pots and innovation hubs. The port cities of the medieval Middle East were not only vital conduits for international travel and cross-cultural interactions, but also witnessed the complexities of immigration and refugee movements, a legacy that remains pertinent as global exchanges continually evolve and transcend national boundaries. This lecture encourages reflection on the insights gleaned from historical port cities and their applicability in addressing the urban and social challenges prevalent in today's Middle East. By adopting innovative and collaborative approaches, and by leveraging the strengths of port cities and their connections extending to inland regions, we can advance social integration, economic development, and cultural understanding across the area. In summary, this study of port cities as focal points of cross-cultural exchange, especially in the Middle East, is imperative. Through grasping their historical significance and present-day relevance, we acquire invaluable perspectives to navigate current challenges, fostering a society that's more inclusive and interlinked within a globalized world. Thank you so much.
How did you find the beautiful speeches? So surprised that even in medieval times and modern times, how wide range of maritime interconnection between the West Asia and East Asia, and focusing on China. There's a little bit what I call, we need more valuable ideas. It can be kind of inter-cross-cultural connection, can be extended to Korean Peninsula. Anyway, as an expert in the medieval age, the relation between China and Middle East, she highlighted the maritime, the port, as a cross-cultural center, and intellectual, the connection city, and trading peoples. So how the deeply and the widely connected each other, even the medieval times and even 8 centuries, between Baghdad and China, they have the contemporary exchange of ideas and technology. It's a very interesting topics and presentation. Thank you so much. And we'd like to invite the third speakers, Dr. Janaki Abraham, to highlight the Indian cases, particularly the town of North India. We invite Janaki Abraham with applause.
안녕하세요. Namaste. Good morning to everybody. It's really my honor to be here. This is my very first time in Seoul and in South Korea, and I'm so honored to be here and to have been invited. Thank you so much to all the organizers. We live a life in New Delhi, actually very connected to South Korea. I have a 12-year-old daughter who's a BTS army, and our house is plastered with all the BTS idols, Blackpink also, and whenever we eat outside, when we go out for a family dinner, we eat Korean food and relish it. So it's really a privilege to be here today. In my lecture today, I'd like to take you to some part of the field work that I have been doing in the state of Rajasthan in India, and particularly focusing on neighborhoods. I'd like to argue today that neighborhoods are really a very crucial site of research in urban studies. Let me just start then by saying a little bit about neighborhoods. Neighborhoods, those spaces we live in, from where we go to work or school, from where we return to where we return every day, the space in which our children play in the streets and in the park. Neighborhoods are important spaces, I'd like to argue, for the sensorial intimacy they bring between people who share the space. We see our neighbors leave for work and return. We see the guests who come to their house. We observe the clothes they wear, the car they drive. We smell the food that they cook or hear the music they play. We sometimes hear domestic quarrels. It's this sensorial intimacy and equally a shared sensorial landscape in everyday life that makes the neighborhood such a powerful social and cultural influence in people's lives. Neighborhoods and neighbors often play an important role in the everyday lives of people. They support them in different ways. They may keep their keys when away, receive a package, exchange food, socialize, and at both times of crisis and of joy, of death, or at weddings, neighbors play a very important role. But neighbors also censure. They gossip or give unasked for advice. And in this, they control and they constrain. In fact, one of the restraints I've heard repeatedly both in my fieldwork in North Kerala and in Rajasthan is, what will the neighbors say? And indeed, the gossip of the neighborhood may spread fast and wide. But neighborhoods also carry a potential of politicization, sometimes of division, of prejudice, of violence. And in the recent events in India, we've witnessed this vulnerability. The Delhi riots in 2020, the violence in the northeast state of Manipur, which is continuing in 2023, showed precisely this vulnerability of how politicization can change neighborhood dynamics dramatically and sometimes very quickly. Neighborhoods are then constituted through a variety of practices: reciprocity, friendship, worship, control, and violence. At the same time, neighborhoods in South Asia are extremely heterogeneous, and they inform the heterogeneity of urban experience. Not only are urban spaces divided by their size, Mumbai, Delhi, Karachi, Colombo are quite different from smaller towns like Bikaner, Talisheri, Gaul, Rawalpindi, and so on. And within each of these urban areas, neighborhoods vary immensely. The experience of living in a South Bombay posh apartment complex is quite different from the experience of living in a neighborhood in Dharvi, known as one of the largest slums in the world. Some neighborhoods were earlier village areas that have been annexed into the city. Some are organized on the basis of caste and religion, like the neighborhood I'm going to talk about in this presentation. Some have a concentration of people who belong to the same kinship group. These neighborhoods in particular exercise greater control over their neighbors and do not offer the degree of anonymity that other neighborhoods may. In spite of this heterogeneity, I'll argue in this presentation that neighborhoods are not only constituted by a variety of practices, but are important spaces of cultural influence for the sensorial intimacy and the multiple social interactions that ensue. What is surprising is that neighborhoods have not received enough attention in the social sciences until recently, and in recent years there have been interesting edited volumes on neighborhoods in South Asia. In part, I think the British colonial legacy in India, for example, that gave a certain primacy to categories of caste and ethnicity and tribe and so on, is maybe one reason for this. On the other hand, while I'm very influenced by social geographers who talk about placemaking, I'm also interested in how neighborhoods make people. They inform, they give them an identity, and they give them an identity that cross-cuts other identities that we have seen as very salient: caste, class, ethnicity, religious identity, and so on. So I'd like to argue then that contrary to just looking at neighborhoods as a site of social problems, which was the focus for a long time, looking at delinquency and so on, we need to look at neighborhoods need to be taken seriously as a social formation crucial to social life and an important arena of social and cultural influence. In this presentation, then, I draw from fieldwork that I've done over the last actually 15 years in a town called Bikaner in North India. While my project actually focused on looking at the town, a site of dramatic social change, looking at exploring the way in which townscapes are gendered, I've actually grown to become very interested in neighborhoods. In particular, I've been struck by the stark difference between neighborhoods in relationship to Hindu and Muslim veiling practices, education, and employment, and today I'd like to give you a sense of that difference. Let me briefly introduce you to Bikaner. Bikaner is located in the state of Rajasthan in the west of India, bordering Pakistan. It's roughly 550 years old and has a population of 0.65 million, well, a growing population. Its mohallas, so here's Bikaner. In this map, the innermost boundary is really the walled city. That's the area that I did fieldwork in. That is the area in which neighborhoods or mohallas are categorized. Both there are Hindu mohallas and Muslim mohallas. Within the Hindu mohallas, they're based on caste and lineage, and the Muslim mohallas by occupational groups. The Dalits, people who suffered untouchability, live just outside the walled city at different points, close enough to serve the city, but with the exclusions of caste, still outside of the city. The fort was outside where the Maharaja lived and where the royal family continued to live. former caste groups such as the Jats, who formerly continue to be involved in agriculture, live outside, more on the periphery, because the city has actually expanded very dramatically. Now, there are several apartment buildings, large complexes, all marketed as, with the latest, global trends in terms of apartment blocks. So let me give you a sense of the city. Bikaner has 5 gates. This is one of the gates that lead into the walled city. This is one of the old Havelis, and I thought I'd show it here because while some of the houses all in a row look onto the square, other houses, more aristocratic houses, looked inwards, and therefore the sense of the neighborhood, even within the walled city, was very, very heterogeneous. This is the Dalit Mohalla. You can see it's deprived. Many of the houses are not plastered. This is the fort. And these are the modern imaginations of the buildings. So, one of the distinctive features of Bikaner, of the culture of mohallas, are these platforms that you see. They are like high tables, but they are in the center of squares, and on them, it is predominantly men. It's only men who sit on these. Now, there is a whole sociality linked to these patas. They're called patas. Men of a particular caste. Older men live closer to, sit closer to the center. Younger men may sit on the periphery. Dalits would traditionally not be allowed to sit on this. Those who belong to castes considered lower would not sit along with others. But one of the things, and I'm interested in how, neighborhood spaces come to be constituted. And so one of the interesting things is that the fact that men actually sit on these patas and take up the center of the mohallats, take up the center of the neighborhood square, make for this a very male space. And this has implications for women. So one of the things is that Hindu women, they veil after marriage. It's called ghungat. They put this on their head, and sometimes it may come down to cover their face. But with this very male presence, women who traverse, who move across the neighborhood, veil, ensure that their veil is in place when they do. And traditionally, actually, women would also take off their slippers to be as invisible as possible when they would traverse these spaces. So in a way, the pata and the institution of these patas is one way in which these spaces, the Hindu mohallas, are constituted. These platforms you only see in the Hindu mohallas, and you see them outside people's homes. They are a status symbol, so if somebody has it outside their home, it's an indication of the status of the house. I'd like to then move to looking at the way in which religious festivals also constitute the neighborhood in different ways. This is the festival of Holi, the spring festival of colors. Bikaner has a very rich tradition of celebrating Holi over 1 week. They have performances, they have ritualized playing between neighborhoods. They have singing in the temple. And here a lineage deity, the Ishta Devta or Devi, actually comes to the center. So people are gathered here in order to see and get the blessings of the deity. But the people who organize this in the mohalla, in the neighborhood, the organization is of a particular caste group. And in that, it reproduces the idea of that association of the neighborhood with the caste. Again, you'll see here that in the well, there are all men. The women, and I haven't got a picture of that, are actually on the periphery, sometimes on stands, so that they're not in the whole rush. But one of the things I've been interested in, and this is part of the larger project, is the way in which Holi, the festival of Holi, is known to be a little carnivalesque. It's also the time when the shops are full of colors and water guns, but also masks of animals and so on. In some of the literature on Holi in India, Holi is referred to as a time of inversions. And yet, one of the things I argue is that, in fact, Holi, the festival of Holi, also informs what it means to be a man and a woman in Bikaner, in these neighborhoods. It's highly gender segregated. Here are men playing Holi in this ritualized play with water between two neighborhoods. And here are the women standing on the terraces witnessing it. They are not playing Holi. They will play later inside the home, but not on the street in this public space. Let me move then to looking at the way in which you see veiling and how practices of veiling actually constitute space and also influence the way in which neighborhood spaces are experienced by women very differently. This is Radha, somebody I've come to know very closely. One of the things that I did, is that Radha would take me along to different mohallas to introduce me to people when I was doing field work. And I was struck by how this is Radha outside her marital home, her husband's home. This is called the sasural, the home of the in-laws. And every time Radha would leave her home, she would ensure that this ghungat is properly over her, covering her head. And on various occasions when I'd walked with her to visit her mother, for example, I would notice how this sari would just drop off her head, and she would not anxiously put it back to cover her head. She would, in fact, let it stay down when she's in the mohalla of her parents. In the mohalla of her parents, she's a daughter. In this mohalla, she's a daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-laws are supposed to perform respectability, modesty, respect, and invisibilize themselves as much as possible. In her mother's neighborhood, she would be chatting with everybody. She was like the sister of people she would meet. And you see the way in which women clearly experience neighborhood spaces very differently based on their kinship relationship in the neighborhood. And therefore, even if you go to other spaces like the bazaar, whenever she'd pass a shop that would be run by her husband's relative, she would quickly cover her head, because that space again would be one that would be like her sasural, like her in-laws' neighborhood. Let me move then to looking at a contrast between two Muslim neighborhoods in Bikaner. One is a neighborhood called Chungara Mohalla, and it's predominantly people who work with lime that's used on walls and so on, and sometimes to make embossed patterns on ceilings. And the other one is Churigar Mohalla, which is of people who make bangles. In the Chungara Mohalla, it's well known today for 100% literacy, for a very high percentage. I mean, all women have a very high percentage of women teachers. And in fact, when you're in the Mohalla, you're struck by how there's this rhythm of teachers leaving early morning to go to work, to go to their schools, and returning in the afternoons. And two women in particular, Sakina Begum and Amina Begum, are known today to have been trailblazers. They were born roughly in the 1920s, late 20s, and they, Sakina Begum speaks about how her mother said, cover your head and go through all the small gullies, all the small streets, so that nobody will see you going to school. And she did that and continued in school. And Amina Begum, who was a couple of years her junior in the same neighborhood, saw this and thought, I can also go to school like this. This is okay. And she too went to school, and both of them then actually became teachers and now have actually fostered a culture in the Mohalla in which girls are educated and look for jobs as teachers. And what was so moving is that Sakina Begum spoke about how Hindu widows in the neighborhood who had not had an education, she encouraged them to go to evening literacy classes and get an education and become teachers so that they could support their children as young widows. And this is quite a contrast to the Churigar Mohalla, and let me show you Sakina Begum and Amina Begum. And the Churigar Mohalla is one in which girls generally, go to school till the 8th standard or 10th standard and then wait to be married. And many of the girls there who I've got to know very closely spoke about how, they go to the Bada Bazaar on one occasion in the year before Eid, and their mobility is quite restricted. And in a way then, and what they said, when I asked, well, look, the Chungara Mohalla, look at all the women go to school there, they said, this Mohalla is full of uneducated people, and they talk. And it's this idea of what will the neighbor say that constrain people. So while neighborhoods may be divided by caste and religion, they are further differentiated by their particular culture. While this differentiation may be seen between the walled city and newer, more cosmopolitan colonies in Bikaner, different mohallas in the walled city are differentiated on the basis of their history, the culture of women's education, and veiling practices. Correspondingly, while veiling practices might differ across community, caste, class, they also then differ critically by neighborhood. Let me conclude then. Neighborhoods are thus spaces in which identities are produced in everyday life through these everyday practices. They produce distinct gendered cultures as they do caste, class, ethnicity, religious identity, sometimes through practices of exclusion or discrimination. A common feature in middle-class neighborhoods in South Asia is the coming up of gates around neighborhoods. Gates to provide security, to address the anxieties and seek to keep out this perceived other. Neighborhoods may produce political subjectivities. They may be characterized by uncertainty, by factions, by conflict, and may completely alter with violence. Neighborhoods also come to be constituted through memory post-violence, and of course are constituted by state practices, by NGOs. But in this presentation, I've looked at how men occupying a square can make a neighborhood, how girls walking through by-lanes and gaining an education, becoming teachers, can inspire others in a neighborhood. Or for a Hindu woman, the neighborhood of her husband's house is a space in which you have to veil, while the neighborhood of your mother's house is one in which you don't have to veil. But these are practices that shape people who live there. They give them a neighborhood identity. And through the case of Bikaner, then, I've tried to look at some of the ways in which South Asian neighborhoods produce their inhabitants, inflected by and also cross-cutting other identities. But in a way, it tells us about the kind of radical potentials that neighborhoods carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janaki Abraham. Through the ethnographic discussion of neighborhood in a town, the Bikaner were seated in Rajasthan, West India. Very interestingly, she argued that neighborhood are space in which people live together and where there is a face-to-face interaction as described in a caste or Bikaner World City, where overlap between caste and religious identity, although even with the varying degrees. Very interesting and unique, the model of the city with well-interacted communication and cooperation and the place for dialogue without the, what they call the identity of religious identity, even in the caste. So we listened to the beautiful three presentations as a keynote from the keynote speakers. We have another 5-10 minutes. If you have any questions and comment and advice from floor, so we are ready to deliver your questions to the three speakers. Any questions are welcome. The speakers, are you ready to simultaneous machine to respond to the question from the floor? Right. Any questions? Because you can raise your question in Korean, of course. So we have the simultaneous translators. 한국말로 자유롭게 질문해 주시면
You may ask your question in Korean. From the second session, the sessions will be conducted in Korean. But since the keynote session was conducted in English because all the speakers were from foreign countries. I have a question to Professor Stephanie Mulder about legacy, about heritage, and when you think of the period of the heritage.
Are you ready? Okay.
유산이라는 것에 대한 정의에 대해서
In the definition of legacy and heritage, the period once the artifact, do you mean it's the period after the artifact was made, or the period after it was discovered, or furthermore, when is it after they are enlisted or registered with UNESCO? So could you elaborate on the period or the term of these monuments or heritage? I just have a general level understanding, but I like to ask you for a more specific example if you have so.
Is your question when we decide something is considered heritage? Yes? I mean, I think that that is a very fluid and subjective concept, right? So one thing that I was trying to think about here is we tend to think about heritage as an object that lives in the past. But in fact, cultural heritage is something that we experience now in the present. It tells us who we are now. So for an object to be designated heritage, there could be many ways to do that. You could do that legally. You could do that, you know, through university study, through excavation by an archaeologist. But I would argue that an object that has value to local people, whether it's been designated as heritage by an expert community or not, should be considered as having heritage value. Does that answer your question? It's not an easy question to answer because I think we need to rethink what is heritage, actually. But thank you. It's a very good question. Thank you very much.
네, 질문 이해하셨죠? 오케이, 감사합니다. 네.
I hope you understood. So any other questions from the floor?
없으면 다음 질문 기다리는 동안에
If
박현희 교수님한테
not,
제가 질문 하나
here comes question to
드릴까요?
Professor Park Hyun-hee.
어디? 오케이, 야, 먼저 그 기회를 드리시고. 예.
Yes, there's a question from the floor.
누가 질문자가 누구시죠?
May I ask a question to Professor Mulder? I was wondering if you'd like to say something about how, on the one hand, you may have groups like the ISIS who destroy heritage. On the other hand, we also know that war, you know, destroys museums, it destroys heritage. And in a way, I feel like both of those have to be spoken about together, you know, especially because of the events we are witnessing right now in Gaza also. But, you know, the American war in Iraq, the bombing of museums and so on, is just the other side of the same picture.
Thank you very much for this question. It's so important. And in fact, in a longer version of this paper, I talk at great length about this other piece of the coin. In Syria in particular, the large majority of destruction was in fact caused by aerial bombardment by the Assad regime. So, and unfortunately, as you say now, we're witnessing a different type of, indeed, American-backed aerial bombardment right now, which is just also destroying important heritage sites, not to mention tens of thousands of lives. So I would agree with you. Yeah, it's a very important point, and simply because of, you know, the time constraint, I think that the ISIS example is a very simple, straightforward example of how heritage can be used as a performance of destruction, a form of performative destruction, but less performative forms of destruction are often much more harmful. Yes.
이건 뭐 굉장히 민감한 주제이기도 한데 사실 우리가
That is a very delicate and sensitive topic. The world's cultural heritage and its meaning could be a subject and target of destruction, and that was a very ironical situation, and you've depicted this topic. The Baghdad artifacts of Iraq were destructed by ISIS, so basically Professor Mulder believes that the heritage, when its value is shared by the community, then that is when it makes it a true heritage of that community. So the designation is to be based on the community consensus and participation In terms of ISIS destruction of heritage, what about that? Does this reflect the beliefs of that community? That is definitely not so. So even a very 0.001% of extremist violence and destroyers cannot be directly linked to the consensus of the community. Community-based heritage conservation is something we should pursue, but that practice is something that we should feel tragic about as a universal value. And it is not appropriate to understand that that reflects the beliefs of that community. So maybe that could be a different, so that is a different issue. In the long run, the consensus of the community and what we should also stress is when we think of the world cultural heritage and when we think of the value, we have to think of the global citizenship education. That has to go hand in hand. Together with the global citizenship education, we should also promote the value of a community-based consensus of such world cultural heritage to lay the foundation for the management. So we shouldn't overemphasize community consensus, but we should also stress the importance of the global citizenship education. I'd like to add this as my comment. Yes? Hello. I'd like to ask a question to Professor Park Hyun-hee. When we think of the Silk Road or the maritime trade, many Muslims went into China and mosques were built in China and in Central Asia. Many mosques were built as well. And on the coastal line, Muslim communities were created, as we all know. But in the history textbooks, what we normally learn is how the Silk Road was used for the Chinese culture to impact the Middle East, but that was mainly limited to just silk and a couple of items. That is, the Middle East spread of many cultural effects in China, but the Chinese influence was, we learned that the Chinese influence on Middle East was very limited. So I'm just curious to know what kind of Chinese culture were prosperous and were introduced into Middle East. That was a very interesting question. The most important Chinese influence to Middle East is trade items. Silk itself, from the ancient times, in the Western world, was something that was so craved after. It was sold in these areas, and also the Chinese porcelain. It was big in volume and heavy, so that was why it had to be traded through the maritime trade. So that's why the maritime route is even called the porcelain route. It's not so much the techniques or skill of making silk or porcelain, because it took a long time to learn that skill. So the Middle East people would try to copy the skills. We see that in archaeological records. Buddhism was originated from India, so it has spread to the eastern side, but at the same time, the western side as well. But unlike what we understand, even from the ancient times in other countries like Iran or in Greece, it is understood that Buddhism even had an influence back way in the past. Also, there are other facts, but for the Muslims, it is true that they were first in going eastward through the Indian Sea. They headed to Guangzhou. Back then, China had a very big emperor and empire, so it was open to such foreign merchants. And even allotted a certain land and site for the Muslim merchants to live there as a community and follow their own laws and religion. And some came from India and from other countries. And they brought in many types of spices and as well as items that were used in China. And during the Mongol era, Persia and China had greater trade relationship, and a lot of information was exchanged along the way, not only limited to paper, artifacts and art pieces and paintings were also traded. Also, another work I'm working on with a colleague is from the medieval times to early modern times. China put much value on its legal system and administrative systems. So this is another area that I am studying. Well, that was a very good question and a very informative answer. This is a question that's frequently asked when we talk about Eastern and Western trade. I think what is most important is the volume of the community. Compared to the Muslim community in China, since it was much bigger compared to the Chinese community in the Middle East, so that was why they could build their own mosques and follow their own lifestyle. But if it was a smaller community, it wouldn't have been easy to build their own Buddhist temples or follow their own lifestyle. So that could be related to that. And any other questions?
Thank you for the great presentation. Listening the presentation by Professor Abraham regarding neighborhood, we thought about the loneliness and dying alone in modern society, which has become a hot topic nowadays. And Professor Abraham, you talk about understanding the urban livelihood and also urban life in relations with the neighborhood. So any comment about that?
Thank you for your question. Yes, loneliness and dying alone is a real problem, and in the Indian press too, there are lots of reports of people who were discovered because they were in an apartment and so on, but in many cases it's the neighbors who discovered the milk, or somebody was knocking, and then they inform people. Today, there's awareness, and there's an attempt by neighborhoods to have spaces for elderly people to meet, to sit together in the park, to again recreate some of these spaces in Bikaner. So in Bikaner, this traditional institution of the pata, of sitting there, was very nice for old people, because it brought them outside the house. They sat in the winter in the sun, and they talked to people. They saw things, life going around. They weren't confined, whereas in other places, in other neighborhoods, people become very confined in their homes, even though residents' welfare associations are trying to address this.
Thank you. 지금 또 이제 오후의 세션에
And we have many interesting sessions waiting for you in the afternoon. So with that, we would like to conclude the keynote session, and we'll welcome you once again in the afternoon sessions.
To celebrate the keynote speech sessions, I'm very honored to moderate with the eminent three scholars in this session. I'm closing here keynote speech session. Thank you very much. See you afternoon.
네, 오늘 기조발제 사회를 맡아주신
Well, thank you very much, Professor Lee Hee-soo of Hanyang University, for his great work as a moderator. Thank you. As Professor Lee Hee-soo mentioned, we are going to take a short break, 5 minutes of a break, and we'll begin at 12:10. We will begin the first session. So please enjoy 5 minutes of a break, and we'll begin the first session at 12:10. There are refreshment and cookies prepared at the luncheon place, so please go there and enjoy the refreshment. Thank you.
네, 저희 계속해서 일부 세션 이어갈 예정인데요. 그 전에 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 점심 식사는요, 오후 1시부터 시작될 예정입니다. 저희 점심 식사는 일부 이후 1시부터 시작될 예정이니까요. 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 저희 계속해서 일부 남아시아 도시문화의 현대화 주제로 발제와 토론이 준비되어
And
있습니다.
we will now have the next session on modernizing urban culture in South Asia. We have presentations and discussions ready.
네, 저희 계속해서 일부 남아시아
Ladies and
도시문화의
gentlemen, we are now going to begin the first session, which is modernizing urban culture and in South Asia. Please be seated.
네, 저희 이어지는 다음 주제 맡아주실 서울대학교
Let me invite the moderator, Professor Gu Ha-won of Seoul National University.
네, 여러분 이제 착석을
Ladies and
부탁드리겠습니다.
gentlemen, please be seated so that we
일부
can begin
계속해서 이어가려고
the first
하니까요. 착석을
session.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly request you to take your seat. We'll now continue with the event very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. 네, 그럼 일부 순서 이어가도록
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll
하겠습니다.
now begin the first session.
발표자들 오고 계신가요?
Are the speakers coming?
저희 일부 발표자들을 조금 더 기다리고 일부
We
본격적으로
need to
시작하도록
wait a little bit
하겠습니다.
longer so that the speakers can arrive.
저희 일부를 진행하실 발표자분들 참석을 하셨는지 확인을 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please confirm whether the speakers who are going to give a presentation for the first session are here or not.
네, 그럼 저희 계속해서
So we will proceed to the first session, which is modernizing urban culture in South Asia. Let me invite moderator for the first session, Professor Koo Ha-won of Seoul National University. Please welcome Professor Koo with a warm round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello, everybody.
저는 이번 패널 좌장을 맡은
I will be moderating this panel discussion. I'm from the Seoul National University, Department of Asian and Language and Civilization Studies, Koo Ha-won.
저희 아까 이희수 교수님께서
Professor Lee, so as he was leaving,
다음 부터는 그 국문으로 편하게
he said that you can be comfortable because it will proceed in
발표라서 진행도
Korean, but since the presenters will speak in English, I'd also like to moderate in English. If you need interpretation, please use a receiver.
Welcome to the first part of our symposium. I'm Ha-won Koo, Professor of Indian Studies in the Department of Asian Languages and Civilizations at Seoul National University. My work is mainly on 19th and 20th century art and architecture in India, and it is an honor to be part of this symposium. Now, our panel is titled Modernization of Urban Cultures in South Asia, with two presentations. Both of our presenters are ACCR fellows, a very prestigious fellowship, and I'm very happy for this opportunity for them to present their work here. Now, each presentation will be given 15 minutes. Let me know if you need a sign or anything. A sign, okay. And our first presenter, Dr. Geoff P. N. Bradley, is Professor of English and Philosophy at Teikyo University in Tokyo. His work has discussed various topics such as Deleuze and Buddhism, utopia, French thoughts and transversality, Japanese education, and animation. This presentation, titled On the Détournement of the Smart City, a critical post-media study of the smart city in India, Korea, and Japan. It seems like it's examining the dark side of the smart cities. Please welcome Dr. Bradley.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. As you can see, I'm going to talk about the détournement of the smart city, which is a kind of like hijacking of the smart city, which is a kind of criticism of what the smart city is. And I am trained in philosophy, so I've been thinking, why am I speaking here today as a philosopher? But because of Professor Abraham's brilliant presentation earlier on the theme of neighbourhood, I'm quite relieved because I grew up in the north of England in a working class area, a town called Bolton, and my neighbours were from India and Pakistan. And I learnt about neighbourhood life when I was growing up. For example, when my brother was born, the neighbours from one side, Pakistani family, brought wonderful, wonderful trays and trays and trays of food. And so, my best friend in England, Indian man now, I've known since I was, since 1 year old. And so your talk made me think about that and the fact that I grew up in this neighborhood and I learned much about Indian culture and indeed Pakistani culture. And so this leads me on to thinking about what the smart city is, which I'm going to treat as a kind of platform, as a kind of technological solution. And so I think my talk may well connect with yours in some way. But as you can see, my talk is on the smart city in 3 countries. Now, those 3 countries are arbitrary. It could be any other countries. But I've been thinking about the smart cities in India, in Korea, and in Japan. And so, because of the fantastic support by the ACC, I got to go to Mumbai in August and to look at the smart city project there. And then I've been able to make an analysis of the smart cities in Songdo, in Incheon, and indeed in Tokyo Smart City, it's Otemachi and Marunouchi Smart City area. So I'm going to talk about that today. And I don't think I'm going to read today because I only have 15 minutes. So I'm just going to try and say some things about what a subjective city is, which is a concept from the philosopher and psychoanalyst Felix Guattari, who had a kind of tourist fantasy of Japan in the 1980s. He came often, and he saw Japan as a kind of beacon for the rest of the world. Tokyo was a city which was leading the world. And now that's some years on, and now it seems that Seoul has become the city of the future, and people look to Seoul as to find in the city the idea of what is to come for the smart cities, for the cities of the world. Okay, so these were like some images I collected from the 3 cities, and it's interesting to see the contrast between them. The Tokyo and Seoul seemed very orderly, people going about their business and some degree of silence. But, Mumbai was much more exciting, I've got to say, And I learned a great deal about, yes, indeed, a great deal about neighborhood life from spending time in Delhi and from spending time in Mumbai and so on. So, because of the great support from the ACC, I was able to get to Navi Mumbai in August, as I said, and I gave some classes, 200, 300 students who attended, and to architecture students. And they asked me, why is a philosopher speaking to us about architecture and about urban life? And it's a struggle I have, to be frank with you. Like, what would a philosopher have to say about urban life and architecture? But I think I have something to say. And then more recently in Jamia Millia Islamia, I got to talk about the same topic. So this is me. So just to go quickly through the idea of détournement, this idea of détournement comes from the Situationists in France in the 1960s. And it's a kind of a challenge to the orthodoxy of what the city is. It's a kind of a way to be errant, to go off course. And this is a practice called psychogeography. So I've been studying about what psychogeography might mean in a city like Seoul, in a city like Tokyo, in a city like Mumbai. And I chose the word errancy on purpose because our Earth is the wandering star. It's errant. Our Earth is in errancy. It wanders. That's the nature of what we call the Earth. And I think I can make a connection between what the smart city is and urbanization, and a kind of ubiquitousness of the smart city. These smart cities turn up very quickly, like Songdo just 20 years ago, almost from nothing. They're designed by the civil servants around the planet now, and it seems to form a network. It seems to form a network which I think is part of the history of planetary capitalism. So my talk is a kind of critique of some aspects of what capitalism is. And this is the language I've been learning as I go along about the smart city. And this is the project managers in Tokyo, and they talk about logistics and health promotion and mobility as a service, which I thought was a quite strange concept. And I'm not going to read them all, but you can see this is almost a cybernetic language in itself. Okay, this is what the smart city is going to do for us. When we exploit big data analysis and we look at algorithms and we can see how we can artificially create what a smart city is. And it's seen as a solution to sustainability problems. It's seen as the smart city is seen as a solution to the climate change and to population growth. And as we know, the world population is is zooming ahead and may well reach 10 billion within 20, 25 years. And we will know that half of humanity will live in an urban setting. This is what the United Nations says. And so it's important that I think about what the smart city is. So this is some images of the robots are somehow a solution to all of this. Okay, so the Tokyo architects and the civil servants see that robotization is a kind of solution to kind of city life. It will improve urban settings. Okay, so okay, this is Tokyo. This is just outside Tokyo train station in Otemachi. And then we go to Seoul, and we see that in Seoul there's a kind of Seoul is the first city in the world which is trying to integrate the metaverse into civil life to try and encourage more democratic participation. So the architects of this, it seems to me, want to integrate the smart city model with the metaverse model. And the Songdo, the smart city, which is much criticized by many people, is a kind of part two to that kind of model. And I must say that I've been to Songdo several times, and it's a very alienating experience to go there. And Songdo has been criticized not only in Korea, but also outside. But it seems to me, what's going to happen to the smart city when metaverse becomes more integrated into that? Is that the future for all of us? And of course, part of the history of the smart city is part of the history of capitalism, because it's seen as a way to extract surplus value. So the metaverse, smart city, is part of capitalist dynamics. And a city like Seoul and Tokyo are very much integrated into what we can call a kind of planetary capitalism. And so this is just some other images of what the metaverse is. Apparently you'll be able to go and discuss with the politicians and the local councillors if you have some issue about taxation or sustainability in the local city. So it's seen as a kind of solutionism. Well, this is not new, what I'm talking about. This is 100 years ago. This is the Times of India, an image of what the city of Mumbai will become in 1971. So it's 50 years from 1921. And it was seen as like this. It was seen as drone machines. We talk about drone machines now, don't we? And we talk about like Mumbai becoming like some metropolis, a bit like Songdo, yeah? A bit like the smart cities which are cropping up around the world. And there is an anonymous writer who says that everywhere there's order and cleanliness, the writer says, it seemed to me that there's like a wizard wand being waved over the slum districts, a kind of way to remove the slum districts and to replace them with what I'm talking about, which is a smart city. Somehow the neighborly life, the close networks, the kinship will be like waved away. And of course, this is what Donald Trump did in New York when he, bought up and threw out all the local residents to make these, to make an investment in real estate. So something's going on with this idea of the smart city. So part of my experiment is my kind of new research project is to try and understand how I can kind of deviate away from this organization by algorithms or by data analysis, and if I can undertake a kind of derive or a kind of wandering in the city. So I did. And the students in Mumbai helped me with this. We went to the smart city Mumbai and we wandered and we walked and we were guided by the maps, the GPS maps, and we got to go off course and we got to see something we would ordinarily not see. This is extremely interesting for me because I spent the whole of last year doing this in 12 countries around the world, just walking like 4 or 5 hours a day, just trying to get lost. Yeah. And it's quite interesting when you get lost because you always find something that you weren't expecting. So students were great. The architecture students were great. They showed me about what I would never see as a tourist, as someone who is not familiar with Mumbai. So I learned so much from that experience. And then this is in Dadar station. This is in Mumbai in the north. And this experience for me has only happened 3 times in my life. And this was 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was going to Gujarat on the train. I was going to a Jain temple, as it happens. And I don't know if you ever had this experience where the hairs on your body stand up, you know, when you get, something happens, the intensity of life. That occurred to me at 5 o'clock. It never happens usually at 5 o'clock in the morning, but it happened at 5 o'clock in the morning, where the intensity of the wholesalers who were preparing for the day ahead just made this moment absolutely energized for me. And it's happened twice, and 2 other times. One is in Old Delhi, and that was the most intense feeling of what life is in Old Delhi. The third one is watching sumo in Tokyo. And when the Yokozuna in the last bout of the day, that really got my hair standing to attention. But that's the only times really where that's happened. So I've been practicing this derive or this psychogeography or this détournement in Mumbai. And then going back to, this is the philosophical part, and I'll get to the conclusion soon. And this is Songdo. This is the philosopher Bernard Stiegler, and I've been influenced by him for 15 years now. And he says that this ready-made model of what Songdo is, it doesn't work. And he says we have to rethink what the smart city is, and we have to we have to really challenge what the civil servants are engineering through big data analysis and algorithms. And I kind of agree with him. I kind of agree with what this philosopher has to say, this philosopher of technology has to say about the smart city. And then there is someone who I'm very much influenced by more than 30 years now, which is Félix Guattari. And maybe some of you are more familiar with Deleuze, the great French philosopher. And Deleuze spots something in Guattari. He finds that Guattari is kind of maybe imagining what the smart city is, what we understand it to be now. And he says it's a city where we pass through. We have passwords or cards which we kind of touch and we move on. And Guattari was writing in the 1980s about this, and he saw something that maybe this new city is going to be a little bit like this. And he's talking about modulation. Now, I think that smart cities function by this idea of modulation. We are kind of composed by data sets more and more. This is our subjectivity. And I think there's a crisis in this sense of subjectivity. And then this is Guattari making the point, I'm not going to read these quotes, but he's making the point that we have to think about the re-singularization of subjectivity. So we have to challenge what the civil servants and what the architects and the urbanists are creating in these smart cities, because they seem to think that if we can invest heavily in smart cities, we can remove human problems. Humans are a real mess, you know, they get in the way, they're a friction. Now, if we somehow remove humans from the neighborhoods, then we can make things more fluid, they can flow more fluently. Now, I want to offer a criticism of that, and that's why I've turned to philosophers, because I think this will be my last point, but it seems to me that when I look at the Earth, when I think about climate change, and I think about sustainability, and I think about bios, about our beautiful Earth, it seems to be being transformed into something else. Now, one idea is the noosphere, and I think the internet is a kind of modern-day noosphere. Nous means knowledge in Greek. The idea of the internet, we've made a planetary system of communication. And there's something in this idea which we can get from people like Teilhard de Chardin, Vladimir Vernadsky, who's a paleontologist. The idea that the organization of life, life is being organized, a kind of negentropy is called. Negentropy is a kind of a slow resistance to the decay in the universe. It's quite a depressing idea, I suppose. But the idea is that the organization of life is a kind of, first of all, it's a wonder. The idea is that the negentropic movement of life's organization, it enhances the Earth. Now, I think that the planetary system of capitalism we have now, which is the organization of smart cities being connected together, and the internet which is serving that, and the way algorithms and the governmentality of algorithms is somehow, it's somehow leading to a kind of entropy. This Stiegler would call it entropy, or a toxic organization of life. And I think this is a kind of, the satellites whizzing around the Earth is a good example of what our Earth is becoming, which is a kind of technosphere or an exosphere. And I think we should develop a critical language about this. Because it seems to me like in somewhere like Mumbai and in India and in Calcutta and the 22 cities which are kind of organized to be smart cities, what is going to happen to the life in those cities? The intensity of life which I felt if smart cities become non-places of this world, where we just pass through them and there is no human connection or there is no social life. And I think this demands a new critical language. So on that note, I will finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley. Dr. Bradley discussed the phenomenon of the hijacking, how we might hijack smart cities, and this is from the viewpoint of a philosopher. Our second presenter, Dr. Yang Wang, is Assistant Professor of Art History at the University of Colorado, Denver. She has focused on modern and contemporary Asian art, with her research particularly examining the city of Xi'an. We just had a quick talk before the symposium, examining the city of Xi'an and confluence of regionalism, neo-traditionalism, Cold War politics, and landscape painting in the early People's Republic of China. Her presentation is, can we change the slide, please? 슬라이드 좀 바꿔주실까요? 네. Her presentation is titled, On Its Own Terms, Urban Growth and the Arts in Kathmandu, Nepal. She mentioned a new project incorporating the collective experience of UC students studying in Nepal. Please welcome Dr. Wang.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to thank ACC for sponsoring this project, and to ACC and all the sponsors of today's symposium for inviting me here. The last time I was in Seoul was 10 years ago when I'm still a graduate student, so it's an absolute delight to return to this beautiful city and to be with all of you today. Kathmandu Valley is one of the fastest growing urban centers in South Asia, with a population of 2.5 million and a growth rate of 6.5% a year. With growth comes growing pains. The country has experienced shrinking spaces, haphazard construction, and inadequate services in its urban areas. Nepal's mountainous geography and location, sitting on the fault line of two major tectonic plates, also make it prone to natural disasters such as earthquakes. Despite these challenges, Nepali citizens across industries and sectors are committed to building a sustainable future tailored to the specific cultural, historical, and geographical conditions of Nepal. In May and June of this year, I visited Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, to tour sites and institutions of artistic and cultural significance, and meet with professionals in the arts, philanthropy, and government to gain a multi-dimensional understanding of development in urban Nepal. This paper critically examines my impressions of Nepal and focuses on the state of the arts sectors, the lifeblood of the creative economy that holds significant commercial and cultural value, as a barometer of broader change in Nepali society. This project employs qualitative research methods, including data acquired from published sources, lectures, and discussions, as well as participant observation and direct correspondence with informants and interlocutors. My project ran parallel to a study abroad program for students at the University of Colorado, Denver, called Arts, Design, and Meditation in Kathmandu. Urban residents make up 26% of Nepal's total population. Starting in the 1990s, Kathmandu witnessed an influx of rural residents seeking better opportunities. Domestic migration continued during the Civil War of 1996 to 2006 and continues to date. The city, however, has always lacked a comprehensive urban plan. Through the words of specific individuals, we learn how urbanization is experienced by residents of Kathmandu. Independent artist and art educator Irina Tomraker states, quote, "It was like a fairy tale when my grandmother told us about the story of Kathmandu, a true village lifestyle. Likewise, in my mother's generation, formal education started and slowly the development of urban lifestyle. In my generation, it has totally changed and the city is concrete. In the name of urbanization, Kathmandu lost its cultural identity and beauty." UNESCO Nepal representative Supral Raj Joshi offers a historical perspective that shares similar points with Tom Raker's. Quote, "Kathmandu, as I see it today, is a chaotic city, unrecognizable from the agrarian center and trade entrepot it once used to be, with vestiges of its once glorious past now decaying in the shadow of concrete." Independent artist Asha Dangal describes the changes he has personally witnessed growing up in a historic district of Kathmandu. Quote, "Although from a farming family background, I was born in the heart of the old city in Patan. In fact, my home was so close to Patan Darbar Square that it became my playground. It was the biggest influence on my desire to be an artist. Kathmandu Valley is a city of temples, an open museum where one can touch the art and culture in every step. Through the years, in the name of urban development, the temple city became concrete. People migrated to Kathmandu for secure jobs and better life from all over Nepal. Because of this, I have seen urban development in Kathmandu Valley go in a very destructive way. The valley lost its fertile soil because of the numerous constructions which make it lose the identity of arts and heritage in many places. Kathmandu has lost the traditional water spouts and water rechargeable ponds. The holy Bagmati River is polluted and is drying up every day." End of quote. Despite the general disapproval for the concretization of Kathmandu Valley, urbanization is viewed as a necessary and inevitable aspect of Nepal's growth. There's generally optimism for the role of cultural industries in shaping the economic future of Nepal. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or UNCTD, defines the creative industries as activities that are the lifeblood of the creative economy and includes advertising, architecture, arts and crafts, design, fashion, film, video, photography, music, performing arts, publishing, software, computer games, and TV and radio. In recent years, the country has seen a growing contemporary art scene with the establishment of numerous art galleries and spaces that promote Nepali artists. Commercial and nonprofit spaces are notable venues for contemporary art that contribute to the growth of visual arts in Nepal. A vibrant energy pervades the contemporary art world, which, despite its growth, is still relatively small, with only a handful of key figures in overlapping circles. Sangeeta Thapa, founder of the Siddhartha Art Gallery and Kathmandu Triennial, has been a leader of the Nepali art world since the gallery's founding in 1987. Established more recently in 2009, the first iteration of the Kathmandu Triennial was dedicated to the status of women. It only came together from Tapa's personal outreach to domestic and international artists. Sharply attuned to the necessary relationship between art and urban development, the third triennial in 2017 carried the theme, "The City, My Life, the City, My Studio," and declared, quote, "Artists are city people and can no longer be mute spectators. To maintain the diversity and uniqueness of culture in Nepal, it is important for artists to claim the city as their own, using art as a tool for social change." Unquote. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the fourth triennial, originally scheduled for 2020, was postponed to 2022. The theme, Kathmandu Triennial 2077, referred to the Nepali calendar, in which 2077 was the Gregorian calendar 2020, a year lost to the pandemic. So in essence, 2077 is both in the past and in the future. With the fifth edition slated for 2025, the Kathmandu Triennial has become the most notable platform for contemporary art in Nepal and one of the largest art exhibitions in South Asia. In contrast to the internationally jury selective nature of the triennial, the Himalayan Art Festival embraces a more inclusive approach toward contemporary art. Initiated in 2017 and now in its 5th edition, the 2023 festival features 150 artists working in a variety of genres and focuses on art collecting and highlighting the economic value of art. The festival is organized by eArts Nepal, an online art gallery founded by a group of Nepali artists, as well as by Susan Shrestha, the executive director of the automotive distributor, the Agni Group. The corporate backing of eArts Nepal is significant in giving financial and organizational backing to the group and the festival. The efforts of domestic participants are amplified through investment from the diaspora. Takpa Gallery was established in summer 2023 by the artist Sering Sherpa, who was born in Nepal and now lives in California and Kathmandu. Sherpa has been widely exhibited in the US and Europe, including his selection as a representing artist of the first Nepal Pavilion at the 2022 Venice Biennial. For Sherpa, the Takpa Gallery is a way to leverage his international profile to bring greater attention to other Nepali artists. The exhibitions at Takpa are often group shows that highlight young and mid-career artists. The Museum of Nepali Art, or MONA, is another new art institution founded in 2020 by the real estate mogul and art collector Rajan Shakya. Supported by a team of research and communication staff, MONA utilizes technology such as web exhibitions and QR codes to make its artwork accessible to a younger and international audience. Its exhibitions, which draw from Shakya's personal collection, present the work of past and present Nepali artists alongside each other. An adjacent multi-story building in the same courtyard as MONA houses the Kathmandu Art House, a collective space made up of about a dozen small galleries, each dedicated to a single artist. This model of a collective gallery space allows for efficient staffing while giving the artists maximum control over their business and sales. As a general observation, collectivity as a strategy for strengthening one's visibility and capacity is commonly employed in Kathmandu. Beyond professional art venues such as museums, galleries, and artist studios, non-art venues such as shopping malls and restaurants also serve as alternative spaces for exhibiting art. The restaurant Upala Cafe in the Bodo neighborhood, owned and operated by a Buddhist monastery, is as much a community gathering place as it is a restaurant. During my visits, the Nepali Internet Foundation hosted an art workshop in which visitors can make a donation in exchange for a station to create a painting. And that's my son right there making his own painting. The proceeds go toward funding internet access to rural children. Although such new efforts breathe new light into the contemporary art world, there's a pervasive sense that these individually based, privately funded initiatives cannot adequately sustain growth in the long term. In speaking to the challenges facing artists today, Dango laments the limited capacity of individuals to move the needle and implement wide-scale change. Quote, "There's no any fixed support for the development of Nepali arts from the government or non-governmental organizations. Only political strong organizations will get it. I personally do not have it. We have a lack of contemporary art museums and organizations through the national level. Government needs to promote this for further development of Nepali arts. To promote Nepali arts and artists, we need to focus and promote nationally. But at the present, all this is happening through the private art organizations." Supral Joshi also points to the disengagement of government as a barrier to the growth of arts, and by consequence, the disjunction between urban development and artistic development, local and tourist-centered culture. And in the concise words of Kandro Dakini, a music promoter and event planner who grew up in Nepal and splits her time now between New York and Kathmandu, Nepal needs everything. By everything, Dakini meant that Nepal is underdeveloped in terms of basic infrastructure and requires investment in all areas, cultural and otherwise. The performing arts are an integral part of Kathmandu's cultural heritage. In the area of music, the folk instrumental ensemble Kutumba was formed in 2004 and tours widely around the world. The group's contribution to social causes is a major component of its profile. While Kutumba was not the first group to revive traditional Nepali music, it is credited for popularizing the genre among a younger urban population, and in particular, Nepal's large international diaspora. So, can we play maybe just a few seconds of this video? share with you Kutumba's music. That's good. The success of Kutumba on the international stage distinguishes a group and is an exception to the largely unknown status of contemporary Nepali music. In the area of film, Turin Ritter Sherpa is a leading director of the Nepali film industry, whose 2000 film Mukundo was Nepal's first official entry for the Oscars. Even so, Sherpa struggles to find commercial outlets for his films in Nepal. He lamented that Nepali people are artistic, but do not have the economic means to practice art. This sentiment was shared by Michael Croft, a UNESCO representative to Nepal. Croft lauded Nepal for being intensely diverse and that its people are deeply tolerant because of their diversity. He called Nepal, quote, culturally advanced, economically underdeveloped, unquote. As Joshi and Croft explain, UNESCO aims to make cultural political by seeking governmental partnership in cultural projects and actively uses its creative city designation to bring economic growth to Kathmandu Valley. As of this month, Kathmandu became a film city, while efforts are underway to make the district Laliport a music city. The UNESCO Creative Cities Network, or UCCN, was created in 2004 to promote cooperation with and among cities that have identified the creative industries as a driver for sustainable urban development. Around 350 cities around the world currently make up this network. One of the leaders of the entertainment industry in Nepal with which UNESCO has worked is Incessant Ring Studio. IRS, as it is known, provides visual effects, animation, and video services to domestic and international projects, including such Hollywood productions as Game of Thrones, Stranger Things, and most notably the 2016 film Doctor Strange, which was filmed partly in Kathmandu. IRS is headed by Kiran Bhakta Joshi, a former Disney visual effects supervisor who worked for the animation giant for 18 years before establishing IRS in Nepal in 2008. The company now employs 250 people and is growing quickly, but it can't keep up with the demands for its services due to a shortage of qualified workers. Even so, the founder Joshi is optimistic about the economic benefit of the animation industry. He says, quote, IT and films are two areas that have huge potential in Nepal, but have been overlooked by policymakers. The focus is still on hydropower, but IT and films have a viable potential for Nepal's economic growth, unquote. The success of IRS as a provider of high-quality animation and visual effects services has laid the foundation for Joshi to establish a Nepali chapter of Women in Animation, a nonprofit group based in Los Angeles that promotes and supports women in a predominantly male industry. Despite the richness of Nepal's tangible heritage, preservation efforts are uneven and seem to be dependent on the visibility of sites to tourists. In 2015, the 7.8 magnitude Gurkha earthquake struck central Nepal, leaving widespread destruction in its wake. Its impact on Kathmandu Valley was devastating. More than 50 monuments were totally destroyed, in addition to hundreds of private houses, shrines, and monasteries. The Kathmandu Valley Preservation Trust was founded in 1991 with the mission to safeguard the threatened architectural heritage of the Kathmandu Valley. The Trust and the Nepal Department of Archaeology coordinated security and cleanup efforts in Patong Darbar Square immediately after the earthquake with local stakeholders and residents. At the square, 27 structures underwent reconstruction. Each reconstructed building received the patronage of a special named donor, such as the embassies of the United States, Japan, and Germany. The immense reconstruction effort at Patong Darbar Square demonstrates the effectiveness of foreign assistance in supporting national sites. It appears that public-facing monuments, such as those in Patong Darbar Square, represent the best protected and preserved sites. While the level of investment at sites like the Patong Darbar Square stands on one end of the spectrum, other less visible forms of tangible cultural heritage still struggle to recover from the devastation of the earthquakes. I visited the temporary location of the Nepal National Library to learn about the breadth of its historic collections, the damage to their collections from the 2015 earthquake, and the current preservation efforts and research initiatives. Very little funding exists for these efforts. In its current state, the library's temporary location in Bhaktapur is a single-floor warehouse-like building with basic amenities, with no air conditioning or climate control for the collections. Despite historic collections that date back to the 18th century, the library does not have the resources to digitize its collection. The challenge is particularly lamentable as many of the books are in fragile condition with weakened binding and damage from exposure to moisture and silverfish infestation. Rare books are wrapped in cloth and kept on open shelves. The barriers are financial as well as cultural and political. Chief Librarian Upendra Manali laments, quote, "We are small government entities and may be the lowest on their list of priorities. It is tiring to fight with the government all the time, but who else is there to support us?" Unquote. In contrast to the National Library, the National Archive of Nepal is permanently and centrally located in the Department of Archaeology within the administrative center of Kathmandu. Even though the archive enjoys a privileged location and jurisdiction, it is not particularly accessible for users. The indexes are in bound books with no digitization and rely on the assistance of only a few employees to access. There's no reading room or clear procedures for requesting materials. While the archival materials seem to be better protected at the National Library, there's also a vast opportunity for the National Archive to update its physical and administrative infrastructure so that Nepali history and heritage can be better researched and integrated in forms of knowledge dissemination. This paper offers a less examined dimension of Nepali society, its arts and cultural sector, yet its conclusions dovetail with more frequently conducted examinations of Nepal's economic development. As the study demonstrates, despite significant growth in the arts sphere in recent times, professionals working in private as well as public sectors crave stronger governmental vision and infrastructure to support and further propel existing efforts. Whoops. Just 11 days ago, a magnitude 6.4 earthquake struck northwest Nepal, 400 kilometers from Kathmandu. Officials confirmed more than 150 deaths, 300 injured, and thousands displaced from their homes. While it's premature to speculate on the full impact of this disaster, the immediate aftermath suggests that this earthquake-prone country would benefit from a more robust emergency preparedness infrastructure when the next earthquake inevitably strikes again. People of the afflicted region complained of slowed aid, attributed in part to poor roads and rocky terrain, but also to a lack of centralized coordination plan between the government and aid organizations to avoid duplication and delay. Although an earthquake in rural western Nepal seems to have little to do with the cultural industries in Kathmandu, it highlights the economic disparities in a country that continues to prompt rural residents to migrate to cities like Kathmandu to seek better lives. Moreover, as the population moves, the opportunity of a strong national governing body to provide more robust centralized services to citizens connects the experience of the rural earthquake victims and the relatively advantaged urban professionals discussed in this paper. But until then, artists like Kutumba fill in the need gap. Thank you.
Thank you for your observations on the urban transformations of Kathmandu and also the individual efforts of citizens and artists to improve and rebuild the city. We would like to have our presenters and also our discussants up on the stage, please. While they're moving up front, I'd like to introduce our discussants very quickly. Professor Lee Taek-kwang is a professor of English Literature and Culture in the Department of Global Communication at Kyunghee University and is well known for his critical writings on culture and society. He has co-published with Deleuze and Guattari with Dr. Bradley and thus would be an apt discussant for his paper. And Dr. Han-byul Shin is currently senior researcher at the Seoul National University Asia Center, and his work has focused on urban planning and cultural changes in cities. And his recent work has been on revitalization of old city centers, and I think would provide a great comment to Professor Wang's work. So I just heard from our organizers that we don't have much time. So it is now 1:05 on the clock, and I was hoping that our discussants could give like a 5-minute a summary of your the talk that you have left on provided, and after that each presenter could also comment on the discussants' words. So if
I'll go first. Thank you for the talk, Geoff, and then quite insightful and then very interesting observation on different cities. My question is quite simple and then quite quick. The investigation about when you talk, and then for instance that you actually brought Stigler and Guattari, but I want to actually focus on the Guattari's the idea of that city is that actually his early concept is a machine, and then is most likely influenced by the cybernetic theory, and then after that he changed his the idea of that kind of a machine, and then of course it's quite a different way, and then it might be resonate your own idea of a subject city, which actually based on the kind of your own the exploration through a different cities. So but thing is that if we talk about we need to talk about the smart city. Actually, there must be some kind of the primordial condition of the smart city. There might be some technological infrastructure of communication. So without the communication, that means actually quite a return of the old dream of digital utopianism, which was held in the 1930s, and then a smart city, in my opinion, is a reiteration of or some the return of that kind of old utopianism, and then that utopianism always presuppose that the sublime communication, perfect communication, among the resident people in the city. So. And the Qatari's idea is a little bit opposed to this one. Post-media is to some point a little bit against this kind of a perfect communication, and they're more like some miscommunication or some kind of misunderstanding. To some point, the breaks, which actually took place in the kind of the process of the transmission of information. So could you elaborate? How can we build up that kind of a subject city through this? Very contradictory idea between Guattari and then the digital utopianism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your extremely difficult question. I will answer it in the following way. I won't get technical with my answer, but Guattari was influenced by Pierre Levy and wrote on the question of the machine through Pierre Levy's work. Now, Pierre Levy introduced the concept of planetary computerization. That was one of his ideas. And more recently, he's wrote the book on the world philosophy. And the idea, as far as I understand, Guattari took from this idea of planetary computerization would be the idea that by using machines in a decensual sense, which is to say, as you rightly said, the idea of post-media, would be the idea to find a different way to organize our social life through a different way to organize our our relationship with technology, a relationship with machines. Now, Guattari called this ecosophy, and his concept is a fantastic concept. It's not a spiritual sense of social of ecosophy, like Annie Ness or someone like that. But his idea was that, okay, so we are essentially technological beings, but we should have a new relationship with technology, which, as you rightly said, creates a new sense of social existence, which makes, well, he said we should make a new sensibility in the city. So as you know, and I wanted to speak about this in the talk because one of the great questions we had was about social isolation and loneliness. And as you know, in the cities of the world, more and more people are lonely and more people are cut off from the world. And in Japan, we have the phenomena of the hikikomori syndrome, a social recluse. And it's estimated that 1 million 18 to 25, and now the number is older, are suffering from withdrawal from the world for more than 6 months, duration. Now, this is happening in Korea too, where it's estimated that 1/3 young people are cut off from the world, and they are exhibiting hikikomori, social recluse behavior. And of course, the Korean government is actually encouraging them to get out of the house by paying them money, which I think is a great idea. And so my idea about this is to respond to this. Guattari is not, as you said, he's not overly utopian about the idea of planetary computerization, but he's saying we have to use technology in a new way, which rebuilds social relations and, yeah, rebuilds a kind of a community. You could call it a communalism. You could even call it a communism of existence. And that's his political message, which is not like a euphoria about technology, but about using technology in a new way. And I think his moment of speaking in the 1980s and early 1990s is pre-internet, and we have to update that and understand our historical moment, and we have to form a new relationship with technology and the machine as such. Thank you very much.
Can we move on to the next discussion?
Yeah, thank you. If you permit, I would like to speak in Korean because I wanted to make it clearer. 예, 감사합니다. 실은
Thank you very much.
지금까지 진행된 내용이 굉장히 엄격하게
Well, we were following a very solemn atmosphere right now, but at this point I'd like to share a personal episode. As a matter of fact, when I was invited as a discussant to this session, I misunderstood myself to be a discussant of the smart city. Well, because I myself do study smart cities as well. Because I major in urban planning, I think so. For Professor Wang, and who's an art history professor, and also to anthropologists, maybe my discussion could be too much of a solution-oriented, because urban planning diagnoses the current problem and tries to provide a better vision for the future. So, as you listen to my discussion, it is not so much a kind of a comment or discussion as a kind of a proposal for and a wishful thinking or a hope for the Nepalese citizens and the artists to live in a better environment, a better urban environment. Well, I have a very limited time. I believe that Professor Wang's presentation could not include your entire arguments. I think it is rather more thoroughly explained in your thesis and your paper. And you share your concern about the situation in Nepal. And there was this comment about a cultural urbanization. I like to talk about a so-called cultural urbanization. When you think of the situation of Nepal, you could say it's a kind of a destructive urbanization or destructive planning. And the artists and the cultural activists of Nepal are the so-called, we could consider them as kind of a commons, the cultural wealth of these artists and activists are trying to grow the so-called cultural common of Nepal. That was how I understood the argument. So to interpret it into my terms, it is not so much economic growth as cultural growth that you have focused on. And that was very encouraging for me, because when we think of a cultural growth, when we think of making profit out of cultural art, it is more related to the lifestyle and the process of urbanization. It provides a better access and a broader access to the citizens that live there. For example, we can think of Korea as an example. As we went through a very rapid economic development, there were many side effects. And I think that you suggest a kind of a different pathway that it should not follow the rapid economic development. What was especially interesting and impressive, well, somewhat concerning as I read the paper, because when you think of the traditional common resource of Nepal, it seems that it is disappearing. Its tradition is disappearing, and because of earthquakes and other natural disasters, the cultural monuments and the indigenous and traditional way of life is disappearing as well. But on a general level, the governmental leaders and the general public actually want economic prosperity. They want to live better. They have a very low income level. They don't produce much, and they have a low welfare. And in this situation, normally art and culture are ignored. People only pay attention to art once they reach a certain economic growth. That is the typical stages that we go through, especially in the Asian region. And considering these precedents, and when we think of a new model or direction for urbanization that accompanies cultural growth, what kind of solutions could we envision? I'd like to propose two things. Based on the concept that Professor Wang has suggested, I would like to add some of a more practice-oriented possibility. When we think of art and culture, we have to understand that it gives a more practical, provides a practical value as much or even bigger than the economic value to the citizens. I think we have to persuade this to the general public. It could be a kind of abstract level, but we have to reflect the values of the citizens, and we shouldn't limit it to the artistic sphere. We should try to have a kind of a harmonious environment where art and the general urban lifestyle could coexist, just as you have explained. So the culture and art way of living could have a positive influence on the process of urbanization. I think it is effective, and it is a useful measure that could be an alternative to a destructive urbanization as a cultural urbanization. And once the general public has a perception of this positive function, the policymakers will have no choice but to reflect the perception and also accept the view that culture and art are valuable assets, and that it is also necessary to invest the public assets to safeguard and promote them. And secondly, I'd also like to talk about the so-called institutional infrastructure. When we think of institutional infrastructure, in the process of urbanization, we could think of roads, ports, and power plants. That was the typical meaning. And from a social perspective, there is one step further. You talked about caregiving. When we think of the concept of a social infrastructure, it goes beyond the physical infrastructure for economic growth. Social infrastructure could enrich the lives of the public, of the citizens, as through various programs that could include cultural programs. Institution could be rules and promise for life and for the society. So when you think of an institutional infrastructure, just as Professor Wang said, these cultural and artistic activities could also reflect this infrastructure so that it could also add a social meaning to that so that the cultural activity could be used and could be shared as an infrastructure so everybody could enjoy it and so that everybody could experience it in the entire Nepali society. To make that possible, of course, related to that, I think we have to think of the role of the state or the government. I understand that you didn't have enough time to go into in-depth during the presentation, but as I read your paper, you talk about the role of the government and the nation. It could be the highest level of authority in a country. It makes the final decision on how it will utilize its resources. So when you think of this state power, it is not easy to move and influence the state power to a certain direction. So this institutional infrastructure, for the purpose of moving or influencing the state power, could be used, and culture could be used for that. Because in this situation, the state power could not ignore that movement. I especially paid attention to the artists of Kathmandu. I believe that they are actually doing a so-called cultural state-building action. So if this process adds up, this could help with the so-called institutional infrastructure that the artists and cultural activists could build in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shim, for your very insightful comments. I think you're the perfect person to actually comment on my paper. Yes, exactly, because I'm not an urban specialist. I'm an art historian of 20th century Chinese art. So this is definitely a foray for me. And this project allowed me to, I think, concretize, pun intended, to, from an outsider's perspective, congeal some of my observations. But largely I want to give a voice to the people that I talk to, right? That's why I privileged all the quotes in this presentation. So I think you're absolutely right. And I think Korea is a really interesting place to present this work because you guys are basically what Nepal wants. The Nepali artists and cultural influencers I talk to, they want stronger state support. They want that authoritative, central authority to create a vision and implement it. I think we're in this room here, this beautiful conference room, in this beautiful museum, and an academic presentation like this, I focus on the arts. There's nothing like this in Nepal. There's not even a National Art Museum in Nepal, right? And you saw the state of the other cultural institutions, right? There just lacks that. Maybe eventually I'll get there, but I didn't have time here, right, to talk about a lot of the historical details, why there's an absence of support. Nepal's a very young government. It's a very young democracy, right? It only established itself in the last 15, 20 years. So it's still a democracy in progress, much like Korea, actually, right? You guys this is a fairly young system as well, and there are growing pains. So because Nepal is such a diverse country, in terms of its spiritual practices and ethnicities and language, that diversity, which is so wonderful, a part of its culture, also leads to a lack of unity in some ways, a lack of strong enough of a single voice to have the legitimacy and authority to implement change. The current president of Nepal is actually a young singer, I believe, I'm told. So it would seem that he will be very supportive of the arts, but I think he lacks the political power, right? The central power to really implement this change. And this haphazard growth that I talk about and you see in the pictures happens because of that, right? There are laws, but the laws are not really enacted and there's no enforcement. So it's really easy for someone with capital to just bribe an official and develop a building right there on top of an existing heritage site and all of that. So I think that's the problem. There's a complete lack of desire, and there's, like Korea, Nepal is a culture that really honors and respects the arts. It's all around them. I thought it was really interesting to Professor Mulder's talk about the tangible heritage or the global heritage and how the museumification of these sites removes them from daily use. Well, in Nepal, these are, very old ancient shrines in neighborhoods that are still very much in use today, and that's not going away. So I think I love these terms you introduced to this paper, cultural state building. I think absolutely that's what my interlocutors are doing. But it just there lacks, they do not have the wealth and the political power to go beyond their immediate spheres. And the private funders of museums and these private museums, galleries, and organizations are all corporately backed, right? Which is fantastic. In the absence of governmental support, that's all they have. But it's highly problematic, right? That these organizations that stand in for state-level museums are the visions of single people. And if their will changes, then these institutions go as well. Absolutely. But at the same time, an organization like the Kathmandu Triennial is bringing tourists to Nepal for the first time, who had never been interested in Nepal as a site for contemporary art until recently. Right? Nepal is a country where Europeans go to go hiking, to go trekking, right? And Kathmandu is this city that people pass over, Westerners pass over, in order to go into the mountains. So I think that's this urgency I have about having people focus on Kathmandu is very much my translation of what I hear from people in these sectors. So I'm not sure if I responded to your thoughts, your comments well, but that's at least sort of what I gathered through the translation. Yes, okay.
I was told by the organizers to end by 1:20, but it's already 1:27. I want to thank our two discussants who read through the text and also listened to the talk very carefully and provided such insightful comments too. I know that you must have a lot of questions too, but I hope that we can talk this over lunch. And again, I would like to thank our two presenters and the discussants. Thank you so much.
Well, that concludes the first session. Once again, the speakers and discussants, thank you very much. And also, Professor Koo Ha-won, please give a warm round of applause to the moderator, speakers, and also discussants. Thank you. That concludes the first session. We are going to break for lunch. And from 2 o'clock, right here, we are going to resume. Foreign speakers, please follow our staff members and go to the luncheon venue at the second floor. If you have received the coupons, then please go to the restaurants.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희는
Ladies and gentlemen, housekeeping announcement. From 2 o'clock, we are going to begin the second session. Those of you who are outside the hall, please come inside and take your seats. We are going to begin the second session at 2 o'clock. So once again, please be seated. And inside the conference hall, beverages are not allowed. Once again, please use coffees and other cookies at the different room, not at the conference hall. Thank you.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 그럼 지금부터
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin the 2023 International Academic Symposium, Rediscovering Southwest Asia Urban Culture and Lifestyle. We'll begin the second session. My name is An Soo-min. I'm your MC.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
다시 한번 현장에서
Once again,
유튜브를 통해
we are joined by participants on site and also virtually. Thank you so much for joining us today.
2부 서남아시아의 도시
During this second session, we'll be addressing urban culture in West and South Asia as a topic 2, and there will be topic 3, which is lifestyle of the West and South Asia. Let me invite Professor Yoon Yong-soo of Busan University of Foreign Studies. Please welcome Professor Yoon Yong-soo.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet you.
방금 소개받은 부산의 외교대학교 중동학부
I'm Professor Yoon Yong-soo at the Busan University of Foreign Studies, Department of Middle East Studies. Today we are at the 2023 International Academic Symposium of the Asia Culture Center. I congratulate you on the symposium, and I'm honored to be the moderator. Before the presentation, I'd like to give a brief introduction of this session. In this session, we are given 100 minutes, and we have 4 presenters. And for the presentations, we have 4 discussants, respectively. As you can see in the program, we will discuss topics of the urban culture in West and South Asia. We will discuss the Kurd and Arabic and Indian cities. We will discuss various ideas and the research results of these cities. As the first presenter, we have Professor Che Nam-son at Seoul National University, ICEE, and he will present on the Kurd family. And actually, there are very few number of scholars on the Kurd area. And Professor Che will focus on the keyword of architecture. This is a very valued presentation. And the second presentation is Professor Kim Jong-ah of HUFS. And the title is The Tahrir Square in Egypt from the View of Urban Culture. And the third and fourth presentation are on India. Professor Shin Jin-young of HUFS will present on the urbanization and social innovation of India. And the last presentation will be delivered by Professor Kim Young-jin of Hansung University on the spatial change in Kochi, urbanization and consumption society. We have as discussants Professor Lee Ju-yeon of Kyung University and Professor Salahuddin Abdulaziz Ali Al-Gebili of HUFS and Professor Kim Kyung-ah of Jeonnam University and Professor Lee Chun-ho of HUFS. We have a very limited time. We can only give 15 minutes to each presenter. This is somewhat unrealistic and also somewhat rude in a sense. I ask for your understanding. And I also would like to kindly ask the discussants to comment within 5 minutes. Now let me invite the first presenter, Professor Che.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nam-seop Che, and without any introduction, I'll straight dive into my presentation. The title of my presentation is Kurdish Principal Family and also Mountainous Citadel. Let me tell you. So, as you know, the Kurds originated from a group of mountain nomads who live in Zagros and Taurus. They used to live in this area. They were nomads. And under such circumstances, they grew up as a local monarch and they handed over their power to their sons. In the beginning of the Islam period, they tried to respond against the outside force, and the space was limited to political circles, economic circles, and most of these were limited to the mountainous cycle. And they had numerous mountainous cycles, and the families of Sultan went into, and they expanded their power beyond the mountainous regions of Kurdistan. And this is important factors so that we can understand how it goes. However, most of the Kurdish principal families and hierarchical composition pre-modernized Islamic period could not maintain their power except Adlan family. For the first time, an exceptional family that maintained power for centuries and passed down many written sources. And based on the record, we could tell that the beginning and the end of their power were able to witness. And also, we can understand what was the meaning of the mountain cycle. There were numerous scholars, for example, research such as Hoshman Alizadeh and Yagumachi Akihiko. They focused very much on the Sanandas, and before that, they didn't talk much about mountainous quail. However, Ardalan family the local monarch, how they have built and expanded their power, and during that time how they have utilized mountainous quail, and based on which the power of Kurdish and Adlalem family grew. And also other scholars have come up with numerous conceptions, but no one could come up with the right explanations. Adlalem, the meaning of that is almost impossible to understand. However, Adlalem is the plural form, and Baba Ardal, the first leader of the Adlan family, they settled in the mountainous area. And then, to describe Adlalem monarch, according to the information passed down between the monarch of Kurdistan and stories told to the time between 15th to 16th century, in the time of the Kurdish, we believe that they migrated from outside. And this is the regions that they have come from. We thought that Shahid Zur is the area. This is located in the Slow Mandin of the Iraq. It's a mountainous area. And we believe that they have migrated from Sahadis as a refugee between the period of 12th to 14th century. And in a way, there's a high chance that they have migrated, escaping from the outside force. So they have lived with the Kurdish group for securing ruling power and growing into the principal family. So they have assimilated into the Kurdish group. After Baba Ardal, once again, it's not clear how they have increased their power. By the end of 15th century, they began to dominate the whole area, and then Quals were located in the mountain valley. So the monarch, for them, this mountain valley was very important. First, let me tell you about how they dominated. The first area is Palangan, and Palangan is in the eastern part of the Shahar mountain, and Palangan town, about 300 meters away, is where they have settled. And according to the document that handed over, mountainous quail is located at the center of the mountainous area. Not a single sultan were able to conquer this area. Of course, there were no fortress or any wall, but we couldn't see inside, and the entrance gate is really narrow, so it was extremely hard for outside forces to attack this sector. Let's go into Zalum quail, which is not widely known, but we were able to see that in the Shahru area, in the Zalum river area, it seems like they have settled, and Kalai Chand, they have located nearby river. So Kalan Chulan site is quite interesting. Inside the fortress, mostly Goled is located at the top of the mountain. So it's always at the top of the mountain. But this mountain quail was located near the valley, but we call that as a quail. Probably the reason is because when they decided the mountain squall instead of the logistic viewpoint, for them it was more important to understand the characteristic of the mountain squall. So when the monarch was about to be established, they were able to say that they have dominated this area. That's why they call this as mountain squall. And afterward, Amir Hassan is known to build Hassanabad, which is located at the top of the mountain, and you can see that they have protected themselves. Here, there's only one thin fortress wall, but the slope was really stiff, so I guess it was almost impossible to attack. Sorry, I didn't flip my slide. Lastly, I'd like to tell you about Mariwan, which is the qual on top of the mountain. Once again, there was a steep valley. There's only one way to go to the top of the Mariwan qual. 2016, it was found for the first time. And the red color mosque, you can see that there were exit. So they have built their ruling force, and probably the fortress was built around this area. That's our assumption. So the early stage, the monarch, they tried to secure mountain quell, but most of these mountain quell utilize the natural environment, which means that it's always located at the top of the mountain. Entering into the 16th century, let's look at the preservations of the family and strategic use of the quell. There was a competition between the Ottoman Empire and Safavid dynasty to conquer Kurdistan since the early 16th century, the mountain quells of the Adalan family as the fierce battleground and final bastion. It was known as a tragic, but they had a fight with a neighboring monarch. They sometimes had to kill their kinship. So they had to rely on this mountain quell. At the time, Mamun Bey and the three sons were most representative people at that time. Mamun Bey was competing with the Ottoman Empire, but was really widely known, and he handed over his area to his three sons. So to his first son, he gave the center area, and to second son, Bakke, gave eastern part, and to the last son, the western part, northwestern part. So he divided the land into three sectors. And 1533 until Bakke died, and Mamun II came into power, the peace era started. So Mamun Beg II and Sahara Zari resisted against the Ottoman Empire. They couldn't protect themselves, so sequential use of the quell located on the opposite direction of the enemy by Mamun Beg II, and then they tried to escape but was captured by the Ottoman Empire and sent. So the brothers decided to attack Ottoman Empire, but he got ambitious. So he took over the area controlled by Muhammad. And Muhammad, who escaped to the Osman Sultan, he escaped, and Sumaymal the first welcomed him, and Mamun II was released, and he planned to put these people. However, Saharab, who heard about this, signed an alliance with the opposite force and then tried to strengthen Marian citadel. And then Osman Empire sent their forces. After that, Saharam went to Zalam Quell, and they were ready to fight. But then suddenly he died because of the disease. And then the war ended. If the war continued, if the Ottoman Empire got stronger, probably Sahara might went to Marian and then probably escaped to another area. So let's look at the Hallo Khan, who led the whole area. So his brother Teimuru Khan received the title of Sultan from the Ottoman Empire, and Hallogan Khan was the brother. However, the time when Hallogan Khan ruled this area, Sultan kept changing. However, Safavi, which was an opponent forces, they keep fighting against Hallogan, and Temur Khan walked the independent path. So they have built and rebuilt their quells, and then pursuing an independent course between unstable Ottoman Empire and also Zalum, Mariwan, Palagan, Hassanabardum in sequence. They have employed the rival families. Let's look at this. Hallohan has 4 mountain quell and have used this for quells depending on the season. Halokan, the pursuit of the autonomy between the Ottoman Empire. During the summertime, they went on top of the mountain. During the winter time, they came down. So the usage of the mountain qual, definitely the seasonal factor was important. However, he also considered political forces. So Professor Alizad said that the Halokan moved from one qual to another qual so that he can solidify his power. However, his movement is not regular because it was irregular. 4 times a year, if he left his quell, then he could be easily a target of the rival. So he only selected 2 sectors, the top of the mountain, Qasimir, and also the Sandir, which is the winter and summer quell. So considering this, we don't think that he moved all 4 mountain quell, but rather Lor and Zangan, the Kurdish family, he was able to protect himself. So what's interesting here is that he has chosen the mountain qual and he didn't try to attack any other empire. At the center, there's only Hauraman area that he has chosen. Hauraman area is located at the very rigorous area, and then this area was known as a historical refuge. And Kalala in the 8th century BCE, Turkmen in the 14th century, and Zapar Sultan in 1925, and more recently, nowadays the Kurdish anti-government forces regard this sector as a refugee sector. So Halohan was the center of this area because this is located at the escape route. So Abbastan, who couldn't put down the Halohan, decided to sign a peace treaty and subjugating of the Persian dynasty. After the reign of the Halokan and escape from the mountainous region, Suleiman Khan's relocating the capital to the Quals located in the Fiat Basin in 1636. And then Zarin Kola Han, he married, so pro-Safavid he was. And because of that, he lost the autonomy, especially his son. He took the eyes of his son, and ever since that, the relations got sour. And Han Ahmad Han, who got so angry, took the side of Ottoman Empire, and new sultan was nominated. The newly appointed sultan was more pro-government, and Suleiman Han was his name. 1636, he became the sultan. The moment he became the sultan, he built Sanandaz in this plain area. At the center, the river Abu Dagin would flow, and also there was a valley called Suleiman. And Sanandaz consists of 3 spaces separated by 2 layers of the wall. Narin Kale and Kalanye, Eskamade, and Sar were 3 sectors. And this has become an education city. So Salaman toward the trading city, not military fortress, and they made an infrastructure for foreigners, merchants, artisans, and missionaries in creating a multi-ethnic population. Only Kurds belong to the Arden family. Well, the temporary peace between the Ottoman Empire and the Safavid dynasty following the signing of the Treaty of the Sohad, and then east of the crossing of the Ottoman and Safavid border for various trade and travelers and watermen, including the French jeweler and traveler Tabanin, and the constructions of the facility for the inner circle of the Soleimani, including additional dormitories and public baths, shops, and the workshop, as documented in Ebit's account and in early 18th century Ottoman area. And Safi I tried to attack the mountain quell, and Sananda's fortress and quell was the only area that they relied on, and the destructions of the previous four quells, Palagan, Zalum, Hasanat, Mariwan, they tried to keep the family, and Adralans had to depend on vulnerable military facilities like 2 layers of the walls, moats, and 4 gates. Other than that, there were continuous war, and Sanandas was very fragile, and this was a plain area, and Ardalan family and wanted to attack this mountain quell. And during the time, they couldn't stay more than 10 years. Mostly, the reign of the power remained about 5 years on average. So either they were prosecuted or they tried to escape. After that, other Adelan acknowledged the situation of subordination to the Persian dynasty. So Khosrow Khan II and Analoma Khan II reconstructed and built the environment and devoted to the prosperity of Sanandas. The whole world has taken off to a different hue, and the earth, by his fairness, has acquired a different color. And spring has been renewed with a fresh joy, and many things have become a great joy beyond the measures. And even they said that they built a lot of gardens, and also the palaces become the king of the constructions and architect. So once again, the fall of the principal family that maintained ruling power for the longest time in Kurdish history, he dismissed the Analoa Khan II Adalan and appointed the Pahad Marza Mohat al-Dawla. And also there was destructions of the city wall, moat gates, and command citadel. After that, Adalan family no longer could produce any sultan or anyone who can dominate this area. So, 1928, Pahlavi government destructed the city wall. So, actually, the era that has dominated this area for the longest period within the Kurdish history finally disappeared. This is my conclusion. So, the historical meaning of the mountain quell, my study tried to identify the significance of 4 mountain castles or citadel as object of occupation, last bastions, and symbolics or symbols of the subjugations in respect to the Ardalan monarch moved into the hill country during the Mongol-Turkish conquest, established their dominance, countered the expansions of the Ottoman and Persian Empire, and followed during the rise of the state. However, due to the length of the presentation and limited access to the data, I was not able to study the structures and decorations of the main facility. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr.
시작하면서 말씀드렸습니다만
As I mentioned in my introductory remark,
거의 없습니다.
Kurdish research we can hardly find in Korea, and Dr. Choi, I'm sure, would like to deliver many contents. And Kurdish is actually has a very painful history, just like people living in Gaza Strip. They had their national, but they don't have their own country, so they have a very tragic history. And based on the mountainous citadel, Dr. Che tried to explain the history of Kurdish family. During the discussion, maybe we can talk more about it. Let me invite the second speaker.
Professor Kim Jong-ah.
네. 그러셨어요? 네. 네. 이거 어때? 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon.
우선 그 ACC
First of all,
우선 이런 귀중한 자리 마련해 주셔서
I'd like
너무
to
감사드립니다.
thank the
진심으로.
Asia Culture Center
학술
for
대회를
this
이렇게
meaningful
개최한다는 게 쉬운
gathering.
일이 아닌데
Hosting an academic
있으셨다고
symposium is a very
생각합니다.
difficult
그리고
task,
또
and I
저는
pay tribute to that.
한국외국어대학교
I am
중동연구소에
at
소속입니다. 저희
the Institute of
연구소가
Middle East Studies at Hanguk University of
공동주관으로
Foreign
이번 학술대회에
Studies,
참여하고
and
있어서
the
또
Institute
남다른
of Middle
의미로
East
이 자리에
Studies
서게
is
됐습니다.
also co-organizing this symposium, so it is more meaningful. From the morning, I had the chance to enjoy the presentations. You talked about many cities and you were talking about different civilizations. And today, I'd like to take you to Egypt, to the Tahrir Square of Egypt. As you can see in the title is The Tahrir Square in Egypt from the view of urban culture. And in this study, I'd like to focus on the novel written by al-Aswalani called The Fake.
우리말로 번역을 하자면
In Korean,
가짜 공화국입니다.
it is translated as a fake republic. I like to focus on this novel, which was published in 2018. And this strikingly criticizes that the government is not functioning as an appropriate republic. And the main theme of this novel is a Tahrir Square, and we'll observe how the narrative plays out in the novel and how it implies the role of the republic.
네. 2011년 1월에
In January 2011, a revolution took place in Egypt.
사실은
As a
2010년
matter of
12월
fact,
튀니지에서
in December 2010, this movement
아랍의
began
봄이라고
in
부르는
Tunisia, the
일환으로
so-called
이집트의 혁명을
Spring of Arab,
해석하시는 분들도
and
많지만
this is
저
also how
개인적으로도
many people
그렇고
interpret the Egyptian
선생님들
revolution.
만나서
But
여쭤보면
myself, as well as
사실은
many
그
Egyptian
이전에
studies
이집트에서는
scholars,
운동이라고
many of us agreed that there was a
바꿔보자 민주주의를
revolution,
요구하는
the
그리고
Gifaya
무바라크의
movement
하야를 요구하는
that
그러한
took place
일종의
before that.
정치운동이
It was a
굉장히
political
심화되고
movement that
있었는데
wanted for political reform
2011년
and asked
1월에
for
일어날
the
일이
Mubarak
결국 발생한
to step
것이라고
down.
보여집니다.
And this ended up and
이집트라는
peaked in
국가는
January 2011. As you
고대
know,
문명의 일환이고
Egypt is a cradle of
현대
ancient
중동사에서도
civilization.
보자면
And in modern Middle Eastern
중동의 전
culture,
지역을 리드하는
it
국가 중에
is one of the
하나라고
leading
말할 수
nations,
있습니다.
so to say, of the Middle
정치적인
Eastern
리더십도 그렇고요.
region,
그리고
not
특히
only
문화,
in the
그리고
political area,
문학에
but also
있어서
in culture and
굉장히
literature.
주도권을 가지고
Egypt
있는
has long
국가입니다. 그렇기 때문에
exercised a
2011년
strong
1월
leadership.
혁명 때
So when
전 세계
the
언론이
revolution
주목을
took place in
했습니다.
January 2011, it
집중적으로
gained
주목을
the
했고 바로
attention
그
of the
장소, 그
international
공간이
media,
타히르
and the
광장이었습니다.
center of that attention
그래서
was
이
the
글은
Tahrir Square.
참고로 말씀을
So for your
드리자면
reference, I'd like to say
저희
that
연구소에서
this
하고 있는
paper
프로젝트가
is,
아랍의
well,
봄과
we
관련된
have a
프로젝트이고
project at our institute that's related to the
그렇다면은
Spring
이러한
of Arab.
사회적인 변혁이
And we
도시
talk
문화에 어떤 영향을
about
미치는가를
how the
알아보려는
social
그런
reform
시작점에서부터
influences the
시작되었고
urban change, and that was the background of this study. Well, this is still ongoing, this isn't completed, so I like to share that.
뭐 이렇게 저렇게 구차한 말을 썼습니다.
And so I explained this background in my
그래서
paper,
연구의
so
목적은
please
결국은
refer to that.
이집트인들에게
So what is the
타히르
purpose of
광장의
the
의미는
study?
무엇인가?
It is to understand the meaning of the Tahrir Square to the Egyptians, and social reforms like the revolutions, do they influence urban culture? And for that, I like to focus on the novel by
타히르 광장의 물리적인 위치입니다. 보시면 가운데
al-Aswani, the fake republic. This is where the Tahrir Square is located, and you see the central government building on the left-hand bottom corner, and there's a AUC, the American University in Cairo, and on the right-hand side you see many public buildings. On the left-hand side there is a Nile River.
2011년도
This is in 2011. This was the scene of the revolution.
8일 동안
The revolution took place for 18 years. All the people came out to the square and covered the entire square. Some say it was over, the people were over 1 million. I wanted to measure the actual size of the Tahrir Square. I wanted to check the size, but I couldn't find the figures. When you see the image, it says Ashad Yurid Esbat. It says people want Mubarak to step down. This is what is written in the slogan. This is the Tahrir Square in 1941. This was relatively right after it was first built. And in 2011, after the revolution succeeded and the Mubarak stepped down, then the Tahrir Square is once again contained by the security guards. In the middle is the book called Jumhuriyat Anna and the Fake Republic, and you see the Spanish translation and the English translation. It was first published in 2018 in Beirut because it was banned to be published in Egypt back then. Of course, because of the contents, it was difficult, and it was translated into more than 10 languages. I understand that it wasn't translated into Korean. I refer to the Arabic version in the middle, and from the first to the 73rd chapter, there aren't any titles, but they're only denoted in numbers, and I'll introduce the characters. If you look at their relationship, it will be easier to understand the novel. The purple side are the extreme conservative figures that are pro-government, and the characters in the yellow circle are more of the revolution side. General Ilwani is the head of the security guard of the government, and during the revolution, he continues to believe that this is a conspiracy, that Mossad of Israel and the US CIA has brought together some of the unemployed people of Egypt and created the scene of demonstration. That's what he believes. And then below that, there is Sheikh Shamil. He is a religious scholar, but he always gives pro-government statements. And then there's Dania. He had a very wealthy upbringing. He grew up in a wealthy family, and he goes to medical school and meets Khalid. And then he gets to learn about an entirely new world that he never knew about. And previously, as a son of General Irwani, he believed the world that his father believed in, but Khalid tells him that if people like myself, that is, people like myself that don't have much, people might believe that it's because we're so dissatisfied and we want something that we don't have, and that's why we do a rebel. But if people like you join the rebel, then people will be persuaded. They will truly believe that Mubarak needs to step down, and Dania gets persuaded, but in a very passive way. So Khalid meets him. Khalid, at that scene, is killed by the shooting of the patrol. Khalid and Dania were lovers. And Dania, when she witnesses Khalid's death, she changes her personality and belief. And the main characters are Mazin and Asma, the young people. This is Asma. She's a teacher at a female school, and she refuses to wear the hijab. She's very open and reform-minded, and she joins the Kipaya movement and is also an active member of the revolution. And during one of the demonstrations and protests, she is running away from the police and happens to hide at Ashraf's house. I drew Ashraf's purple much bigger in the theme of urban culture and in terms of religion. Ashraf plays a very important role, so that's why I drew a bigger circle.
이 인물은 콥틱 기독교도입니다.
And Ashraf is a
무슬림
Coptic
사회에서
Christian in the Muslim
이집트에서
society,
콥틱
especially in
기독교도가
Egypt.
갖는
The
상징성,
symbolic
그들의
meaning
정체성 같은
of
것이
the Coptic
사실은
Christian
조금
is
지나치게 말하자면 이등심인
to
정도입니다.
a certain degree
왜냐하면
regarded as a
국가
second
공무원에서도
level,
고위직에
second
올라갈 수
degree
없고요.
citizen. They're not allowed to go to the
학생인데도
top level in the public
굉장히 시험을 잘
officials.
봐도
And
교수가 이 사람이
even
콥틱이라는 걸
if
알면은 점수를 아주 깎아서
even if the student has a
줘버리는
very good grade, if the
비일비재하기 때문에
professor learns that he is a
아슈라프
Coptic Christian, then
불사는
the
영화
student won't get good
제작자이자
grades.
작가인데 본인이 콥틱
He is a
기독교도이고
filmmaker and also a
사실은
writer
이집트라는 그 땅은
and also a Coptic
콥틱
Christian.
교도가 훨씬
And
더
in
먼저
Egypt,
역사적으로 와 있었는데
historically,
훗날 무슬림이
Coptic
들어와서
Christians
지금
were
무슬림 사회가 된 상황에서
living there even
자신이
before
이렇게
the
이등신으로
Muslims.
대우를 받는
But
거에 대해서
after the
그냥
Muslims came in,
받아들입니다.
the Coptic Christians just accept the reality. So as such, Ashraf lives a very passive life. And everything he does, the unfair treatment he receives in his workplace, he just accepts it passively. He's a writer. But what is unique is that, well, the chapter 2 is about Ashraf Wissa. The title of this chapter is
집안에 있는 하녀를 어떻게 잘 꼬셔서
How
침대로
to
데려갈까라는
lure the maid at your house and bring her to bed. That's the title of the second chapter, and this kind of shocked me when I first read this. But since this character is a writer, that's why this title is written. And Ashraf then jokes to himself, well, I won't release my full name. I'll write this under a pseudonym, so nobody knows I am writing this novel. Anyway, he is a very passive member, and his house is nearby the square. And the tear gas is being exploded, is being shooted, and then this will even spread in Ashraf's house. It's so physically very close to the square. But nevertheless, Ashraf never had a consciousness about what he could do to the protesters in the square. But in the middle of the night, there's this person that's knocking at his door. This young girl at the age of his daughter asked for help, and he opens the door and lets her hide. And then after she goes, he looks back on himself.
나는 이집트에 대해서 어떻게 내가 생각을 해야 될 것인가에 대한 스스로에 대한 성찰의 시간을
grown-up generation, what should I do? What can I do for Egypt? And as such, he looks back on himself.
네, 그런데 이제 저는 그 타흐리르 광장에 이러한 그 시간이 흐르면서 여러 인물들이
many characters and many figures create relationships in the Tahrir Square, and I want to look at this from a heterotopia perspective. This is because
뒤에 그 용어가 나오는데요. 이 진짜 공화국,
this
18일간 점거했던
real
거기에서
republic,
정말 진짜
which is not
공화국을
the
이루었던
fake
이
republic for
타흐리르
18 days
광장 이외의 그 가짜 공화국들에게는
against the fake republic has a heterogenic meaning. That is why Michel Foucault, for this specific time and space, defined this as a heterotopia. It should be the most absolutely different space that is distinctive, and against all the other spaces, it should be able to function to neutralize and purify. It is a kind of an anti-space. So when you look at the relationship of heterotopia and time, there are time-oriented heterotopias like cemeteries, museums, or libraries. On the other hand, there are temporary heterotopias like theaters, markets, and pavilions. So if we interpret Tahrir Square from a heterotopia perspective, we have to first consider whether this is a practical or real space. And does it have a purpose? That is, does it have a specific fantasy, a social dream, which is democracy and freedom? And is there a willful action to implement? There is an actual practice of protesting, requesting freedom and democracy. The reason why I want to interpret the Tahrir Square as a heterotopia perspective is because this enables a free narrative
것이라는 것을 보고 싶었기 때문입니다. 광장이라는 것은 표준 국어 사전에 따르면
according to the
이렇게 많은
dictionary,
사람들이 모여서
is where a group of
거리에
people
만들어
gets
놓은
together
넓은 빈터라고
in
할 수
a big
있습니다.
empty space.
타흐리르 광장은
The Tahrir
1919년 식민지방도
space
있었고요. 그 장소에서
also
그리고
witnessed
52년
the
혁명도 있었고
liberalization
여기에
from
열거하지
colonial rule in
않았지만
1919.
수많은
Also,
혁명과
another
울림들이
revolution in
있었습니다.
1952, as well as numerous other
그런데
previous revolutions took place in the
2011년의 혁명이
Tahrir
왜
Square.
특별한가?
So then, why is the
2011년 혁명을
2011
기점으로
revolution
타흐리르
especially
광장은 우리가
meaningful?
말하는
This was
어떠한
because
공간에서 장소로 전이
with
된다라는 그런
this
과정을
revolution,
거쳤다라는 거죠. 그래서 이 타흐리르
the
광장이라는
square
장소
itself
자체로
is now
이제는
given a new
전 세계
meaning for
사람들이
a
듣기만 해도
free
자유의
narrative.
서사를
Now,
상징한다는 것을 알 수
people
있습니다.
remind themselves of the free narrative when they think of the Tahrir
한국에서
Square
촛불
of
광장이라고
Egypt.
얘기하면
For example, in Korea, when we think of the term or the event, the candlelight protest, people will automatically think of the Gwanghwamun Square, and that is how people are reminded of the Tahrir
되는 것처럼
Square.
결국은 타흐리르 광장은 자유에 대한 절박한 요구를 외치는 공간이자
Just like the Auschwitz is to be a metaphor for the event itself of the Holocaust, the Tahrir Square is regarded as an event itself that expresses to Egyptians' freedom. Ashford, in his novel, writes about what he dreams of his mate, and then he actually puts that into practice. This is a middle-aged male, and he has his own desires, sexual desires. Well, of course, this is a digression. So one time he's standing in his terrace, and he actually witnessed the college students being killed. This is in the final chapter, and the Ashur runs out, and then Ikram follows him. In a couple of minutes, the two people stands in the middle of the Tahrir Square. It turns into a big myth that is shooting out fear.
그래서 앞에서 쓰러진 사람들을 밟고 내무성으로 시위대가 지금 계속 행진을 하는 그런
Shooters are
모습이
killing the wounded, and people are falling here and
아슈라프
there.
미사가 그 장면을
And then
보면서
Ashraf
너무
witnesses
생각지 못했던
this
충격에 빠져서
and
어찌 할
is
바를
shocked
모르는 정말 이상한 감정을 느끼고
and is
있었을 때
feeling
바로
a sense
옆에서
of a very strange
함성을
sense of
지르던 청년
sentiment.
하나가
And then
고꾸라집니다.
at that moment, a young man shouting next to Ashraf suddenly falls down. According to the narrative, this young man leaned down as if he were picking something up from the ground and immediately fell down. The young man was wearing sneakers, jeans, and an old cheap black sweater. Ashraf was overcome with strange feelings, and he reached out and held the young man's hand for a moment. And this incident, I think it was the very next day, Ashraf actively joins the protest at the Tahrir Square. And he is explained to be a white-haired man in his 50s, elegantly dressed, in a wool suit and a collared sweater and British shoes. He was like a man from the past, from yesterday, and as a representative of the previous generation, he came to inform the revolutionary youth of his participation. So, the urban culture, and from the perspective of the urban culture and free narrative, the Tahrir Square functions as a heterotopia, and this enriches the free narrative of the square. And with the 18 days protest, Mubarak steps down, and then the protesters would feel the sense of victory, the pride of achievement, and this sense is still with those protesters themselves and people who could not go to the square, but those that cheered for them, and this will continue to be remembered.
아까 그 토론자분께서 말씀하실
One of the
때
discussants
네팔
has said
연구에 대해서
about the
말씀하실
Nepalese
때
study
보니까 문화예술이
that culture and
결국에는
art
도시문화에 어떤 긍정적인 영향을 미치고 그래서
has a
가치
positive
수쟁을 해야 되고 그로
impact
인해서
on
시민의 의식이
urban culture. So that
이것은
is
이제
why we
가느냐
have to struggle
가격이냐
for
문제이겠지만
big
시민의
value.
인식이 변화해야
It could be
된다라는
a matter
그런
of
얘기를
the egg
하셨는데
or a chicken.
결국 지금
But
제가
at
가는
any
그
rate,
흐름도 그것입니다.
the activists should
이집트
support the art.
시민들이
That is in the same
한번
context.
맛봤던
Once
경험했던
now
이
the
자부심과
Egyptians
기억은 현재는 어쩌면
experience this
수면 하에
sense of
있을 수도
victory
있습니다.
and pride.
혹자는
It
아랍의
might
봄이
currently be dormant.
왔느냐,
Some say,
왔다 갔느냐,
is
지금
the
아랍의 겨울이
Arabic
아니냐 이렇게도
spring
얘기하고
really
있지만
here? Isn't it over? Aren't we now
이것이
seeing the winter of
결국은
Arab?
도시민들에게
But
긍정적인
for the
에너지를
city
미쳐서 도시민화
residents,
형성에
this will
큰 영향을
give
미친다고
a
볼 수
creative
있습니다.
energy
마지막
and
다이어그램만
have a positive
설명하겠습니다.
energy. I am told that I
결국 그래서
my
타흐리르
time is over.
광장이라는 이
So
공간에
the space,
시간이
the Tahrir
축적되고 사람이 들어가서
space
사건이
is a
일어났을 때
concentration of
우리는
time and
서사를
space.
같이
And
발견하게 됩니다.
we
그랬을 때 이 공간은
discover
장소로
a
변이하고
narrative.
그리고
And
상징성을
then
갖고
this
도시
holds new
문화를 만들m에
identity
있어서
and symbolic
어떠한
meaning
정체성 그리고
in
미래에 있어서의
urban
전통의
culture
확립으로 영향을
and
미치게 된다는
also
것입니다.
establishes tradition for the future.
타흐리르 광장은 작은 독립공화국으로 독재자의 통치에서 해방을 맞은 이집트 최초의 땅으로
And
변했다라는
the
소설의
Tahrir
인용을 가지고 왔습니다.
Square is cited to be independent and true republic,
2020년
independent from the
광장 중앙에
society.
오벨리스크가
I cite this from the novel.
사실은
This was the
광장은
obelisk that
광장이
was
설립된 이후로
built
결국은
in
국가가
the
통제하려고
Tahrir
하고
Square in
정부의 보호
2020.
대상으로 있었습니다. 그러나 제가
The
쓴
square
글에서도
has
있지만
since
그
then
이름
been used
호병에서부터
to
이집트 시민들은 이집트
been
국민들은
used as a
그거를 그렇게
means of
받아들이지
propaganda
않았습니다.
for the
끊임없이
government and try to
자유와
control
그리고
the square.
평등을
But
위한
this wasn't accepted
그러한
by
자신들의
the
민의
public.
표출의
They
장소로
continue to believe in the
간주하고 또
meaning
그렇게
of the
행했습니다.
Tahrir
네,
Square,
감사합니다.
that it projects the citizenship and the public
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I understand that you have prepared very thoroughly, but we apologize that we could not give you more time.
그 도시의
In
중심은
Arab and
이슬람
Islamic
사원과
cities,
광장입니다.
there
그중에서
are
저
the
이집트에 있는
temples
타흐릴
and
광장은
also the squares. The
아마 아랍 세계에서도 가장
Tahrir
유명한 광장
Square
중에
is
하나가
one of the
아닌가
most
싶습니다.
well-known
타흐리르란 말 자체가
squares
자유라는
in the
뜻인데
Arabic
그
culture.
자유와 혁명,
Tahrir
그것을
means
그
freedom,
문학 작품을 통해서
and
토도피아로 해석해내신 그 연구 아이디어가
Professor
굉장히
Kim
참신하다라는
interpreted the
생각입니다.
square from a
감사드립니다.
heterotopia
세 번째
perspective,
발제자를
referring to the novel.
모시겠습니다. 이제 인도로 넘어가겠습니다. 세계
Let's go
최대
to
인구를 자랑하는
India.
인도의 도시화와 사회적
Let's
혁신에
talk about the
대해서
urbanization and social innovation in India. With the largest population in the whole world, India is now emerging. So, are you ready? Hello everyone, I'm Shin Jin-young, professor of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and thank you for the great symposium. I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizer. The title of my presentation is Urbanizations and Social Innovation in India. As the moderator has already mentioned, India has 1.4 billion population and more than 500 million reside in urban cities. So let me briefly go into what's written in the abstract and then I will go into my presentation. As you know, the urbanization is slow, but the population in India is rapidly increasing. So as you know, so I'd like to share with you the major characteristic of the urban area, and globally, the cities has a long history, and that is why they are trying to renovate their cities. They have either urban planning or in a continuous manner. They try to focus on the sustainability because sustainability is emerging as an important goal of the urban development as problem caused by the short-term urban development revitalization project in old cities are being carried out around the world. So my research of social innovation in cities is very valuable in the context of the development of directions of the cities. And there are a lot of research being carried out in India because India is a country with many cases of of the social innovations and the cases of the social innovation in Indian cities are judged to be very useful, not only for the urban development in developing countries, but also for the social innovation research. So that is why I have gathered the social innovation cases of India, and I'd like to show you the Indian examples are concentrated in the area of the urban sanitation, basic healthcare, and basic education. So when we talk about social innovation, it's always categorized in 7 areas, and among that,
짧은 시간이어서 많이 잡지는 못했지만
well,
대표적인
due to the
사례
limited time, I couldn't explain everything, but I just pick up one case. So the sector, as you know, there are hygiene and also basic healthcare, basic education, so often targeting the marginalized groups. And Professor Abraham mentioned neighborhood is also critical, especially women are excluded. So the marginalized groups, including women, and when social innovation happens, we need to seek inclusive development. So urban social innovation in India seeks to maximize efficiently by reducing the cost and also increasing the inclusion. And social innovation pursues efficiency, and efficiency means maximizing efficiency means reducing the cost or maximizing the effect. In case of India, by reducing cost, instead of maximizing efficiency in India, they focus on reducing the cost. That's the way they try to achieve social innovation. Now, the main player of the social innovation in India is government, NGOs, or individuals. In case of India, it's either individuals or active NGOs, and then it tended to include private sector. So that's how they try to achieve social innovation. This is how the social innovation is expanded. Finally, social innovations addressing issues that are unique to India, such as issues related to religious celebrations and women's safety. So those were my reason or background of my studies. So let me dive into my presentation. The order of my presentation is urbanization, social innovations, and stories of the social innovation in Indian cities. And in the most representative cases I have chosen. And also, what are the characteristics? And lastly, the closing remark.
인도 도시화의 문제는 기본적으로
So the issue of urbanization happens when a lot of populations are concentrated in urban area. India has a lot of social innovation cases, and the government has built social innovation center in New Delhi, trying to resolve issues. Smart city project or diverse projects are being pursued, and also social innovation project is also being carried out. As I mentioned before, what are the characteristics? Well, understand the state of the social innovation in Indian cities, what are the current characteristics of the social innovation. Subject target, how to approach, look for efficiency, collect cases by discipline, case analysis, and criteria for collecting cases. Due to the limited time, I cannot collect all the cases. So let's look at the cities. In the year 2000, it's less than 300 million. Now, 20 years from that time, in 2022, it goes beyond 500 million. And 500 million reside in urban cities. That's total population of United States and Pakistan. Still, the urbanization in India is about 35%. In case of Korea, it's 90%, China 65%, but India is 35%, which means that it has a lot of room to go. In other words, so urbanization is likely to progress more, and negative side, it seems like there could be more problems in the future. Since the challenges that come with urbanization include, for example, environmental problems, variety of social problems arise with the population growth, social issues, etc. So, through social innovation, they try to resolve the issues accompanied by urbanization. And
개발과 동시에
urban
추진될
cities
수
are being
있는 도시의 문제를
developed
해결할 수 있는
and try to resolve
굉장히
the
좋은 전략이다.
urban city problems.
주요 접근 분야로
So
7가지
as a
분야로
major approach, I have
교육,
chosen
고용,
7
환경, 의료,
sectors.
발전, 교통, 에너지
As
이렇게
you can
나눠지는데
see
인도 같은
here,
경우는
education,
교육,
employment,
그리고
environment,
환경,
medical
의료
development, transportation, energy are the 7
지금 사회적
sectors
혁신이
that
많이
social
일어나고
innovation
있습니다.
is approached.
기존의 연구 같은 경우는
And in the
사례 연구
past,
중심으로 그
mostly
분야
was
특정
case
분야에
study in a
집중되어 있거나
certain
아니면 이론
sector we
연구입니다. 사회적
focused on.
혁신은 어떻게 이루어져야
So,
되는가,
such as
어떻게
social
이루어지고
innovation
있는가.
should
네,
be
제가
occurred
그런
in
면에서
certain area. In
일단은
light of
이
that,
연구가
India's
의미 있는 걸로
urbanization has led to the need to raise various
그래서
social overheads
처음 말씀드린
and
것처럼
serve the
사회적
diverse
혁신과
needs.
도시화의
So once
문제는
again,
추구하는
social innovation and urbanization are the tasks that needs to be carried out.
오픈되어 있다는
And
면에서
the subjects are diverse and it's
일치하는
open.
면이 큽니다.
So in light of that, both of these are in parallel. So dynamic social needs need to be met with the limited resources. We need to achieve sustainability. So social innovation in India city, emerging and developing countries, populations, as I mentioned before, education, healthcare,
환경도 좀 있고 이렇게
environment
지금 사회적 혁신이 많이 일어나고 있는데
are the sector where the
보건
social
쪽으로
innovations
보면은
are witnessed. As you can
젠마
see in
키트라고
healthcare,
이
there's a
셀리트 같은
Zenma
경우는
kit.
자기가
In
실제
case of
출산을
Zenma
하면서
kit,
비위생적인 환경 때문에
the owner
고통을
of the Zenma
받아서
kit
굉장히
suffered
단순한 100루피짜리
unsanitary
우리나라 돈으로 2,000원이 안 되는
conditions, so it's less than
비용으로
2,000
이거를 이제 뭐 밭에서 뭐 그렇게 낼 수도 있고 하니까 그러니까 간단하지만 위생적인 키트 그리고 모든 사람들이 사용할 수 있는 키트로 임신을 준비할 수, 출산을 준비할 수 있는 그런 걸 만들었습니다. 두 번째 이 사례는 아르빈드 아이케어 시스템은 오래 전문 좀 알려진 시스템인데 안과 의사 2명이 타밀나두 주에서 여동생과 함께 시작했는데 이게 자기가 있는 돈만큼 돈을 내고 수술을 할 수 있는 거예요. 이게 불가능하잖아요. 우리나라에서 일반적으로 불가능한데 그러니까 이분은 거의 사회사업식으로 시작을 한 거죠. 그래서 지금은 굉장히
So it's a low-cost, high-efficiency eye surgery, and length of cost is really 1/10, and surgery time is 1/6. And for people at risk, blindness pay for what they can and get surgery. Next one is his wife couldn't use the sanitary napkins at a low cost. In a very small mom-and-pop store, he produced very low-cost sanitary napkins and then provided. Next one is about economic development. To achieve economic development, social innovation can happen in India, such as SMEs, the lack of information, they are suffering, and they are trying to resolve the issues faced by SMEs. Next one.
공정무역 같은 이런 시스템으로 생산부터 소비까지 연결해서 수익화를 극대화할 수 있는 그런 거였습니다. 교통은 이제 비용이 많이 드는 부분이라서 취약한 부분인데 인도가 여기는 도시 간에 이런 보트를 만들어서 이게 그 솔라 패널로 움직이는 거거든요. 태양열로 움직이는 그런 교통 시스템으로 이제 운송을 해주는 도시 간에 연결을 해서 그렇게 하고 있고 여성 안전을 위한 여성의 택시 우리나라도 지금 보급됐는데 우리나라에 있는 여성 전용칸 이런 것도 인도 쪽에서 오잖아요. 그래서 여성 교통 안전 이런 것들을 추구하고 있고 에너지 분야 같은 경우는 이제 워낙 비용이 많이 드는 분야라서 일단 인도가 좀 취약한 부분입니다. 여전히 구상중이다 이런 그러니까 특히 인도는 정부와 기업들 민간 기업들 간의 에너지
They are trying a corporate plans and try to come up with the systems. Next.
그 효율성을 높인 히터입니다. 음식 조리용 히터 이렇게 되고 있고 교육 같은 경우는 일단 IT를 이용해서 코로나 이후로 인도는 거의 2억 명 가까이를 온라인 교육으로 교육시켰잖아요. 그런 그거를 활용을 해서 취약한 계층들에게 제공하고 있고 여기에 지금 기업들도 참여를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 고용 같은 경우는 국가 고용보장 제도라고 농촌 지역에서 실시했는데 작년 말부터 라자스탄 주에서 그러니까 코로나로 인한 코로나 때문에 도시 빈민들이 곤란하다. 그래서 고용보장 제도를 이제 거의 개발도상국 중에는 최초로 고용보장 제도를 실시하고 있습니다. 환경 같은 경우는 아까 브래들리 교수님 발표하실 때 그 사원 옆에 꽃들이 많았잖아요. 그 이후에 어떻게 될까요? 그래서 버려지는 꽃들을 재활용해서 향빈으로 만들어서 향초로 만들어서 재판매하는 그런 것들 그리고 그 리사이클링 많이 하는데 실제로 이 리사이클링을 그러니까 굉장히 효율적으로 발전시킨 이런 휴대폰 특히 이거를 굉장히 효율적으로 발전시킨 그런 그 재활용 시스템을 구현했습니다. 그리고 뭐 지금 도시 위생 같은 경우는 많이 하고 있는데 화장실 여러분 아시다시피 화장실과 빈민 개조 그리고 빈민 학교들 학교 개선 활동 이런 것들을 진행하고 있습니다. 그래서 아까 말씀드렸듯이 인도 도시의 사회적 혁신의 특성 같은 경우는 도시 기초 인프라에 집중되어 있다는 거 그리고 에너지나 뭐 고용, 교통 이런 것들은 조금 부진하고 그러니까 선진국들이 도시 재생에 집중되어 있는 반면에 인도는 도시민의 기본 생활 문제를 개선하는 데 집중되어 있다는 거 그리고 아까 말했듯이 여성의 문제, 여성의 안전 문제 그리고 고용이 그 아까 사회적 혁신 활동으로 인한 고용이 창출되면 최대한 여성들에게 돌아갈 수 있도록 배려를 하는 기업들이 많습니다. 그런 면에서 여성 문제나 정도에 따른 women-related issues like flowers that they use can be recycled. Those are the examples of the social innovations that I have explained to you. 다양한데 분야별로 뭐 NGO 단체가 특히 인도는 NGO 단체가 많기 때문에 NGO 단체에서 발의한 것들을 또 개인이 발의한 것들을 정부나 기업에서 협력해서 네트워킹을 하는 그런 것들이 늘어나고 있었습니다. 그리고 다양한 계층들에게 하는데 특히 여성과 빈민, 장애인 취약계층 같은 경우는 실제로 의료 서비스 뭐 잘 안 듣는 사람들, 잘 안 보이는 사람들을 위한 그 특수한 장비들을 마련하는 것들이 굉장히 많았습니다. 근데 이게 집어넣지 못했고요. 그래서 접근하는 방식을 보면 효율성이 집중되어 있고 바람업, 그러니까 개인이나 NGO에서 이제 그 사업화 단계로 넘어가는 거, 가능한 한 네트워크를 모두 활용을 해서 자원을 모으는 거죠. 자원은 집약적으로 그렇게 되는 것들이고 그리고 이제 주변에 시급한 문제 그리고 지속 가능한 포용적인 성장을 추구한다. 아까 말씀드렸듯이 그동안 제외되었던 사람들을 그 사람들에 대한 복지나 아니면 참여를 사회적 참여를 이끌고 있다 이렇게 보고 있습니다. 그래서 일단은 인도의 사회적 혁신은 도시민의 기초 생활을 보장하는 데 집중되었다. 이런 면에서 기존의 선진국들이 추구하는 도시 재생과 차별화된 경향이 있고
Social innovation cases in Indian cities are experiencing rapid increase in the population during the urbanization process, and they are also trying to ensure the basic needs of the urban residents, and they are focused on low cost efficiency, addressing the needs of the urban minorities and marginalized groups at the same time, pursue the inclusive welfare, universal health care system, education. So there are also examples of individual initiatives that have been scaled up and make most of the network. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
같이 들었습니다만 인도의 도시화가 빠르게
urbanization in India is rapidly increasing, and India that we know has many interesting characteristics. Past and present coexist. There is caste system, religious issues. There are a lot of complex and complicated issues that exist in India. As the India undergo urbanization, there could be some merits, and it was well
이번에 발표하신 김영진 교수님은 신지영 교수님이 그 인도의 도시화에 대한
Professor Shin
전반적인
talked about the
방향이라면 아마
overall
김영진 교수님께서는
interpretation of the city and the culture
대상으로
of
구체적인 사례
India.
발표가 아닌가 하는
I
생각이
believe
듭니다.
Professor Kim
준비되셨어요?
focuses on an actual case study to discuss this topic. Are you ready? Good afternoon. I am Kim Young-jin at Hansong University. Today I'd like to talk about the Kochi metropolitan area and its rapid urbanization.
코치는 인도 케랄라주의 중앙부에 위치합니다. 저기 인도 사진이 있으면 그 밑에 빨간색으로 칠해진 곳이 케랄라입니다. 그리고 이 옆에 것은 케랄라를 확대해 놓은 모습이고요. 이 케랄라는 총 14개, 이렇게 색깔이 달라지죠. 14개의 디스트릭으로 이제 나눠져 있습니다. 제가 오늘 발표할 내용은 이 중앙부에 있는 코치시라고 써놓은 그 부분이 에르나콜람 디스트릭인데 그 부분에 대해서 제가 말씀드리려고 합니다. 코치는 인도 케랄라주의 중앙부에 위치합니다. 이 도시는 아라비아해 여왕이라고 별명을 가질 만큼 중세부터 세계적인 무역항으로 유명했던 지역이며 오늘날에는 케랄라의 상업소라고 불립니다. 또한 오늘날 코치는 케랄라에서 빠른 도시화를 겪고 있는 대표적인 지역에 속합니다. 이러한 코치의 대도시화는 이 도시의 전면적인 공간 변화를 야기하고 있습니다. 이러한 공간 변화에 나타나는 특징을 두 가지로 요약하면 하나는 중앙정부 및 주정부가 주도하는 대규모 건설 사업에 영향을 받고 있다는 것이고요. 다른 하나는 도시화가 거리 풍경의 전면적인 변화를 야기하고 있다는 것입니다.
Is leading to change of the landscape of the city.
이에 대해 좀 더 자세히 살펴보기에 앞서 코치가 위치하고 있는 케랄라주의 지역적 특성을 간략하게 말씀드리고자 합니다. 케랄라주는 또 다른 인도라고 불릴 만큼 독특한 특징들을 갖고 있습니다. 인구 면에서 인도의 28개 주 중 유일하게 여성 인구가 남성 인구보다 많은 지역입니다. 사회 문화적으로는 마루 마카타함이라는 독특한 무게제가 20세기 초반까지 유지했던 지역이며 여성의 교육 수준도 매우 높습니다. 반대로 여성의 문맹률이 10%를 넘지 않습니다. 정치적으로는 인도 공산당이 좀 더 엄밀히 말해 인도 공산당 막시스트 문파가 현재 주 정권을 잡고 있습니다. 경제적으로는 해외 노동자가 보내는 송금이 케랄라 주내 순생산에서 매우 큰 비중을 차지하고 있습니다. 덧붙여 노벨상을 수상한 경제학자 아마르티아 센은 경제 발전 없이도 사회 발전 지수가 높을 수 있다는 것을 주장하기 위해서 대표적인 하나의 사례로서 케랄라를 제시합니다.
Of the scholars cite Kerala as a state when internal economic growth does not
코치 도시권의 인구는 2011년 기준으로 대략 200만입니다. 이는 2001년에 1,500만과 비교했을 때 37.9%가 증가한 수치입니다. 코치 대도시권은 에르나쿨람 지구 안에서 가장 도시화된 지역이고 또한 케랄라에서 인구가 가장 많은 대도시권이기도 합니다. 그림을 설명드리면 에르나쿨람 지구가 있고요. 그 안에 코치 대도시권이 있습니다. 코치 도시권이라고 쓴 부분이 코치 대도시권과 같은 말이고요. 그 다음에 코치 대도시권 안에는 코치시라는 하나의 도심 지역이 있고 거기에는 74개의 동이 있는데 대표적으로 에르나쿨람동, 마탄체리동, 포트 코치동이 과거 식민지 시대부터 계속해서 발전해온 도심 지역이라고 보시면 됩니다. 최근 코치의 공간 변화에서 나타나는 중요한 특징은 대규모 건설 사업이 이러한 변화를 주도하고 있다는 점입니다. 첫째, 코치 메트로 건설 사업. 둘째, 코치 스마트 미션. 세 번째, 스마트 시티 코치. 이러한 대규모의 사업들이 수행되었으며 이를 통해 광범위한 교통 및 정보통신 연결망이 건설되었습니다. 좀 더 구체적으로 초고속 전철 코치 메트로는 2013년에 건설되기 시작해서 2017년에 처음으로 운행되기 시작하였고 그다음에 두 번째로 중앙정부가 실시한 스마트 시티 미션이라는 사업이 있는데 이 중에서 코치가 하나의 대상으로 선택되었습니다. 중앙정부가 실시한 스마트 시티 미션에서 총 20개의 도시를 선정해서 지원을 했는데 그중에 하나가 코치고요. 그래서 2016년에 이 사업이 코치에서 시작되었고 이 사업의 이름은 코치 스마트 미션이라고 합니다. CS라고 이제 약자를
수 있는데요. CMS 이 사업이 실시되었고요. 이 도시의 공간 변화에 영향을 주는 또 하나의 요소는 정보통신 연결망입니다. 코치 스마트 미션은
The Kochi Smart Mission seeks to integrate and manage various government agencies by establishing a central control center using AI and ICT. For example, the communication center collects traffic information by installing CCTV cameras throughout the road. This is the IC4 control center. It utilizes AI and collects information from CCTVs and manages and controls the city. And this is, so let me go to the front. And this is the Kochi Metro map. Some are still in construction, and on the northern part it starts from Aluba station, and the SM route in the southern part, this is a lengthy route, and these are the parts which are still in construction. And this is the 2013 construction photos, and this is in 2019, kind of a far away site in Baibela where the line is being extended, and the capital of Kerala is located in a southern part. This is a different city from Kochi, and this capital doesn't have a metro line yet. The metro is being constructed right now. This is the plan, and is planned to be completed in 2050. So there's only Kochi is the only city where a metro is being operated. And another large-scale construction is the Smart City Kochi project. And the Kerala government led this project. So the CMSL said this project, the central government said the CSML, but the Smart City project is being led by the Kochi Kerala state government, and this designated special economic zones, and many IT companies are located, and the IT companies in the special economic zone can receive various benefits such as tax benefits. And through these privileges, the Kerala government is actively promoting the growth of global trade. And this is the special economic zone and the road scene. The first building is the SCT, and recent building that was built is Sand Finite building, which is 150 meters high. This is a high-rise building, and with these buildings, the skyline of Kochi is changing rapidly. Today, the rapid spatial change of Kochi shows the characteristics of the consumer society is increasing in the city. Baudrillard, the French scholar, calls this modern society a consumer society and emphasizes that it is characterized by a mad consumption power, and in this society, consumers' needs aim not for specific objects but for differentiating social status and prestige. And when you look at the scene of MG Road, the landscape, which crosses the north and the southern dongs of Ernakulam, has changed significantly in the last decade. Until the early 2010s, the street had a large number of low-rise buildings, but now the street is glowing with large malls with more than 4 stories and show windows and billboards covering it. Previously, there were low-rise buildings with small windows and balconies. When you look at this street scene on the top, this is a metro highway. The metro goes over ground, so there is the highway, and this is a Malava shopping mall, which is a 7-story building, and next to the shopping mall is a Kalaniketa, which is a sari shopping mall. This is a 4-story building, and next to that, these are empty buildings, and the one below is also an empty building. There are old designs, and you see balconies and many windows that is effective for natural ventilation, but it has been empty for a long time. As you can see, it's covered with posters, and it's covered with grass in the front, so you can see that the buildings have been left empty for a long time.
이걸 또 이제 이 MG 로드 옥보라는 메트로역 옆에 있는 빈 건물입니다.
And this is another empty building next to the MZ Road station. As you can see, it's
오래된
very
건물들과
dirty.
새 건물들은 건물 양식에서 뚜렷한 차이를 보이는데
And
오래된
old and new
건물들이
buildings show distinct
창문을 많이
differences in
갖고 있는
building
것과 달리
styles.
새
Unlike the former
건물들은
with many
대부분 외벽
windows, the latter is
전체가
mostly
쇼윈도나
covered with
광고판으로
show
덮여
windows or
있습니다.
billboards.
대형 쇼핑몰들은
Large-scale
상대적으로
shopping
비싼
malls are
제품들을
highly
판매하는 경향이
integrated
있으며
sales facilities
그곳에서
with
취급되는
collective
브랜드는
consumption,
고급
and it
브랜드라는
can be
상징적 가치를
described
가지고
and
있습니다.
relatively
즉, 이
sell
거리의 풍경 변화는
high
단순히 물리적 변화만을
cost
의미하는 것이
products.
아니라
And
이
this is not
도시의
just the
소비력이
physical
급증하고
change,
있음을
but it means
말해줍니다.
that the consumer power of the city is
마지막으로
also
이제
increasing.
결론을 맺으면요.
And
이러한
in
공간 변화가
conclusion,
갖는 사회적 의미는 그것에 따른
the
불평등의
social
심화에
meaning of this
있습니다.
spatial change lies in the deepening of
신경제학자들은
inequality.
대도시화란 특정 지역에
Neuroeconomists
쏠리는
argue
부와
that
기회를 의미한다고
metropolitanization
주장합니다.
means wealth and opportunity is
대도시화의
concentrating in
기초한
a
경제
particular
성장은
area.
필연적으로
Economic growth
공간적
based on this will
불균등과
inevitably
소득
deepen
격차를
spatial
심화시킬
inequality
수밖에
and
없다는
income gap.
것입니다. 건축학자들도
Architecturalists
과잉도시,
also explain
하이퍼시티의
the
출현을
emergence of
자본
hypercities
축적의
in
심화와
relation to
관련하여
the deepening
설명합니다.
of capital accumulation.
현재 꼬치
Currently, the
대도시화는 도심과 경제
metropolitanization of
특구를
Kochi
중심으로
is taking
일어나고
place
있는데
around urban
무엇보다
centers and
관심을 둬야
special
하는 것은
economic zones.
그러한
What we should
변화
especially
속도가
focus
매우
on is that the pace is very rapid
대규모로
and
나타나고 있다는 것입니다.
radical and
매우
large
빠르게
scale.
전개되고 있는 대도시화의 속도는
The
도시화에
rapid
따른
pace of
불균등과
urbanization will
소득
lead
격차에서도
to
급격한
social
격차를 야기할
inequality and
것이라고
income gap
추정하게
deepening.
합니다. 이에 대한 좀 더
So
구체적인
it
연구들이
means
앞으로
that
계속
we
진행되기를
should
바랍니다. 다시 한번
continue with the
강조하면
studies
오늘날
exploring the
코치는
interrelationship
빠른
between
도시화를
spatial
겪고
change.
있는데
Because
이러한
everyday
빠른
life
도시화
and
속에서
change and everyday
간과되기
life
쉬운
change will
사회의
improve.
지속 가능성 및
And
평등에 대한 사회적 관심이
This
절실하다고
means that we
생각합니다.
have to
앞으로
focus our
저는 이에
attention
대한
on
연구를
the
계속 추진하고
sustainability
싶습니다. 네,
and
고맙습니다.
also the equality in the urbanization process, and I will continue my study in this. And you shared the example of Kochi as an example of rapid urbanization in India. As Professor Kim has mentioned, rapid modernization and urbanization will inevitably cause side effects, and we ourselves experience that in the Korean society. So we could also refer to the Korean case as well. I'm even running out of breath, so I can understand that the presenters are also out of breath. Now we will begin our discussion. I'd like to invite the four presenters and discussants.
Professor Kim Jong-ha, Professor Shin Jin-young, Professor Kim Young-jin, please come up to the stage. So please take your seats in accordance with the names that I have just called. This is just like a TV talk show. So this is extremely academic symposium, but we are being very barbaric, so I apologize. And if you work as a moderator for many times, you will enjoy longevity because many people will criticize you. We only have 20 minutes left, so I apologize to the discussant, but please make sure to limit your discussions in 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes, please.
3 minutes? Okay. 살았을까? Okay. 예. 먼저 이주연 교수님 부탁드립니다.
예.
So we'll begin with Professor Lee Ju-yeon. So, Kurds, I'd like to make a comment. And my name is Lee Ju-yeon, Professor of Kyunghee University. In my written paper, I mentioned many things, but due to the limited time, I'll just pinpoint few things and make a comment. First, this paper is comprised in 3 chapters, and first chapter talks about Kurds family, how they came into this area, how they have secured the mountain citadel, and Ardelan family, the Baba Ardel, the grandchild, came from outside, and they was not Kurdish, but dominated one of the Kurdish sector and became the dominant power. But at the time and afterward, also, when you say it's outside the Kurdish, there are Turkish sectors. So probably the Baba Ardalan probably has the root of outside Kurdish. So this is very basic one. What is the Kurdish identity about living in Kurdistan? Is it that they live at this sector? Do we call them as Kurdish? So please clarify the Kurdish identity. That's my first question. And going to the second question. In the presentation, in the chapter 2, you talk about the person Hallodan and the era of the Hallodan. You address that. And then Mountain Citadel, how it was used. So the Hallohan's for Mountain Citadel, he moved from one area to another area. So a total of 4 sectors he moved, and you have given very positive view. And Hallohan has never lost war against outside forces. So this is actually self-written records. And considering the fact that this record was made by the Hallohan family, and there was a peace treaty, the condition was sending his son. So this is not actually a positive, right? Especially the grandchildren of Hallohan. There were 4 grandchildren. And for a long time, it was to get rid of any kind of disputes of power struggle, and Kizilbashi family was what they have treated as. And also, given the scope of the Hallohan's dominion was much smaller than Mamun Bahada's in the past, Hallohan's use of power seems to be more desperate measure. After losing all of the large territories he gained back at times and only having access to the mountain citadel he gained at the beginning of the housekeeping. So what do you think about that? And now, my third question is, mostly you talked about the situation in Sandaja in terms of the location. Marawan and Hasandat is a hilltop citadel, and Sanandat is also a mountain quail on the hill in a basin surrounded by mountain on all sides with a command citadel, defensive citadel city. But when I look at the narrative, the defense of the 2 citadels is described as being quite different. How much different is it? Probably you have visited, so can you tell the difference between these? Last question is, you mentioned that this area is very weak. So, of course, I wonder if there were any visible defense in city like Safavid capital, especially you talked about the capital of each administrative regions. If they were just defense, they were installed to protect the cities. And on minor note, what kind of person does Asiaran refers to? And based on the research that you have done, Safavijo, it's an administration region, so it's quite well done. So I wonder how common were the later features in Islamic citadel of the time, and to what level is the fortification? And second question is, in each sector, there could be some defense or a citadel wall or fortress, and how strong it is, and also compare with the Sanandaj, how well protected it is, or how weak was it? So those were my questions. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't know what should I say in 3 minutes. It's okay. Okay. This novel by Ala al-Aswani is, the title of this novel is The Fake Republic. But actually, Ala al-Aswani is a fake writer also, and a fake liberal, because this man supported the democracy in Egypt, and the first time we elected a president in Egypt in 2012, he sent a message to the head of the army, of the Egyptian army, asking him to make a military coup after 1 year of the election of the presidency. So Ala al-Aswani is a fake writer. Yes. But for Tahrir Square established around 1870. We can say that Tahrir Square is the eye of history. Since 1990 revolution, and we have 1936, the first the second Egyptian revolution, and we have 1952, the Egyptian, it was a military coup, and I don't know why in Egypt they call this military coup is a revolution. And also in 2011 in Egypt, it was a great revolution. And Ala al-Aswani, one of the members who supported this revolution a lot. Okay. Tahrir Square is a conflict zone between the central government in Cairo and the people who support the democracy in Egypt. The dictator wants to control the public sphere, national institution, history, and people's bodies. Then the people went to the square screaming, we want a new life, we want a freedom. The president represents the people, not the, and also the power should start from people to the president, not from the president to the people. Okay, Tahrir Square in a city with population, we have 14 million in Cairo. But the city in the Arab world is not like the city in Europe. You cannot compare Cairo, for example, with Paris. The city is not buildings. Cairo is not Paris. The city in Europe, for example, represent a transition from feudal society to industrial society. A collection, I'm sorry, I try to say everything in 1 minute. I mean, you can understand the meaning of the city from Charles Baudelaire, for example, if you read The Flowers of Evil. But if you look at Cairo, Cairo is not a city. Cairo is a big village because it lives in history. It lives in past. Yes. And also Tahrir Square in Egypt is a struggle between modernity and the past. A conflict between the state of masters and slaves and the new generation that wishes to live in equality and social justice. And also Tahrir Square was a symbol which we can, there is no conflict between Christians and Muslims. Actually, there is no conflict in Egypt between, or in Arabic society between religions. It's only a conflict between freedom and dictatorship. Thank you very much.
우리 사회적 기업에 대한 이야기를 했는데
Well, we talk about social enterprise,
전체적인 이야기를 하다
and
보니까
Professor
너무 많은
Shin
걸
Jin-young introduced so many different things. So frankly speaking,
도시화율은 뭐 다른
urbanization in India is low compared to other major countries in South or Southeast Asia. However, less than 50%, about 49%, it is estimated that they live in the poverty area. So, of course, it could be different from city to city, like Chennai or Mumbai, other sectors, but the process of formations of the city, if you look at the history, it varies. So we cannot put it in one simple sentence and then express that social innovation happens in every single city in India in the same manner. We can say that. Now, Professor Shin talks about social innovation. as a way of social enterprise concept. And social enterprise is quite different. They are like cooperative organizations, but I don't think what you mentioned is that crystal clear with that of the social enterprise. It's actually these two are different. And also, although there are some differences, but the commonality of the cities in India is that there are a lot of poor people. So the process of urban development, there are the issues such as housing, environmental, education, employment, and there are other efforts of the central and state levels. So that is why ever since Modi became the prime minister, he's trying to increase the investment to make clean Indian cities and more hygiene cities, but you didn't talk about that. Rather, you focus on why social enterprises emerge in India and why they emerge and what are they doing, what kind of differences do they have, why they are achieving such a great success, why some fail. So you only talk about methodology in a very limited manner, and you only gave a few examples, but if you have thoroughly reviewed different cases, it could have helped our understanding. And instead of just focusing your attentions on certain cities, if you have pinpointed a few social enterprises in a more thorough manner, that could have given us a better understanding. So actually, just listening to your presentation or reading your paper, I wasn't able to understand clearly, especially the issue of the poor people living in the urban area. So I hope that in the future you could spend more time in doing research in various sectors.
I'm Professor Ichino at HUFS. Thank you for the presentation. As I listened to the presentation, I had a couple of questions and had a couple of thoughts that I would like to propose to make some modifications. And the title is Urbanization and Consumer Society. But when you look at the contents, most of the focus is on construction. So you talk about urbanization, but not much focus has been given to the consumerism or consumption. So I'd like to ask for Professor Kim's view on this. And in the introduction, you introduced the features of Kerala in a very lengthy way. And when you listen to your explanation of the Kerala characteristics, and I want to know how it relates to the consumer society of Kochi, because you allotted a very lengthy portion in the introduction about Kerala. And also, you mentioned you talked about urbanization, but you focused on construction. But you did introduce the beginning of the construction, the entity, and the budget. But when you discuss urbanization and the consuming society, we have to emphasize more on the the forms of consumption and how the behavior of consumption have changed. And so it means that you have to discuss the details of the consuming pattern. That is necessary to understand how consumption has changed with urbanization in Kochi, and how the spaces of consumption have changed as well. Also, when you think of the urban space, you talked about the comparison of the old buildings, which were low-rise with many windows and terraces. They had better ventilation because it had a lot of windows. But the new buildings are high-rise and covered with walls and billboards, and it created a new scenery. I do understand that is a correct observation, but I want to know the underlying cause for that. So maybe we could consider consider a field study or a survey to maybe strategically analyze how these changes took place. And I think it will be more helpful to understand the interrelationship of the change in urban space and the change in consumption with urbanization. Thank you very much. It was a very limited time, so I believe that it wasn't easy for the speakers to cover all the details of the presentations. And as a senior scholar, you have shared your very heartfelt advice for improving the presentation. So I'd like to give the answer for the three questions about who are the Kurds. This is something we always hear. This is a question. This is a question that's very sensitive. But as you've discussed in the discussion, the Kurds are and they have to use the Kurdish, they have to wear Kurdish clothes, and then they have to comply with the Kurdish customs. Last but not least, I think they have to regard themselves as a Kurdish. So the definition of Kurdish keeps changing. We cannot say this person is Kurdish and that person is not. It's really hard. So related to your question, if you enter into the Kurdish area, they begin to enjoy the similar things. They regard each other as Kurdish. Why am I saying this? If you look at the history of the family in early stage, they regard themselves whether Arabian or Kurdish, but they get married and then slowly, step by step, they become Kurdish. So we can find the record. So Kurdish, I believe that they regard their ancestor as a Kurdish, and that's why they say and they are the Kurdish. So that's what I meant by Kurdish identity. That's my view. And your question is Halohan. Did really Halohan family enjoyed flourished and prosperous era? Well, why everyone regard Halohan as the best empire? Well, at the end of their history, Halohan appears, and Sharapatan says that Istakral. It's an independent monarch. That's the first reason. And later on, if you look at the history of the Halohan, when the war happened, at the end, it's always escape to somewhere else or die. But in case of Halohan family, Halohan never lost the war or never admitted that he or the Halohan died. So Safavid area tried to Halohan secured other local monarch, but Halohan said that my time has passed and now my son's time has arrived. And your last question, Sarambachi mountain citadel, is it really fragile? Well, I believe that if you look at the Kurdish history, Ayugust Sultan is very much noteworthy. We have Salawatan right here. So Cairo, Damascus, another sultan. If you look at the mountain fortress, most of these fortress or citadel are located in a steep mountain, and they are surrounded by fortress. And the entrance road is not straight line, but it's zigzag. So it's very difficult to enter into this mountain fortress. Sanambacha was just, there was a single wall, nothing more. And based on my own view, they couldn't protect themselves because the weapon changed and they had nothing to protect themselves. Well, as long as there's a really strong military man, they could easily attack and they could advance into the citadel. So Kariman, sorry, Hassanabad, they mentioned that we can win. Of course, the fortress, the defense system, if you ask me to define, I cannot answer, but I will do more research about that. Thank you. Professor Kim?
네. 살라딘 교수님 감사합니다.
Professor Saladin, thank you very much for your comments.
지금 4가지 정도 말씀해 주셨어요. 제일
You
첫
shared
번째는
about 4 comments.
이 작품의
First is
작가인 그
about
알라 알
the
아스와니에 대해서 개인적인 견해를 말씀해 주셨는데 저도 어느 정도는 일부분
To a certain degree,
동의합니다.
I do agree with your view
한국에도 우리
on
사회에서도 이런
the writer.
현상은 일어나고 있고,
And this
근데
is
이
something that we see
작가가
in
그
the Korean
키파야
society as
운동에도
well.
굉장히 능동적으로
He
참여를
was also
했고,
very active in
그리고
the Kifaya
그
movement.
2011년 혁명
And,
당시 실제
at the
타리르 광장에
2011
있었던
revolution,
경험을 제가 그래서 확인했기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서는
Well,
또
he did have an
가치를
experience
줄 수도
at
있지
the Tahrir
않을까라는 생각을
Square, so
합니다.
maybe that is something that we could
그리고 두 번째로는 이 타리르
pay
광장의
tribute
역사에
for.
대해서 말씀해
And you
주셨는데요. 제가
also
그
introduced
논문에도
the
살짝
history
언급을
of the Tahrir
했지만 역사
Square.
부분은 굉장히 중요한
The
부분이라서
history has a very
아마도 제가
significant meaning.
그 기고하게 될 글에는 그 부분이 굉장히 많이
So
다루어지고
in
중요
my
포인트로
paper,
들어가리라고
I have a very
생각됩니다.
lengthy and detailed explanation and
그리고
description about the history
네
of the Tahrir
번째로는
Square. And
카이로라는 도시의 정치 사회 구조에 대해서 유럽의
you
도시와
talked
비교해서
about the
말씀해 주셨는데
political social
사실은
structure of
저는 이
Tahrir and
부분까지는
compared that with the
배경적으로 늘
European
여력이
cities.
없었기 때문에
But I
한번
didn't have
고려를
enough
해서 넣고 싶습니다. 그리고 세
capacity
번째로
to
말씀해
include
주신 게
this
제일
in my
중요했죠.
paper.
그러니까 국가
And the
폭력에 대해서
third
말씀해
issue was
주셨는데
important
이거는
about
뭐
the violence
이론으로도
of the
나와
state.
있고
There are
그런
many
건데 결국은
theories on
이
this
사람들을 타리르 광장으로 밀어넣게 된
as well.
원인이 국가
The reason
폭력이고
why
그
people
국가
went to
폭력에
Tahrir
대해서는
is
아마도
violence of the
실제 쓸
state.
논문에서는 많은
And
부분이 할애가 돼서
in my
그 부분에
paper, I
대한 그
did discuss this
동기를
in very
부여하게
detail.
될 것입니다.
Well, in my paper, I will give a lot of detailed
사실 제가 그
explanation
15분
on this.
그리고 지금 몇 분
I
동안
was
많은
given 15 minutes,
숨차게
and I was
말씀을
also
드렸는데요.
running out of
사실은
breath.
살라딘 교수님은
But
이집트
actually,
출신이세요.
you
네,
are from
그리고
Egypt
2011년
after,
그 당시에 이집트에 계셨던 분이고
Salani, and
저는
you were actually
여기
in
계신 모든
Egypt in
분들과 그
2011.
문학의 기능
Myself
내지는 효능에
and
대해서
other
오늘
people
한번
here
공감해보고 싶었습니다.
wanted to raise this topic to
정치처럼
discuss
뭐
the
이렇게 손에 잡히고 바로 뭔가 결정하고 눈에
means
보이는 것은 아니지만
or
사람들의
so-called
마음속에
efficacy of
오랫동안 남아서
literature.
그리고 오늘
It
이런
doesn't
행사를
have a
통해서
direct
지금 우리가
political
모두
influence,
가자
but it
사태에
will
대해서
be
집중하고 있지만
remembered by
또
the
10여 년
readers for a long
전에는
time.
아랍의 봄이라고 이름 불려지는
10 years
그리고
ago, there
이집트의
was the
혁명에
Arabic
대해서
Spring
많이들 뉴스로 접하셨을
that
텐데
was
그냥
in the
그
media
살라
throughout
교수님
the
여기
world.
이렇게 와서
And
토론해 주신 그
as you are here,
자체만으로도
your
어쩌면
presence
아랍의 봄을
here
다시 한번
itself
상기하는
is very meaningful
초혼까지는 아니라도
for us
기억을
to
불러일으키는
remember
그런
the
자리가
meaning of
되었음에
the Arabic
감사드리고
Spring once
그것으로
again,
만족합니다.
Professor
감사합니다.
Salah Al-Din.
네, 감사합니다.
So with that, thank you. I'd like to conclude.
먼저 김경학 교수님 토론
Professor Kim Kyung-hak, thank you for your discussion paper, and I believe your discussion paper will definitely help me to improve the quality of my paper. Social enterprise and social innovations are not that different. You pointed out, yes, you are right. There are a lot of overlapping area. In a way, social innovations and social enterprise are quite similar, but innovations means a new idea is included. If you ask what is new idea, it's very complicated, but what I try to cover is an idea that never existed before but is now being covered. So I have pointed out a couple of cases. Not only that, but also there are NGOs that existed for the sake of the public goods. So for the social innovation, NGO activities, social enterprises, yes, you're right, there are some overlapping activities. Now, regarding your second and third point about the high percentage of the people suffering from the poverty, and you pointed out that I need to take a more thorough approach toward these people, I 100% agree. And before I dive into the social innovation cases, I try to understand the characteristics of the urban cities in India, and as the prior stage, I believe that I should have reviewed that. Yes, I will do my best to improve the quality of my paper in the future. Thank you.
네, 말씀을 드리면은요, 질문하신 거에 대답을 드릴게요.
the
첫 번째,
discussion, I'd like to
케랄라
make a reply.
지역에 대해서 지역 배경을 제가 많이
I explained the
말씀드렸는데,
background of the Kerala
코치에 대해서 발표를 하면서 케랄라
To
지역에 대해서
present on
배경
Kochi,
설명을 한 것은
the
그
reason why
케랄라
I
지역이 갖고
explained the
있는
background of
특징이
Kerala
바로
is
코치의
because
특징이기도
the
합니다.
unique
그래서 이 코치
characteristics of
도시를
Kerala are
이야기해서는
almost
우리가
identical with the
이
characteristics of Kochi.
경제적으로,
So to
정치적으로 어떤
understand
특성을
Kochi's
갖고
economic
있는지가
and social
갖고 있는지를 알아야
characteristics,
되는데, 그래서 이제 케랄라 지역을 이제
Kerala's
제가 설명을 드렸고요.
was
여기서 이
introduced.
코치라는 도시는
And the
케랄라에
city of
위치했기
Kochi
때문에
is
이
located
코치도
in Kerala.
마찬가지로
So just
인도
like
공산당이
likewise, the
인도
Indian
공산당이
Communist Party
주
is
정부를
the
장악하고
main
있는 그런
government,
현실
is the
속에
ruling
있는 도시라는
government.
것. 그래서 약간
So-
자본주의 사회의 도시는 아니라는 것.
So it is
전적으로
not
자본주의
the
사회의 도시는 아니고
true,
공산당이 주 정권을 잡고 있는 그런 지역에
capital
위치한
society in
도시라는
true
것을
sense,
설명드리기
and
위해서
it is still
정치적인
ruled
특색을
by
말씀드렸고요.
the communist,
경제나 문화나
political
그런 것도
party.
마찬가지입니다.
And the same
그리고
is
두 번째로
reflected in the
질문해
economy
주신
and
것이
society.
여기서
And the
제가
second
도시화를
question was
얘기하면서 소비
why
사회를 얘기하고
I
소비
talked
사회를
about the
얘기하면서 공간을
consumer
얘기하는데
society
그것이 어떻게
and urban
연결되어
space
있는가를
and
질문하셨는데 그러니까 먼저
urbanization.
자본
And you
축적부터
asked
얘기
about
드릴게요.
its
자본주의 사회는 자본
relationship.
축적을
First,
특징으로 하는
in a
사회이고요.
capital
그래서 자본
society,
축적을 계속 해나가야 되는데
capital
그것이 어느
accumulation
한계에 도달하면
made,
어떤
but
한계에
once
이르게
it
됩니다. 그래서 우리
reaches
현대
a
사회는
limit,
그 자본
and
축적에서
and
한계를
in
이루고
any
있는 사회고
society,
그것에
it will
대한
reach a
어떤
limit,
대안으로서
and as an
신자유주의,
alternative,
신자본주의, 뭐
neoliberalist
신자유주의 이렇게 말할 수 있는데 그런 것이 새롭게
is
보완되었는데 그 신자본주의의 그
and
주요 이제 전략은 무엇이냐면
What is the main strategy of
공간에 있습니다.
neoliberalism?
공간, 대도시에 이제
its
자본을
target
이제
is the
축적하기
space.
위해서는 자본 흡수가
To
필요한데
accumulate
그
capital,
흡수를
it
할
first
수 있는
needs to
하나의
absorb the capital. And
장치로서
as a
공간을
mechanism to absorb the
대도시화하는 그런
capital,
전략을 쓰고 있기 때문에
the
이
space is
신자본주의의 어떤 주요
transformed
공략은
into a mega
도시를 바꾸는
urban
것,
space.
도시의 공간을
So
바꾸는 것
transforming the
이런
space of
것이
the
이제
city
주요 전략인데
is
그것이
one of its
바로
main
도시
strategy.
공간을
And
대도시화한다. 뭐
that
이렇게
is
저는
creating a mega
이해를
city
했고요.
out of a
네,
city.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
도시화를
So,
하는데 도시의 그 전면적인 공간
urbanization,
변화를 통해서 자본
through
흡수를
an
다시
overall
시도한다. 이것이
reconstruction of the
신자유주의,
city.
신자본주의 뭐 이렇게 설명될 수
The
있습니다. 그리고 이
neoliberalist strategy is played
신자유주의의
on.
또 하나의
And
특징은
another feature of
소비사회라는
neoliberalism
것입니다.
is
이 소비사회는 브룰리에가
consumer
현대 사회를
society.
설명하기 위해서
Baudrillard
현대
uses
자본주의 사회를
as
설명하기 위해서
uses
고안한
to,
개념인데 그럼에도
describe
불구하고
the
이
modern
코치는
society.
공산당이 정권을 잡고 있는 그런
nevertheless,
도시임에도 불구하고 이
despite being
자본주의나
ruled by the communist
소비사회라는
party,
개념이
still
적용될 수 있다라고 봤는데 왜냐하면 이
reflect
신자유주의의
the
특징은
characteristics
이념을
of a
중시하지 않습니다.
neoliberalist
뭐
society.
공산당, 뭐
Because
자본주의 이런
in
것과 상관없이
neoliberalism,
하나의 소비를 통해서
the
사회를 통제하고
political
지배하는
ideology doesn't matter.
그런 하나의 개념이기 때문에
Because it is,
신자유주의는 이런 공산
social
국가에도
concept of social
공산당이
control.
정권을 잡고 있는 이런
So
도시에도
even if
적용될
Kochi
수
is
있는 하나의 이제 개념이 되고
by a
그것이
communist
주요
party,
이제 원리로
this
작용하는
theory
것이
can be
소비를
applied,
통해서
and
그 사회를
this
지배하려고 한다 하기
reflects
때문에 이런
that
공간의 변화,
consumerism
대도시의 공간의 변화, 그다음에
could lead to change of the city and the change of the
도시화,
space.
그다음에 소비사회 이렇게
to
그것이 세 개가 이렇게
urbanization. So
연결된다고
that is why
보고요.
these
또
three
하나의
factors are
질문은 이
interrelated. And about your next
선생님께서
question,
소비 품목
about
그다음에
the
뭐그
items
소비에
that are
대한
being
어떤
consumed
자료들에
and
대한
the
것들을 이제
material,
질문해
or the
주셨는데
information on
그것은
consumer
저는 제
consumption.
전공은 문화인류학이고
Well, I majored
문화인류학은
in
질적
cultural
조사를
anthropology,
하는 것을 특징으로
and
하고 있습니다.
one
그런데
feature of
이런 소비 품목의
anthropology
변화,
is that
그다음에
we
소비의
conduct
양적 변화
qualitative
이것은 되게 좀
survey.
통계를
But I think
요하는
the
거고
topics that
장기적인
you
어떤 팀 작업이
advised
필요한
would be
굉장히 좀
more of a
힘든
quantitative
작업이라고 볼 수
survey
있습니다.
that
제가
will
혼자 할 수
require
있는
more
작업이 안 돼서
long-term
제가 이런
scale,
자료를 생산하기는
maybe
힘들고
needs to be a
이런
team
자료를 문헌을
project.
통해서
So
제가 확보를 해야
I
되는데
didn't have the
그걸 확보를
capability
못했습니다.
to conduct this
그렇지만
study
제가 좀
on my
더
own,
찾아본다면 어떤
and
전반적이진
couldn't
않지만
discover
부분적으로
any
어떤
literature
소비
on that.
형태가 변하는
But
그런 것들 자료는 좀 더 제가 찾아본다면 찾아볼 수 있을 것 같고요. 그래서 찾아보도록 하겠고요. 그리고 제가 이런 양적 자료를 얻을 수 없지만 질적 자료를 통해서 이런 소비 품목의 변화, 소비 양태의 변화를 이제 살펴볼 수 있는데 그런 것들은 사례 연구를 통해서 어떤 양적인 연구는 아니지만 어떤 개개인의 어떤 그 질적인 사례 연구를 통해서 그런 자료를 확보할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 아직 거기까지 제가 조사를 못했는데 앞으로 그런 조사를 할 수 있기를 바라고요. 네. 그래서 이렇게까지 설명드렸고요.
감사합니다.
The title or the theme of the second session was Urban Culture in West and South Asia. So occurred and urban cities and social innovations, entire area. So those were the topics. I learned a lot too. We must wrap up now. I'm sure that you have a lot of questions, but it's unfortunate that we need to wrap up. For speakers, for panelists, I hope that your role is pivotal. You could help us in the future more. So please forgive me for intervening your presentation, your discussions. If you criticize after this session is over, I fully understand. So once again, that concludes the second topic session. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서
That concludes the second session. All the presentations and discussions have been completed. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause to the moderator, Professor Yoon Young-soo, for speakers and for discussants.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank
이것으로
you.
2부 순서를
That
마치고요.
concludes the second topic session. We'll take 10 minutes of a break and we'll begin at 4 o'clock the next session.
10분을 가진 이후에 4시 정각에 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you.
네, 여러분 저희 곧이어서 3부를 이어갈 예정입니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 여러분 저희는 계속해서 3부로 이어갈 예정입니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다.
I'd like to ask the participants to be seated.
네, 그럼 지금부터 이번 국제학술 행사의 마지막 주제인 서남아시아의 생활 양식에 대한 발제와 토론 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 3부의 주제를 맡아 이끌어주실 국립목포대학교 박정석 교수님을 과장으로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Will be the moderator. Please greet Professor Park Jung-seok with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Hello, everybody.
마지막이라서 그러신지 이제
I don't know why, but maybe since this is the last session, we don't have many people here, and we all want to hurry back home. And Professor Yoon in the second session said that giving only 15 minutes to the presenter is barbaric, and maybe I'll have to play this vicious role myself. So, since this is the last session, let us stretch ourselves and relax. The true scholars are the ones that stay until the very last. We have 4 presenters and 4 discussants. And for the first presentation, we have Professor it's been about 3 years since I've been to India. We have Professor Manisha Tripathi Pate from the Department of Sociology of Jamia Millia Islamia, and we have Professor Kim Soo-won, who will talk about the Middle East urban culture and exchanges to human civilization, and Professor Mingnan of Dankook University will talk about the Gulf regions, Majlis and civil society's role. And Professor Ozawa Ichiro of the Ritsumeikan University will discuss on the mercantile communities and the commercial practices in Muscat. And I will give 15 minutes to each presentation. I think we will have to keep the time since this is the last session. So I hope that you speak within 15 minutes. Well, 12 minutes would be better. We all want to go home early. So I'd like to invite Professor Manisha Pandey.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real privilege to be here. Thank you to the organizers, the ACC, for inviting and having us over. My paper is on culture and consumption in urban India. And this particular paper, one would talk about that how with rapid urbanization and globalization of the Indian subcontinent, the dynamics of consumer behavior has changed significantly, or rather evolved significantly. And the paper examines how market forces and cultural forces, both, including traditions, values, they shape the culture patterns of urban Indian consumers. Now, one has gone, one has done fieldwork in selected urban centers of Maharashtra and Bihar, particularly Nagpur and Patna, and also Delhi NCR, particularly Gurgaon. And the empirical analysis of the study is shared here as a form of generalization. Because, consumption, I feel, is a very, very strong point which provides new sites for examining family, gender, and social class. As urbanization and globalization continue to reshape the Indian urban landscape, everyday life, including lifestyle, social interactions, consumption, significantly get impacted by market forces and culture. Over past two decades, significant changes have been brought about in the way people in urban areas consume goods and services. The interplay between culture and consumption in urban India is a dynamic and a multifaceted phenomena that continues to evolve. It is a complex and evolving phenomena that has far-reaching implications for businesses, policymakers, and society. The neoliberal agenda and the market prefer the culture ideology of consumerism among the affluent sections of society. Culture, encompassing traditions, values, beliefs, and social norms, also plays a pivotal role in shaping the consumption patterns of individuals and communities, and this was seen in Patna, Nagpur, and Gurgaon particularly. This paper aims to provide an in-depth analysis of this kind of intricate relationship, but let me tell you that, of course, when we talk of the urban India, it's not a homogeneous category in terms of patterns of consumption, but when we talk about the professional middle class, especially in the age group of 25 to 40, the professional middle class, particularly living in places like middle class households like Gurgaon, is more individualized, hybridized, and heterogeneous. Capitalism is a major historical force which has played an important role, and the contemporary form of urban society is definitely not a preordained reality, rather it is a produced one. So the cities are the sites for commodification processes that get materialized in the form of material physical infrastructure and is constantly changing. When we talk about the urban population, a lot of presentations have been there, which is nearly 31% of the total, 35% of the total population, which is expected to rise. And an important implication of liberalization reforms was this substantial increase in the wealth of a specific population, resulting in the rise of consumptive infrastructure like malls, metro rails, luxury housing complexes, multiplexes, mega temples, etc. City spaces developed with such a focus have been seen as an intensification of luxury infrastructure, skyscrapers, gated enclaves, increased privatization of public spaces, and neglect and marginalization of the poor. On the other hand, urban informality and illegality that represent the marginal and precarity of living in terms of physical location, a city's culture as well as legal framework have also increased. In India, slum settlements, generally called as jhuggi jhopri or bastis, are informal settlements primarily occupied by low-income groups with marginal livelihoods. We are not focusing on them here, but the right to the city has been echoed in different people's movements in cities all over the world in their demands for creating a socially just city. In India, it has been found to appear repeatedly in context of slum demolitions and housing struggles for urban poor. Urban informality is an expression of the failure of city planning process, and the state addresses this failure by making urban informal settlements, especially of the urban poor, illegal, robbing them of the rights of the city. So this particular, I'm concentrating more on the places and the spaces of consumption, which is a place of flows and exchange of public. Most of consumption spaces, stores, cultural facilities are open to the public and allow the people to take a walk without entrance fee. But because nowadays the safety control has become more rigorous, discrete social exclusion is done by managers of these spaces to assure consumers' security and to create a clean environment for the urban middle class people. So there are these themed environments, semiotic consumption, which takes place in this liberal age, which is more and more characterized by signs and images rather than by lived experiences, something which Professor Ibrahim was talking about. The material spaces of consumption are created by investing capital in a spatial form. Consuming spaces is now an integral part of relaxation and enjoyment, along with consumption of food and drink and locally produced services in these spaces. The emergence of themed environments, which are artificially created spaces, you have it all over in Gurgaon, make consumption places a controlled, artificial, air-conditioned and culturalized environment. In fact, is a kind of Disneyfication influence everywhere. The focus of consumption here is not on material use value, but on its symbolic value, consumption of symbolic meanings. A new place is created which is safe, clean, where the rich and visitors have enjoyed enjoyment and fun. So this is the advent of a consuming society where we have the systematic art of manipulation of science. People like Jean Baudrillard has talked about it, and how goods are involved in endless definitions and redefinitions of social status, and consumer culture has become a mode, or dominant mode rather, of cultural reproduction through the exercise of free personal choice in the private sphere of everyday life. Consumer culture as a specific form of material culture is now a process of stylization. It represents the increasing importance of culture in modern exercise of power. And when we talk of consumer culture of this urban middle class, which I'm talking of, you have availability and number of range of consumer goods, you have expansion of shopping as a leisure pursuit, you have different forms of shopping and consumption like shopping malls, theme pubs, online shopping, network marketing, great emphasis on design and style and appearance of goods. Of course, lifting of restrictions on borrowing money. It was a taboo 2 decades back. Increase in credit card culture, privatization of leisure with television and OTT platforms, moving from life to what they call it as lifestyle. Of course, this is the new India for the urban Indians, which I'm talking about. Now, these urban Indians whom I'm talking about, they are basically professionally qualified, high salaried people, where both partners are working and their work atmosphere and environment is highly dynamic, overstressed and fast-paced. So they have ready-to-eat meals, they have on-call services, doorstep delivery, Zomato, Blinkit, Swiggy, these are the names which are there all over in Delhi, in Gurgaon. These young professionals, they are very different from what they were from a decade ago. The individuals have babysitters, pet sitters, laundrymen. So these people, they are of a very, very different socioeconomic background, but still Indian at heart, I would say. Not very ritualistic, not very orthodox, but these are these consumers too modern to lose their touch or memories of the past. And when you talk of all these companies like Ashirvad and Haldiram, which sell frozen chapatis also for these young professionals. So when you this is the group which one is talking about. And so when we talk about traditional values and consumption or impact of globalization, which is there, there is influence of cultural conditions, traditions and decisions regarding purchasing. Rituals and festivals are drivers of consumption. Role of family and community in shaping. You have spread of Western consumer culture. You have transnational corporations shaping consumption. You have cultural hybridity and blending of global and local. So when we talk of technology and digital consumption, we see rise of e-commerce and digital media, technological innovations. You have urbanization and consumer behavior in terms of work-life balance people talk of, and changing family structures and household dynamics because of it. I cannot go into details because of shortage of time. Urbanization and consumer behavior, also sustainability and ethical consumptions. People living in gated communities, they are more and more aware of the so-called sustainable and ethical consumption. You have these practices which are being talked about, discussed in this kind of urban setup. Of course, there are marketing and branding strategies where all these marketing campaigns, they align very, very much with cultural values, and also this whole kind of navigation between global and local. So when we talk about everyday life among urban middle class in India is about experience or consumption of events and objects, lifestyles, and social interactions and relations. The cultural artifacts, including food, fashion, and entertainment, and even the subjective realm, including the responses and emotions, have undergone a sea change with neoliberalism. The individual finds one's identity in lifestyle and the lifestyle choices determining the individual, irrespective of the background. Everyday life today is a hybrid of the local and the global. As we see, we are living in traveling cultures. I'm referring to Raymond Williams. Thus, along with homogenization of subcultures, the process of hybridization and creolization are visibly manifest. The growth of capitalism in the form of flexible accumulation have made the consumer very important. The consumer asserts agency in the process of self-realization and identity creation. Through visual media, the consumerist culture is projected to stimulate desires limitlessly. The consumption of material and non-material culture in urban India has undergone a lot of transformation, both physically and symbolically, and culture, consumption, and representations. Representation meaning embodiment of clothing, fashion, films, advertisements, visual cultures, femininity, masculinity have seen significant changes, and post-modernization of everyday life, leading to hybridity and homogeneity is reflected in social and cultural domains. Contemporary India is witnessing a cultural resurgence in the proliferation of festivals, revival of traditions and rituals. If you see WhatsApp messages in India, every day you have one Happy Diwali and Happy Dashera and Happy Ganesh Chaturthi. It goes on. The list is endless nowadays. These are main festivals of India, but there are smaller ones which are coming up every day. Celebration of local arts, crafts, and cultural symbols, multiple events around identity markers. The growing interest in heritage and intangible culture, tourism, and branding around place-specific cultures are the varied responses witnessed in present-day urban India. Role of culture intermediaries, they have increased tremendously if we see in terms of media, marketing, advertising agents. Also, there are more of health clubs, gyms, fitness center. Yoga itself is a commercialized activity now. So middle class choices when it comes to appearance and behavior, they have also become very, very significantly different in terms of body projects which have come up, say dieting or, intermittent fasting or plastic surgery, which is so much in the rise among this particular section of urban India, which I'm talking about. And of course, this kind of, consumerism has always been viewed as something which is amoral and gendered. And even if you talk of people like Veblen, they have talked of females as more bigger consumers. And so is this particular class of middle class I'm talking about. And so that is why there are these new sites for examining family, gender, and social class. The cultural manifestation, production, reproduction of inequality in terms of class, gender, ethnicity, and age has increased owing to economic, cultural, and social capital possessed by the middle class. Consumption, that is, acquisition of objects, events, and their symbolic meaning with the help of these cultural intermediaries is a deterritorialized phenomena, creating a hybrid everyday life. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Well, I believe that your presentation requires more than an hour. You talked about the culture, consumption in urban India. Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's invite the second speaker.
I'm from HUFS, Professor Kim Soo-han.
안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 김수환입니다. 저는 오늘 여러분들과 함께 중동 도시 문화와 인류 문명의 교류라는 너무나 커다란 담론을 가지고 왔습니다. 그런데 제가 이렇게 발표를 하겠다고 신청을 해놓고 잠깐 후회를 했었습니다. 너무 큰 걸 다뤘다. 근데 내용은 이게 제목은 큰데 내용이 과연 거기에 따라가 줄 수 있을까라는 생각을 했는데 제목이 거창한 만큼 내용이 거창하지는 않습니다. 그래서 그걸
So
이해해
I
주시고
first
같이
would like to ask
들어주시면
your understanding
감사하겠고요.
that the content may
중동의
not
도시
be as
문화와
grand as the
인류 문명이
title.
만나는 그런 접점에서
At the
과연
encountering
이
point of the
문명과
Middle
중동의 도시가
Eastern
어떻게 서로
Middle Eastern
교류하고
culture and
발전을
human
했는가에
civilization,
대한 세
we can
가지
think of
예를 들어서
three
세 가지 도시의
examples
예를
of
들어서
how cities
제가 간단하게
developed.
소개를 해드린다라는
And
그런
that would be
생각으로
the main
들어주시면
focus
감사할 것 같습니다.
and the flow of my presentation.
쇼버그는 기던 쇼버그라는 학자가 사회학자가 문명과 도시 발달에 대한 세 가지 단계를 정리를 해놨습니다. 같이 한번 여러분하고 나누고 싶은데요. 첫 번째가 Folk and Pre-Literate Society입니다. 그러니까 부족 사회 정도로 우리가 해석을 하면 될 것 같고요. 이 부족 사회의 특징은요, 도시 이전 단계를 말하는 것이죠. 그리고 수렵과 그리고 채집 경제를 기반으로 하는 자급자족하는 어떤 소규모 부족사회다라고 이해를 하시면 될 것 같고요. 두 번째 그 다음 단계가 푸더 혹은 프리인더스트리얼 소사이어티라고 가지고 전산업 단계, 즉 산업사회 이전의 단계를 말을 하는데요. 여기는 이 시대의 정착화가 이루어지면서 아무래도 농업혁명이 일어나고 농업을 기반으로 해서 수렵과 채집 기반 경제 기반에서 넘어서서 이제는 농업을 통해서 농업 잉여가 발생하는 그런 사회로 발전을 하게 되죠. 그러다 보니까 인류 최초의 문명이라고 할 수 있는 쐐기 문명과 서령 문자가 발달을 하게 되고요. 그리고 또 정주 공간이 도시로 발전을 하게 되죠. 왜냐하면 사람들이 정착화해서 살게 되는 공간이 바로 도시로 발전을 하게 되는 거죠. 그러다 보니까 문자 체계가 발달을 하고 교통수단도 발달을 하면서 문명의 발달 속도가 가속화되는 그런 단계가 되겠고요. 세 번째가 산업 단계입니다. 이건 뭐 설명 굳이 안 해도 잘 아실 수 있겠지만 산업혁명 기술 발전으로 인해서 본격적으로 식민시대도 또 열리고 그러다 보니까 타 문명과 타 문화권과의 교류가 활발하게 이루어지는 그런 문화적 융합이 이루어지는 그런 단계가 되겠습니다. 자, 도시 문명에 대해서 도시 문명이라는 게 사실 역사라는 시간하고 그리고 도시라는 어떤 공간이 서로 얽혀가면서 문명을 발전시켰다라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있는데요. 그래서 많은 학자들이 이 도시를 인류가 발명한 가장 위대한 발명품 중에 하나다라고 이야기를 하기도 합니다. 도시 발전의 전제 조건으로 많은 학자들이 공통적으로 제시하는 것이 있습니다. 첫 번째가 농업 잉여, 즉 농업을 해서 그 잉여가 남게 되고 그것으로 인해서 서로 교역이 발달하게 되고 또 타 부족과 타 지역과의 또 교류가 활성화되면서 문명이 발달했다라는 것이고요. 거기에 따라서 사회제도도 발달하게 되고 또 문자도 발명하게 됐다. 이런 세 가지가 문명의 도시 발전의 전제 조건이 되겠죠. 그래서 결국은 문명과 인류가 함께 발전을 해왔으며 이 도시라는 것은 그 중심에 있으며 사회제도, 문화, 경제, 정치, 예술 등의 다양한 부분에 있어서 종교까지 발전을 시켰다. 그리고 고대 문명은 결국 고대 도시와 함께 발전을 거듭했다라는 것을 말씀드리겠고요. 오늘 이제 첫 번째 도시로 같이 나누겠지만 도시의 시작, 인류 최초의 도시라고 할 수 있는 것이 기원전 6,000년에서 5,000년 전경 발전을 했다라고 추정을 하고 있어요. 학자들마다 약간의 이 시기상의 차이는 있지만 그리고 기원전 3,000년경에 문화와 기술과 법률, 제도 등을 발전시켰다라고 도시다운 도시로 발전시켰다라고 학자들이 연구한 바가 있습니다. 자, 이론적인 도시에 대한 이론적인 그 근거를 한번 연구 근거를 제가 좀 조사해봤는데요. 이 자료 책자에는 조금 더 많은 자료가 있는데 오늘 발표에 대해서는 간단하게 이 고든 차일드라는 그런 학자는요. 도시혁명이라는 용어를 썼습니다. 그 Urban Revolution이라는 것으로서 이 도시혁명을 설명하면서 결국은 농업 중심의 활동이 경제 기반이 결제 활동을 활발하게 증가시키면서 식량 잉여가 증가하고 그러면서 인구가 증가하게 된다. 도시가 발달하게 된다라는 그런 이론을 폈고요. 모리스라는 학자는요. 도시 발전 이론에서 농업 잉여가 발생함으로써 교역이 발생을 하고 그리고 그 교역을 위해서 기록을 해야 되는 필요성이 증가하게 되고 기록을 위해서 문자가 발명되고 그리고 효과적인 통치를 위해서 결국은 사회제도도 구축하게 된다라는 도시 발전의 이론을 발전시켰고요. 플래너리라는 그런 학자는요. 인류 문명 문명을 네 단계로 발전 단계로 구분을 해놨습니다. 첫 번째가 밴드, 즉 무리가 모여서 하는 무리 단계고요. 두 번째가 트라이브, 부족 단계고, 세 번째가 쉽돔, 즉 족장 단계이고요. 네 번째가 스테이트, 국가 단계로 발전을 해왔다라고 주장을 했고요. 마지막으로 모건 앤 타일러라는 학자들은 고고학적인 관점에서 진화론적인 관점의 사회발전 단계를 세 가지로 구분을 했습니다. 야만, 미개, 문명사회로 각각 구분을 하면서 그 종교적인 특징을 애니미즘과 다신교와 일신교로 발전했다라고 규정을 한 바 있습니다. 그렇다면 왜 중동 이슬람 도시 문명인가? 저는 왜 물론 중동 학자이기도 하지만 왜 우리는 중동 이슬람 도시 문명에 대해서 또 한번 살펴봐야 하는가에 대해서 자, 아까 말씀드린 대로 인류의 최초의 도시는 약 5,500년 전 두 강 사이의 곳이라는 메소포타미아 문명의 지역에 우루, 우루쿠, 에리두, 라가시, 키시라는 그런 도시가 발달을 하게 됩니다. 지금 우측의 지도에서 그 녹색 부분에 있어서 빨간 점으로 표시되는 그런 지역들인데요. 파란 두 강이 바로 티그리스와 유프라테스 강이 되겠죠. 이 지역이 바로 사람들이 왜 모여서 도시를 발전하게 됐는가? 비옥한 토양, 그리고 기후가 온유했고요. 풍부한 수자원이, 물론 수자원은 풍부했고요. 그리고 여기가 바다와 또 접해 있어서 교통의 요지에 위치했었기 때문이다라는 그런 연구이고요. 그래서 사람들이 많이 모여 살면서 정착하게 되면서 농업을 발전시키면서 교육을 하면서 사회제도를 발전시키면서 결국은 이곳에 새로운 사고와 지식과 기술과 발명이 모이고 또 이것이 종교로 발전하고 철학으로, 과학으로, 의학으로 발전되는 어떤 혁신의 이노베이션의 중심지가 되었다라는 것이죠. 자, 우리가 중동 지역 하면 인류의 보편 4대 문명 하면 우리가 황하 문명, 그리고 또 메소포타미아 문명, 그리고 이집트 문명, 그리고 인더스 문명을 들 수 있습니다. 그중에 두 개의 커다란 문명이 바로 이 중동 지역에서 발흥을 할 만큼 중동 지역은 중요하기 때문에 우리가 중동 지역을 눈여겨봐야 되겠죠. 자, 그런데 안타깝게도 이 중동 지역의 문명이라든가 도시들은 서구적인 어떤 관념과 사고에 지배되어서 그동안 그 가치와 어떤 그런 역사적인 배경보다는 훨씬 더 그 서양적인 어떤 사고방식의 그림자에 묻혀서 그 찬란함이 좀 퇴색되어 왔던 것은 사실입니다. 그래서 우리는 이 도시에 대해서 고대 문명 도시, 중세 도시에 대해서 한번 주목을 해보고 싶어서 제가 이 도시들을 선정을 했는데요. 먼저 첫 번째 제가 가져온 도시는요, 바로 인류 최초의 문명이었던 두 강 사이의 곳, 즉 메소포타미아 문명에서 발흥한 인류 이곳입니다. 자, 여기 보면 아라비아 반도 위에 바로 이곳인데요. 지금 현재 이라크 국가 지역이죠. 그 이라크의 바그다드 수도가 있는데 그 밑에 남부 지역입니다. 바로 페르시아만과 접하는 그 지역에 우루쿠, 우루, 라가시, 니프루, 키시라는 인류 최초의 도시들이 발전을 했습니다. 인류 최초의 도시는 우루쿠를 제가 한번 가져와 봤는데요. 자, 우루쿠 이전에 그 위에 있는 지방, 그 옆에 오른쪽 왼쪽에 있는 지방에서 많은 민족들이, 사람들이, 부족들이 살았습니다. 그런데 이들이 신석기 시대에서 청동기를 넘어가는 그 시점 중에 이 기후가 좁고 비옥한 토양이 있었던 이 지역으로 모여들기 시작합니다. 그러면서 정착해서 농업을 하기 시작하죠. 농업을 하게 되니 농업혁명이 일어나고요. 농업을 하게 되니 혁명이 일어나니 농업이 남게 되죠. 즉 농업에 대한 결과물이 남게 되는 농업 잉여 현상이 발생합니다. 그래서 사람들이 이곳에 모여서 정착하게 되고 또 주변 이웃 부족들과 교역을 하는 도시화가 발생을 하게 됩니다. 그래서 결국은 농업혁명은 도시혁명으로 연결된다. 아까 설명드렸던 어떤 고든 차일드의 주장과 맞먹는 거죠. 자, 그래서 이 지역을 보니까 BC 기원전 5000년경에 이미 물표를 사용했다라는 흔적이 있습니다. 물표는 이제 전투판 진흙을 쪼물쪼물한 거에다가 구멍을 뻥뻥 뚫거나 아니면 표시를 해서 교역에 대한 서로 물건을 오가는 기록을 만들었던 편인데요. 이것이 기원전 3000년경에는 세기 문자나 소련 문자로 발전이 수메르 문명으로 발전이 됩니다. 자, 그래서 이 시기에 이 지역에서는 놀랍게도 이 우루쿠를 신들의 대장간이라고 불렸다는 기록이 남습니다. 왜냐하면 여기 건축 기술이라든지 아니면 어떤 도구, 농업을 하기 위한 어떤 도구가 개발됐고요. 진술의 바퀴 형태 있잖아요. 그것이 이때 그 형태가 개발되었다. 또 배의 돛도 마찬가지고 기록물이 유적에 남는 게 원통 인장 있죠? 동그란 인장의 겉에 표기를 해서 둥글리면서 그게 이제 쉽게 말하면 지금의 도장 형태, 도장 역할을 했던 것이 있고요. 그리고 부가 쌓이고, 즉 부라는 것은 농협의 잉여가 남다 보니 서로 교육을 하게 되고 또 뭔가 물건을 나누게 되고 공유하게 되고 이럼으로써 더 많이 가진 자와 그렇지 못한 자의 차이가 생겨나게 되고 그럼으로써 계층사회, 계급사회가 생겨나게 되죠. 그러다 보니까 내 것을 혹은 타자의 것을 기록하는 문서 기록이 또 발달되게 됐고요. 그래서 소유권이 확립되게 되는 어떤 사회 시스템 체제가 발생을 했습니다. 자, 보시면 아래 왼쪽에 이것이 우르크에 남아있는 성벽 터입니다. 즉 성벽이 있다는 것은 이 도시 혹은 어떤 무리가 같이 살고 있는 곳을 지키기 위해서 성벽을 만들겠죠. 즉 경쟁이 발생했고 전쟁이 있었다라는 그런 반증이 되기도 하겠죠. 그래서 이웃 부족들과의 경쟁 그리고 전쟁으로서 성벽이 발생을 했고요. 또 관료제와 종교라는 게 탄생을 했겠죠. 어떤 신이나 어떤 불특정한 어떤 대상에 대해서 사람들이 빌기 시작합니다. 그래서 종교가 탄생을 했고요. 그리고 도시방어나 우리 민족을 부족을 지키기 위해서 군대가 등장하고 그것의 리더가 필요한 왕이 등장을 하게 됩니다. 그래서 메소포타미아 문명, 특히나 우르크에서 지역에서 발생한 길가메시 서사시가 굉장히 우리나라도 이제 번역이 됐는데요. 유명하죠. 우르크에 굉장히 처음에는 후학스러운 왕이었다가 결국은 긴 여정을 통해서 다시 우르크로 돌아오면서 지혜로운 왕이 되었다라는 이 안에 사랑과 우정과 지혜와 이런 모든 어떤 서사가 담겨 있어서 인류 최초의 문학 서사시다. 이것은 후대에 많은 문학에 영향을 주었다라고 알려진 문학 작품이기도 합니다. 자, 그럼 두 번째 도시로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 두 번째 도시는요. 지중해 찬란한 고대 문명인 그리스 로마 문명입니다. 자, 중동에 아까 우리 박현희 교수님께서 잠깐 설명을 해주셨던 이집트의 알렉산드리아라는 도시가 있습니다. 알렉산드리아는 여러분이 아시다시피 알렉산드로스 대왕에 의해서 사실 뭐 살아생전에 그 알렉산드리아 도시가 완성되는 걸 보지 못했지만 그때 당시 이 알렉산드리아 도시가 또 건설이 됐고요. 자, 여기 지도에 보시면 알겠지만 이 알렉산드리아 위치가 바로 지중해에 접해 있으면서 그리스와 로마적, 즉 유럽 지역과 굉장히 교류가 활발하게 할 수 있는 그리고 홍해와도 쉽게 오갈 수 있는 그런 지역에 위치한 곳입니다. 그래서 이 알렉산드리아는요, 그리스 로마 후에 비잔틴 제국 기독교 문명의 헬레니즘 시대의 최대 중심지로 발전을 했던 도시이기도 합니다. 그런데 이 알렉산드리아에 건축됐던 이 건축물들이 굉장히 세련되고 화려한 도시 건설이었어요. 그래서 건축물들이 그 격자무늬로서 굉장히 어떻게 보면 구획이 바르고 정확하게 되는 깔끔하게 되는 규칙적이고 질서 정연한 그런 그 지면 구획을 통한 도시 그 건축물들이 세워졌고요. 이때 당시 4,000개의 궁전, 4,000개의 목욕탕이라든가 극장들이 굉장히 다수토가 발견되기도 했죠. 또 알렉산드리아는 국제도시였습니다. 그러니까 지중해와 나일강 무역을 연결하는 그 해외 무역의 거점이었기 때문에 많은 사람들이 즉 그리스인, 유대인, 페르시아인, 그리고 바빌론인, 이탈리아인, 페니키아인 등 여러 지역의 사람들이 함께 모여서 서로 문화를 같이 교류하고 교류를 했던 그런 중심지이기도 했습니다. 또 알렉산드리아는 문학과 문화와 학문의 도시이기도 했습니다. 그래서 플라톤이나 아리스토텔레스의 철학이 직접적으로 지중해를 건너서 유래되기도 했고요. 또 무세이온이라고 하는 이때 당시 알렉산드리아 학문 최고 고등 학문 연구기관이 있었습니다. 그래서 이 무세이온을 통해서 그리스의 학문과 예술이 발달을 했는데요. 여러분이 들으면 다 아실 예를 들어서 그 물리학의 그 아르키메데스, 그리고 기하학의 유클리드 이런 사람들도 이 무세이온에 와서 연구를 했다라는 기록이 있습니다. 또다시 우리가 알렉산드리아는 제일 유명한 것이 바로 알렉산드리아 도서관을 빼놓을 수가 없죠. 이 알렉산드리아 도서관은 클레오파트라 당시에 70만 권이라는 파피루스의 서적을 보유할 정도로 이때 당시 유럽 전체의 서적의 10배를 소장한 것으로 기록이 되어 있습니다. 그래서 이 알렉산드리아는 헬레니즘 문명의 총체적 집산지이기도 했고요. 또한 기독교 문명이 시작되는 그런 곳이기도 했습니다. 왜냐하면 그리스에서 또 로마에서 넘어온 기독교 문화가 이쪽 알렉산드리아의 터를 잡으면서 어떻게 보면 지금의 중동 지역에 기독교 문화가 시작되는 그런 중심지가 됐는데요. 기원 후, 즉 서기 2세기에는 기독교 5대 교구 중에 5개가 있었는데 그 중에 하나인 알렉산드리아 교구가 바로 이 알렉산드리아에 설립될 정도였다고 합니다. 다음은 세 번째 도시로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 이번에는 이슬람 문명을 한번 만나보려고 합니다. 아나톨리아 반도의 이슬람 문명인데요. 지금 지도에 보시는 아나톨리아 반도, 지금 뭐 터키 정도, 투르키예 정도 되겠죠. 여기 보시면 바로 튀르키예의 이 콘야라는 도시를 이슬람 도시로서 같이 소개해드리고 싶습니다. 바로 이곳인데요. 콘야가 이 아나톨리아 반도에는요, 신석기 시대에 촌락 형태인 차탈회 위크라는 그런 촌락이 형성이 돼 있었습니다. 그래서 일부 학자들은 사실 저는 우르크가 인류 최초의 도시다라고 하는 학자들의 그 주장을 따르지만 일부 학자들은 아니다, 차탈회 위크가 인류 최초의 도시다라고 주장하는 일부 학자도 있습니다. 하지만 이것은 촌락 형태로 도시 이전의 형태였는 것이 저는 그런 의견을 따르고 있습니다. 그런데 이 지역에서 11세기 이후에 셀주크 왕조, 이슬람 왕조죠. 셀주크 왕조의 수도로서 이 콘야가 번성하게 됩니다. 그리고 위에 흑해와 아래 지중해 진출, 교역하는 굉장히 중요한 중심지로 자리 잡았고요. 그런데 이 콘야라는 것은요, 이슬람 중에 신비주의가 있습니다. 신비주의를 수피즘이라고 하는데요. 이 수피즘과 수피 문학의 본산으로 자리를 잡습니다. 그래서 이 콘야가 영성의 도시다라고 알려지기도 했고요. 이때 당시 아바스 왕조의 11세기 하면 8세기서부터 한 13세기까지 아바스 왕조가 수도인 바그다드를 중심으로 굉장히 번성을 하거든요. 특히나 바그다드는 여러 모든 분야에 있어서 굉장히 발전하고 융성한 그런 중심지였는데요. 이 바그다드에 의해서 새로운 이슬람의 르네상스 시대를 연 그런 도시로 또 알려지고 있습니다. 자, 메블라나 들어보셨을 겁니다. 메블라나는요, 13세기에 설립된 이슬람 신비주의 교단인데요. 이 콘야를 중심으로 발전을 하게 됩니다. 그런데 이제 이 메블라나는요, 종교라는 것이 사실은 신과의 어떤 직접적인 어떤 합일 이런 것을 중요시하는 그런 수피즘을 체험을 강조를 하는데요. 여기 보시면 유명한 이 사진이 하얀 옷을 입고 빙글빙글 도는 이런 그 세마의식이라는 것을, 수피즘의 세마의식을, 메블라나의 세마의식을 사진을 보시면서 많이 알려졌는데요. 이 메블라나를 창시한 잘랄라딘 루미 가 있습니다. 근데 이 잘랄라딘 루미가 마스나비라는 시집을 지었고요. 이것이 에라스무스라든지 마틴 루터라든지 뭐 렘브란트 화가라든지 괴테 등 영향을 미쳤다라고 알려지고 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 세 개의 도시 제가 가져와 봤는데요. 첫 번째로 우르크는 인류 최초의 문명이었던 메소포타미아 문명이 발전시킨, 혹은 이 도시와 함께 문명이 발전된 그런 도시입니다. 그래서 농업혁명으로 인해서 농업 잉여가 발생하고 도시혁명으로 인해서 최초의 도시로 자리매김한 그런 곳이고요. 두 번째는 지중해를 넘어 그리스 로마 문명의 영향을 받아 굉장히 발전을 했던 알렉산드리아, 이집트의 알렉산드리아 도시가 있는데요. 이 알렉산드리아는 뭐 건축, 과학, 예술뿐만 아니라 계층화된 사회 정치 조직이 발달됐고요. 또 알렉산드리아 도서관에서 보시는 것처럼 기록과 학문 발전이 이루어졌던 그런 도시입니다. 세 번째로는 이슬람 문명이 만난 콘야라는 도시죠. 아무래도 도시 발전에 있어서 여러 가지 사회제도나 정치, 경제, 과학, 예술이 발전되지만 그 중에 하나가 바로 종교의 발전을 들 수가 있습니다. 그래서 아까 모리스가 말한 모건과 테일러가 말한 세 단계 문명 발전, 도시 발전 중에서 마지막 단계인 그 문명 사회, 즉 일신교 사회의 대표적인 도시로서 제가 가져와 봤습니다. 그래서 결국 사람들은, 인류는 종교적인 신념을 중심으로 함께 도시라는 이런 곳에서 모여서 인류 문명을 발전시켰다라고 할 수가 있겠고요. 중동의 도시가 결국은 인류의 이런 주요 문명과 교감을 하면서 인류 역사의 혁신적인 발전을 견인한 곳으로 저는 발견을 했습니다. 그래서 결국은 인류는 언어와 문자라는 어떤 이런 상징을 통해서 어떤 의식을 발전시키고요. 그리고 결국 기술이라든지 도구라는 것을 발전시킴으로써 물질적인 어떤 발전을 이루어 그것을
tools
도시를 통해서
and other
인류문명으로 승화시킨 것은 아닌가라는
physical means,
느낌을
we
이 세
have
가지
developed
중동
our
이슬람 도시를
physical
통해서 발견할 수 있었습니다. 감사합니다.
economy, and I think this contributed to the development of human civilization.
한 학기 또는 뭐 두 학기 이상
I
걸쳐서
think
강의해야
this
되는
is a
내용을
lecture that you can
15분
study
내에
over
발표를
even one semester, two semesters,
야만적인
and I do agree that the organizing committee is barbaric, and I'm playing the role of the devil to keep pushing you to hurry. And
자장의 시간이 별도로 준비가 안 되어서
So due to the limited time, moderator will not make any comment. Let me introduce the next speaker, Professor In-nan from Dankook University. Please begin your presentation.
엄익란 선생님.
Professor In-nan.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 단국대학교의 저희교육대학에 있는
professor
엄익란입니다.
of Dankook University. I am
오늘 행사장에 직접
In-nan.
참여해서
I
여러 교수님들
apologize for not
만나 뵙고
being
소통하면
able
좋을
to
텐데
join on
개인적인
site
사정으로
due
이렇게
to my
녹화본으로 먼저
personal
만나게
reason.
되었습니다.
I am
그래서
virtually joining
잠시 후에
today's
이제 발표는
symposium.
녹화본을 만나 뵙고 토론 시간에는 줌으로나마 직접
I will
만나 뵙고
begin my
인사드리도록
presentation. I actually
하겠습니다.
have
제가 오늘
recorded my
발표할 주제는
presentation,
걸프지역 참여문화의
and
공간으로서
I will join
마즐리스이고요.
the
본
discussion time on a
연구는
real-time basis.
발표가
The title
되었던
of
박술지에
my
실렸던
presentation
걸프지역
is focusing on the role of
네트워킹
Muslim
공간에
civil
대한
society as a
연구입니다.
space to
전의
participatory
연구가 소셜
culture in
캐피탈의
the Gulf.
관점에서 그
From the
인맥을 중심으로
perspective of
네트워킹에
the
좀
social
초점을 맞추자면
culture,
지금 현재 연구는 시민사회 역할을 중심으로 발표를
study is
진행하도록
focused on the
하겠습니다.
civil society.
마즐리스의 의미에 대해서 먼저
Let
설명을
me
해드리도록
begin with the
하겠습니다.
definition
마즐리스는
of
아랍어로
majlis.
잘라사에서
The
나왔고요.
literal
잘라사는
translations of the
앉다라는
Arabic
뜻입니다.
word
그래서
majli
사전적인
means
의미를
sitting
보면은
place.
앉는 곳,
It
앉는
refers to a
공간을
specific
의미합니다.
space
그래서
or act of
마즐리스는
gathering
걸프 지역의
where the
사람들,
Gulf
특히 이제
region, mostly
남성들이
men,
특별히 약속을
regularly
잡지
gather
않아도
without
정기적으로
having
모이는
to
특정
make a
공간이나
specific
아니면 모이는
appointment.
행위
So the
자체를
majli culture is
의미하는데
common throughout
걸프
the
지역
Gulf
전반에
region.
존재하는 문화입니다.
It's a culture.
그래서 사우디아라비아 같은
Therefore,
경우는
countries like
마즐리스라고
Saudi
부르고요.
Arabia,
바레인과
they say
쿠웨이트에서는
Masli,
이완이라고 부르고
and Bahrain, they
아랍에미리트에서는
call
바르자,
Iwan, and
오만에서는
Bariza,
알사블라,
or
그리고
Al-Sabla,
카타르에서는
Al-Maris.
알마리스라고
These are the
이
different
중에
terminologies
그
that
디완이아라는
Middle East
용어하고
use.
마즐리스라는
And
용어가
Mazali
표준어이고요.
are the
나머지는
most
지역
common
방언으로
language,
수정이
and the other
됩니다.
are
특히 이제
the local
디완이아 같은
language. In
경우에는
case
그
of
어원이 어디서
Dialia,
됐느냐라는 문제에 대해서
well,
그 알하젤이라는 사람은 이것을
Al-Hazel
페르시아에서
has mentioned that
기원했다라고
it
주장하고
studied from
있는데
the Persia.
과거에 이제 편안한
So,
저녁 시간에
origin of the Mazla is a Dawan-oriented,
황제
originated in Persian.
황제
It
주변에
presents since the
사람들이 이제
beginning of the
모여가지고
Islamic
문학을 즐기는
Empire,
전통이 있었다고
mentioned
합니다.
in
그때
Hadith
이제
in the
주변에서
13th
앉아서
century.
먹고 떠드는
Rizan
사람들은
al-Ara
친근하고
inscribed on the
유머러스한
representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity in 2015. And Dr. Habib mentioned in 2017 his research that the Mazla is a function of the civil society through the public opinion formation. It existed from early Islamic period and Hadith and Masala Ahmad, it also existed. And in 2015, it was inscribed in the UNESCO World Heritage. So there are many functions that it can carry out. So families gather together, they drink coffee, tea, and then they exchange their views. So these are the major characteristics. So it's the gathering for the friends, family, and relatives. But the participants could be father, grandparents, together with the grandsons. So it's like a networking among the family or relatives. Second, the concept or the function of Majlis is a place. So it's about a business, center of the economic activity or major contract can be signed. So it's a place where they sign the contract. The function of Majlis for the third thing is a center for political activity. So a civil complaint can be resolved or a civil complaint can be raised through Majlis. And an important political decisions can also be made. And also, at Majlis, an important political figure appears and delivers a message. For example, a ruler dies and then they select a next ruler, or if they select the congressman, they can gather at Majlis and select the next political figures. And also, in case when there's no political system, then the political activities can also be carried out. So these are the major activities of the Majlis, and they believe that this is important. And also, as people gather around Majlis, they try to deliver their traditions and also culture to their next generation. And I also would like to tell you more about the next point. In Gulf area, the Western concept of civil society and also the limitation in Gulf, we have to define the function of the civil society. There are some area where the government put restrictions, but the civilians meet together and then they conduct demonstration, which is almost impossible. So Majlis is a place where people meet together, create their consensus, and then express their views. And by doing that, they deliver their meanings or views to the ruler. And Haziz said that Majlis is equal to quiet encroachment. Why? Because if there's an anti-government demonstration, then or a social upheaval can occur. But in case of the Majlis, it's a key venue where the people have gathered and they discuss about popular views. But also at the same time, they discuss their issues, like they have debate. It works as a debating hall, and Majlis is now a relaxed and laid-back place where young people gather to play their games and became a social gathering place to do this. And also the modernizations of the Gulf regions, coffee shops and restaurants have emerged as a new social venue. I have taken the photo of Majlis, taken photo in the museum. So in a modern way, it could be like a sofa or on floor. So it's only venue for male. Now let's look at directly how the civil society played a role in Gulf area. Let's review the definition and functions of the civil society. I'll read my presentation. Civil society is an overall concept, and NGO or different kinds of organizations are all included here. Civil society can be categorized into different things: the government-led civil society organizations or the national organization, and mostly this is an institutionalized civil society where they express their views, and also they can carry out the special roles or of certain legal rights issues can be expressed. And in the Gulf area, it played an important role. So they enhanced the democratic value, and also one of the most important factors is that a bourgeois class was formed in the civil society. So this concept can be applied to the Middle East, so developed with the formations of the European bourgeois in the 18th century, but discussed primarily in the context of democracy. Now, is the concept of civil society born in the West applicable to the Arab and Middle East, Gulf Islamic world? Is it justifiable? It could be questionable, and most representative people who expressed their views, Dr. Francisco and Durac, was Islamov, who said that they argued that it's unfair to generalize Western developed concept of civil society as universal values and apply them to regions with a different political and cultural environment. Civil society has existed since medieval Islamic times through cooperative and strong economic network. And Majlis, what kind of role does it play? Well, I will mention later on, but it provides a private sector. It exists outside the government control, but played important role in civil society. Majlis in Gulf area, even before the medieval period, Majlis played an important role, but the lifestyle kept changing and the Majlis declined. In 19th century, when hunger strike happens here, they wanted to open their place, and then they wanted to resolve the issue of the poverty and hunger, and also centers of the participatory cultural spaces for provisions of the public service in society were Majlis. So elderly in the town asked the children to gather, and then in case of Kuwait, Majlis was the place where the first school, first hospital came into being. And also the masters of the arts gathered together, and it played the role of guild in the medieval time. So they also cultivated people. When foreigners arrived, they didn't have any accommodation for foreigners, so they used Majlis as a place for the foreigners, and it was the center of all kinds of activity. And after Ramadan ends, people could join here, or it could play wedding ceremony or funeral services could happen in Majlis as well. So once again, the caretaker's place happen in Majlis, or a musical performance, or traditional musical instruments, or education occurred in Majlis as well. So the special changes in Majlis happen continuously. Depending on the time, once again, Majlis' role changed. In the past, only affluent merchandise could host Majlis, because Majlis provide not only a venue but also food, and cafes, restaurants were the role of the Majlis. So only economically you need to be able to afford food and everything. That's why only the rich people could provide that. But with heightened living standard in Gulf regions, when they build their own house, they also wanted to build Majlis inside their home, or right next to their home they began to build Majlis so that they can share it together. So Majlis become more popularized. But with the popularized Majlis, they began to pay more attention to the Majlis, like inviting much comfortable sofas, or use it as a video game place, or a movie place, or they could do all kinds of games, etc. So Majlis function has changed. And also young people, they gather here and do other things, avoiding the adults monitoring. So coffee shops and restaurants came also into being in Majlis. And at the time, the education level was really high, and young people that work in venue was once again here. So in the past, Majlis was a place where only the relatives or kinship people gathered together, but not anymore. Majlis were decorated for different purposes, and the role and function of the Majlis have begun to change. They invite even someone that they don't know, and also they provide different kinds of food or coffees or drinks, and then it played the role of the debate, or it plays served as a place or gathering. But now the Majlis as a key venue has also diminished. According to the Stephenson, also young people in the Gulf network for university employment have expanded beyond the traditional kinship center. If they want to study, they also gather here in Majlis, and they believed it was burdensome, and they regard gathering at the Majlis a waste of time. Especially meeting outside has become more natural, and among young people, spending a lot of time in Majlis has become known as a waste of time and burden. Young people in the Gulf prefer to meet in restaurants with a limited opening hours. What's noteworthy is that the online era has arrived. So digitalization has brought about spatial transformation in Majlis. So
이제는 온라인도 만나고
They
오프라인도
can
만나면서
meet
하이브리드
online,
마질리스 또는
offline,
이마질리스가
so
생성이
such
되고
a hybrid
젊은이들 같은 경우에는 자신의
methodology was
생각을 이런
available.
이마질리스를
So instead
통해서
of meeting
표현하고
in Majlis,
공유하면서
they can share
네트워킹을
their
점차
ideas,
이제
they can do the
확대하게 됩니다.
networking online and
이걸로 인한
offline.
마질리스의 미래는 어떻게 될
Therefore, what
것인가는
will be the
잠시 후에
future of
토론을 해보도록
Majlis? Let me
하겠습니다.
tell you about that.
정부가 이제 시민사회를
Now
통제하는
the
거부 지역의
government
정치문화적인
began to
특성상
control the
마질리스는
civil
오히려 보호받는
society,
참여
and
공간이 이제
Majlis
되는데
become a
예를
place
들면
where it's well protected.
이제
For example,
정부가 마질리스에서 일하는 행위에 대해서는 통제를 잘 못하는 경우가
government
있습니다.
cannot
마질리스가 사유지에서 열리고
intervene
사교를
to
중심으로
the
한
things happening
비공식적인
in
모임으로
Majlis,
간주되기 때문인데요.
and also
예를 들면
Majlis became a
마질리스는 공식적인
protected space for
리더도 없고 선출되어 있는
participatory
멤버들도 없고
culture, and
따라하게
also
대상도 없고
government
모임의
controlled of
특별한
the civil
목적과 의제가
society.
정해진 것도
Civil
아닙니다.
society in Gulf is
그러나
controlled
프리즈의
by the
사례를 보면은 이렇게
government,
사적이고
except in
보수적인 사교
Bahrain
모임이
and Kuwait,
공식적인
where it's
정치사에 큰
considered
영향을
illegal,
미쳤다는 점을 알 수
and
있는데
also held on the property
이제
of
쿠웨이트 법에서
Majlis
보면은
individuals who played
쿠웨이트는
the role
집회는
in civil
금지하지만
society
디와니아에서
and are
모임은
considered
예외라고 있습니다.
informed
왜냐하면
gatherings
쿠웨이트
centered
법에
on the
따르면
social
이것은 사적인
people.
공간에서
And
일하는
also
일이라고
it was
제사하고
viewed as a
있고요.
private space
공식적인
and
제도라기보다는
considered as a
쿠웨이트의
tradition and
전통과
custom
관습으로 이제
rather
간주를 하고
than
있는데
formal
오히려 전통의
institution.
이름으로 사적
Now
공간에
spaces
라는
protecting
명목으로
in the name of
디와니아가 이제 보호받는
traditions and
공간이
private
되면서 오히려 정치적으로
space
활성화됩니다. 그 예가
protesting and government in
1989년도 정부가 이제
Diwania
국회를
on
해산하고
Monday.
헌법
In
정지를 명령하자 국회의원들과
1989,
유력한 인사들은
these
정부의 통제
Majlis
밖에 있는
space
디와니아에서
were
1989년
protected.
2월 12월부터
And from
다음해 1월까지
December
2개월 동안
of
매주
1989
월요일마다
until
만나서 정부
January of
결정에 반대하는 항의 집회를
1990, there
합니다.
were
근데
demonstrations
이러한
protesting
항의
against the
집회가
government
진짜 시간이
policy were held in
접촉했으니까
Majlis
정부
place.
측에서는 이제
So
정치인들의 활동에
Diwania
소용이
in
없다고
virtual
이제
space
판단을
in
했고
women
이번에는
also
중앙에서 디와니아를
encouraged the
폐쇄하고 실효타는 가스를
participations.
살포하고
But
이러면서
there
강제적으로 해체를
were
했는데 정부
attempt by
또한
the
이들의
government to disperse
요구와
the
이러한
people.
이 디와니아에서 모임
And
특히
the people who
이때는
are gathered
월요일마다
in
열렸는데 먼데이
Diwania,
디와니아라고 불렸거든요. 그래서 이 먼데이 디와니아에서의 정부 항의 집회를 무시할 수
the
없어서 결국
anti-government
정부는 약식으로
protest
선거를 친 적이
in
있습니다.
the end couldn't be stopped. So the government
그리고
carried
이제
out
가상 공간에서
elections.
디와니아가
Now,
이제
in
활성화되면서
virtual sector,
기존에는
Diwania
남성
became
중심으로 디와니아가
activated.
이제
In the
꾸려졌는데
past, Diwania
이제는
were
여성들도
mainly
참여하게
led
되고
by the
또
male,
이제
but not
거기
anymore.
쿠웨이트 사회나
Women
이제
also
다른
can
것들
take part
지금은
in,
영원한
since Diwania is a
아웃사이더로
virtual space.
간주되고 있는 외국인
And
이주민들도 이제
foreign
디와니아에
immigrants
참여하게 됩니다.
also
그러면서
took part
디와니아가
in
좀 더
Diwania.
개방적이고
So Diwania
확장적이고
become a virtual
포용성을
space,
갖추면서
widely
진화를 하게
open
되는데
and
다양한 배경
inclusive
가진 사람들이
society.
참여하면서
People with a
마질리스의
diverse background
자존심도
gather together
엄청나게 다양하게
in
변화를 하면서
Diwania,
특히 이제 민감한
and
분들도
especially
거론되기
civil
시작했는데 실업
society,
문제,
private
성차별
sector
문제,
began together
외국인
here,
노동자의
talked
인권
about
문제,
the
정부의
sexual
후퇴 문제, 정치
discriminations
개혁
or
이런
gender equality,
것들이
political
이제 서로
reforms,
디스커션되는
and
화두가
social
되고
reforms.
있습니다.
All of the issues
그리고 또
were
이제
addressed.
코로나19
And during
기간에는
the COVID-19
이렇게 디와니아의
period,
기능이 정치적인
Diwania
기능만 머물지
function
않고 시민사회의
was not
역할을
regarded as a
충실하게
political
수행하기도
function, but
하는데
rather
예를
as a
들면은
place where
사람들이 이제
civil society can
자발적으로
play its own
자원봉사활동에
role.
참여하기도
For
하고
example, people take part in
또
based on
시민단체들이
voluntarisms,
모여가지고
or
모금
civil
활동을 해서
society have
그 정부를 돕기
tried
위해서
to
32개
gather the
시민단체가 한꺼번에
donations.
한 280억
So about
달러를 모금하기도
28
했다고 합니다.
billion of the
그리고
donations were gathered by the
시민단체에
civil
이제 필요한
society
인력들을
via
모집할 수 있게
Diwania.
되고 이러면서 코로나19
And
기간에는
during
정부가
the
겪고
time,
있는
the
어려움에
government
대해서
was
같이
able to get a
이제
lot of help
헤쳐나가는
from
모습을 보여주기도
Diwania
했습니다.
during the
향후에 이제 온라인
COVID-19.
마질리스가
Now,
형성화되면서
online
오프라인
Majlis were
마질리스는 그럼
held.
어떻게 될
And what about
것이냐라는
the
의문이
offline
이제
Majlis?
제기되고
What will
있는데
happen? There were
앞으로도
questions raised
꾸준히
by that.
활성화될 것으로
But
보고 있습니다.
continuously it will be
왜냐하면
activated
이제
because
걸프 지역 같은 경우는 사이버법이 있어서
there is a
온라인에
cyber
게재되는
act
글에 대해서는
in Gulf
검열과
regions.
감시가 있습니다.
So there
그리고
is a
위반한 것에 이제
censorship
걸린 사람들 같은
and also
경우는 실제로
control
감옥에 가는
in this area.
경우가
And if you
있었는데
violate, you are
오프라인에서의
imprisoned.
디와니아는
So
상당히 사적인
Diwania
공간으로 인식이 되고 또
is
아는
regarded
사람들이 많이
as a
모이기
private
때문에
sector.
오히려
Only those who
안전하고
know they
보호받는
come, so it's
환경에서
very safe.
정부에 대한 비판의
And
목소리
instead of
자신의
raising
의견을
their their criticism against the government, they freely discuss their ideas. So Majlis is a traditional meeting in Gulf region. We believe that Gulf region will continuously play the main role. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
네, 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much.
잠시 양해 말씀드리겠습니다.
We apologize.
이 주최 측으로부터 줌으로 발표한다는 이야기를 듣지 못해서
I
잠시
wasn't
진행에
notified that the
곧바로
presentation to be
네
given
번째
by
오늘
Professor
마지막
was done
발표자
by Zoom. I
일본
apologize. Let me invite the last speaker, Professor Ozawa
Ichiro
Ichiro from Rediscovering University. Please welcome Professor Ozawa Ichiro.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 일본 리츠메이칸 대학교의 오자와 이치로라고 합니다. 잘 부탁드립니다. 이번 행사에서는 가장 소중한 기회를 주셔서 진심으로 감사를 드립니다. 죄송하지만 지금부터 영어로 발표를 시작했습니다. Again, thank you very much for kind introduction. My name is Ichiro Ozawa from Ritsumeikan University in Kyoto, Japan. In today's presentation, I will take up Muscat. Muscat is here. And I will examine how the urban society of Muscat, the capital of Oman and one of the most important entrepôt of the Western Indian Ocean, realized the multi-ethnic and multi-religious commercial activities in the modern era when the Indian Ocean was integrated into the global trade system. Here, I will conduct a micro perspective study taking up the question of how individual mercantile communities of Muscat facilitated outside traders' participation in the trade based on the local commercial practices. By conducting a case study on the arms trade at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, I want to draw your attention to the following 2 points. 1, how Muscati communities received outside traders, and 2, what kind of mercantile transactions were conducted among them. And this is the Muscat in the early 20th century. Yeah, this one. And at first, we outlined the historical character of Muscat as a port city. Muscat had been one of the most prominent trading centers in the Western Indian Ocean since at least the early 16th century when it was occupied by the Portuguese. Since then, Muscat gradually strengthened its mercantile relations with the other regions of the Western Indian Ocean, notably with Western India and East Africa under the Portuguese naval power, thus creating a triangular trade system. Then, indigenous Omani Arabs took over Muscat under the leader of the Ya'aliba tribe in 1650, and after that, they extended its political and economic influences to Western India and East Africa based on the triangular trade system, thus forming a maritime empire in the Western Indian Ocean. This Omani maritime empire continued to flourish during the Ya'aliba and the succeeding Busaidi dynasties. The trade also prospered in Muscat, dealing with such goods such as ivory and slaves from Africa, spice, timber, and rice from India, and dates and pearl from the Arabian Peninsula. In spite of the decline in the Muscati trade after the mid-19th century, Muscat continued to function as an entrepôt in the Indian Ocean trade even during the early 20th century. Next, we overview the mercantile communities in Muscat during the period under consideration. In modern Muscat, various people developed their activities as traders, commercial intermediaries, shippers, moneylenders, etc. The most important among them are Baniyas or Banians, Hindu merchants mainly from Western India. They had been the most prominent mercantile community in the modern Muscat, expanding their commercial activities in the Western Indian Ocean in cooperation with the political powers ruling Oman, that is, the Portuguese, the Ya'aliba and Busaidi dynasties successively. As they were involved in the Indian Ocean trade, they constructed their own extended networks covering the Indian Ocean, based on their familial ties. With the capital accumulated through these networks, they exerted a strong economic influence in Muscat. They acted as moneylenders, providing capitals to traders and merchants. In addition, they occupied a crucial role in the financial affairs of the Busaidi dynasty. They not only loaned money to the rulers and the members of the ruling family, but also they contracted with the government to levy customs duties or other taxes, acting as customs officials and customs duties contractors. In addition to Banias, the sources on modern Muscat mention such merchants of Indian origins as Hoja Ismailis, that is Shi'i Muslims, Parsis, Zoroastrians, Memons, Sunni Muslims, and Bohorats, it is also Shi'i Muslims. Along with Indian groups, indigenous Omani Arabs had been involved in maritime trade, and we found the names of several Arab merchants and merchant families of Muscat in the historical sources of the late 19th century. In addition, Muscat and the surrounding regions of Oman was also the home of seafaring Arabs, acting as nahodas, that is, owner and captain of indigenous sailing ships called dhows. So the Arabs here. And among other groups, the Baluchis, the natives of the northern shore of the Gulf of Oman, or Baluchistan, played a crucial role in Muscat's economic life. They were originally employed by the Portuguese and the Aliba and Busaidi dynasties as mercenaries. In that process, the Baluchis settled in Muscat and constituted a sizable population. Like from here to Muscat, like this. And some of the Baluchis set about their commercial activities, and the most prosperous among them came to play roles similar to those of their Indian counterparts. In addition, the Baluchis in the coastal region were renowned for their seamanship and were involved in mercantile activities as nahodas. Europeans and Americans arrived at Muscat in the 19th century. Especially the British were the first after the Portuguese in establishing commercial relations with Muscat. But they failed to monopolize Omani commercial relations, and traders of the other countries like the United States and France conducted their own commercial activities with Muscat, competing with their British counterparts. In the next section, we examine the commercial practices that enabled the participation of various people in the Muscati trade. Here we consider the arms trade in Muscat at the turn of the 19th and 20th century. Muscat functioned as an entrepot in the Indian Ocean arms trade from the 1890s. The modern firearms exported from Europe were re-exported to the regions surrounding the Indian Ocean. Muscat attracted numerous traders from those regions and gained huge profit from this trade. From the late 1890s, Britain took measures to stop this trade, feeling that modern arms would destabilize the security of India and its surrounding regions, but the trade continued at least until the mid-1910s. To share and promote the profit from the arms trade, the mercantile communities of Muscat attempted to invite outside traders on various occasions. As customs officers or customs duties contractors, Banias invited traders at the harbor and allowed them to secretly enter the city, ignoring the British request on the Muscat government to prohibit their entrance. Among other groups, the Baluchis also called traders into Muscat mainly from the opposite shore of the Gulf of Oman. They used their connection with the Baluchi chiefs of Maklan here, the northern shore of the Gulf of Oman, and they used their connections with their connections and communicate with them, and to arrange the trader's passage to Muscat like this. And those who invited traders also arranged the transaction between them and other Muscat merchants, often their own relatives. And once traders arrived at Muscat, they were placed under the protection of the mercantile communities. The transactions were carried out not in the bazaar, but on the personal premises of the merchants or other secret places, where Muscatine merchants not only sold arms to traders, but also arranged the shipment of arms by introducing nahodas to them. Merchants in Muscat also provided traders with various facilities like latter's accommodation and food. Through this measure, Muscatine merchants not only protected traders from British surveillance, but also attempted to prevent them from freely moving around the city and contacting other merchants. In addition, mercantile communities aided traders in evading the British anti-arms trade activities. When traders needed to walk on the street, the guides prepared disguises for them to have them avoid being identified. Merchants also facilitated the departure of dhows carrying arms by sharing information on the whereabouts of British vessels patrolling near Muscat, which was gained through the connections of the mercantile communities. It is interesting to observe here that even French merchants, who were themselves outsiders coming from abroad to settle in Muscat, adopted these local practices to welcome outside traders. A French merchant resident in Muscat invited arms traders, had them stay in a house in the suburbs, and delivered food to them. These French merchants also attempted to obstruct the British measures for the arms trade restriction, utilizing his connections with the politicians at home, France, and inducing the home government to oppose the British attempt. Lastly, we must pay attention to the fact that the connivance of the Busaidi ruler, Sultan, made all the above-mentioned measures possible. This is the Sultan of Muscat then. Although under the British pressure, the ruler was reluctant to comply with the demand. Thus, the ruler attempted to bypass the British anti-arms trade measures. The ruler did not punish the merchants and traders, and even secretly encouraged them. It was because the profit from arms trade was then the main source of his revenue. In addition, the ruler's interest was so closely related to those of the mercantile communities that he could not forsake them for their involvement in the arms trade. This attitude clearly reflects the character of the Busaidi dynasty as a port city-state, whose existence depended deeply on the profit from Muscat's trade. Here I conclude today's discussion. In modern Muscat, various communities settled down and conducted their own mercantile activities, connecting Muscat with the other part of the Indian Ocean and the rest of the world through their trading networks. As we have seen, they attempted to maximize the profit from the trade by employing the local commercial practices, which facilitated the participation of various people in Muscatine trade. We cannot find here any ethnic or religious distinctions in the implementation of such practices by the mercantile communities. Even French merchants acted in line with the local practices of Muscat. Here, it is difficult or rather futile to distinguish indigenous and foreign communities. From this fact, we can readily discern the character of Muscat as a multi-ethnic, multicultural port city where various communities coexisted and were mixed up to create a unified urban culture and tradition. 이상입니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping exactly with the time.
이 발표자 네 분이
We listened to the four
아마
presentations. Let me invite you up to this side of the stage, and let me invite the discussant to the opposite side. Don't we have photos?
막간을 이용해서 말씀을 드리면
For
잔지바르의
your
아프리카
reference,
서쪽은
the Zanzibar, the western side of the western end of Muscat is Zanzibar.
그게 오만이 한때 식민지로 통치를 했다.
At one time, it was ruled by Oman as a colony, and on the Indian side, there's Surat, and also ruled by Portugal. And it has a very interesting history.
판데이 선생님.
Professor Pandey, please come up to the stage. Professor Pandey.
또다시 죄송한 양해 말씀드립니다.
I apologize once again. Ask for your understanding. Please limit your discussions in 5 minutes, and answers will be given in order of presenter. So, if there's any question, we'll also open the floors. Please save your time and be brief when you pose a question. So, first of all, Professor Lee Ji-eun.
토론자를 참 죄송합니다.
Sorry, I should have introduced discussant. First discussant is Professor Lee Ji-eun of Sejong University. Second speaker is Professor Gu Gi-yeon of Seoul National University. Third speaker, Professor Ham Hee-hyun from Seoul National University. Fourth is also Seoul National University, An So-yeon. I believe due to their specialty, we have selected one expert in India and also from Gulf region. So Asia Institute, mostly I believe all the experts from Seoul National University are with us today. Hello everyone, I was just introduced by the moderator. I am Lee Ji-eun. I believe I'm the only one who are specialized in India. We have very limited number in urban research, but I actually majored in modern history. And especially the cultural contents, I have a keen interest. That's why I believe I was invited. And thank you for inviting me today. I'm supposed to give a discussion on Professor Pandey's presentation. It was very interesting. And with a great interest, I always look at India. India is experiencing rapid urbanizations with also population increase. Naturally, urbanization is accompanied. Amid such rapid urbanization, there's an urban culture, especially the consumption culture. Professor Pandey addressed that, especially focusing on the middle class. There are consumption patterns and consumption culture, or Professor Pandey talk about lifestyle. And I believe the lifestyle of the middle class in urban has a significance. So Professor Pandey introduced that concept. So Professor have used semiotic consumption, which was quite interesting terminology. But in your presentation, you focus on the middle class consumption, but in the paper that I have received, she talk about semiotics of the consumptions and also the dichotomy of the urban cities brought by India was also mentioned. And Today, I believe that because of the limited time, she couldn't elaborate. It was regrettable. I wish I could have heard more about the housing issues and dwelling issues of the people living in urban area but suffering from the poverty, and that could have been interesting. In relations with that consumption cases also, there could be some way of taking part in the political circles and also as a way to resolve political confrontations. In a way, the consumption could have been used as a tool. And in her paper, Professor talked about that as well. In Korea, if you look at the environmental activists, their activity, we can easily see that. And in India, she talked about Indian culture. So through consumption, is there any cases that we should take note of that people use consumption as a way of taking part in the political activity? That's my first question. And second question is semiotic consumption. You gave an example in your paper. You used a Disneyfication, and you gave an example of the Disneyfication. And after that, the Disneyfication has some negative connotation. So instead of using Disneyfication, nowadays we use Disneyization. So until 1958 it was Disneyfication, but out of these two, you chose to use not Disneyization but Disneyfication. So why did you use the Disneyfication? You wanted to consider the negative nuance of the Disneyfication? Did you intentionally chose to use Disneyfication instead of Disneyization, which is later come to use in 1959? And for example, the term it emphasized in the material world and cities of the more liberal era are characterized by symbols and images, as like city water park in Apugar in India as an example of the Disneyfication, and the hybrid characteristic of the consumptions. The popular terms of Disneyization have also been used. So water park in India, I don't know whether it is related with that. So water park, that example that you have given, the Disneyfications that you have given example, is that a symbol of consumption? And how does that happen? Can you give example? It could be very helpful in our understanding. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your comments. In fact, that's a very interesting thing which you mentioned, that consumption, how it becomes a political activity. That has to be seen. In fact, the whole idea of consumption among the Indian urban middle class, the so-called professional class, is something which is seen as a negative in the Indian connotation because of so much of accentuated inequality which one has. So, you know, consumption, which was so-called, I mean, consumerism, which was so-called once something which was considered immoral for the Indian urban middle class. Now people have limitless desires and they go on. So consumerism here, the conspicuous consumption which one mentioned, is seen as something which is negative in terms of, you know, when it comes to the inequality which is present in India. Coming to Disneyfication and Disneyization, I am yet to read on Disneyization. I would go through it, but Disneyfication in the sense of more of symbolic consumption is what one was referring to. That was the semiotic consumption which one was referring to, which is seen in the themed parks. I mean, if you go to Gurgaon, if you go to, you know, there are many of these so-called themed parks, you know, so one was referring to Disneyfication in that sense of the term because it was semiotic and it was themed. Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, there was a question and answer by Professor Pandey. Thank you.
And next, I'd like to ask Professor Koo Ki-yeon for your discussion.
Hello, I'm from the Asia Research Institute at Seoul National University. I'm Koo Gi-yeon. And your moderator said why aren't anybody from the our institute? But well, 3 of us are here. Professor Kim Soo-han, I respect very much, and I've heard that you were presenting on the urban culture of the Middle East, and that I just jumped in and then volunteered to be the discussant. But after that, I became nervous because it's quite far from my major, and this is a very in-depth study of history. So I was I really did try to do my best, and so based on that, I'd like to ask some very simple questions. And you talk about the major civilizations, and also in the Islam culture, you also introduce the major features of ancient cities. And you also introduce Konya and introduce how civilizations were developed. And as I listened to Professor Kim's presentation, I could learn a lot. And also learned about the theories about the city development. And you also introduced Uruk first, and to introduce the ancient city development. The origin of Uruk is very interesting, and you also related this with the climate change, and that triggered the birth of the city of Uruk. As a matter of fact, climate change creates new cities and sometimes make cities disappear. In this sense, Uruk was triggered by climate change, and that was very interesting. And it is located at the delta wetland where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers meet, and people from various cultures gathered here, and this enabled the dynamics and rapid growth of the city of Uruk, according to your presentation. And then this introduces, and then as the mega center of the Hellenism era, you introduced Alexandria and also Konya, which opened a new Islamic renaissance. And through your introduction, you said that the Middle East and Islam has always been described as standing in opposition to the Western civilization and the Western world in the frame of conflict. However, viewed in the process of civilization and urban culture, the Middle East and Islamic cities faithfully fulfilled their roles as important medium for creating new cultures and ideas as cultures from the East and West were exchanged. However, unfortunately, just like you have concerned, and something that you also wanted to overlook, which is a frame of conflict and confrontation, is becoming a reality today and is being reproduced tragically in November of 2023. And so this topic is something that requires a reconsideration. We are witnessing the tragedy in Middle East, the birthplace of these 3 important religions for mankind and its cities. They are now witnessing the tragic situation formed by different religious beliefs and governments. So I would like to ask a very simple question. Morgan and Taylor divide the stages of civil development into barbaric, uncivilized, and civil societies from the perspective of evolution and the religious characteristics of animism and polytheism and monotheism. And one of the characteristics that distinguishes cities from villages show that they develop with a concentration of large populations. Just as you have explained, various social and cultural factors seem to have developed into a city of Islam with population gathering around religious leaders and mosque buildings. From this point of view, now centered on Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Jerusalem of Israel is controversial in that regard, in that it's a place of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. Christianity. It is playing a role in transforming into a controversial city. From this point of view, shouldn't we explain the different religious colors of Islamic cities that you have explained? Cities are the main mediums of spreading new Islamic civilizations within the conquered area. But as we see in the case of Jerusalem, we should also explain it as a city where not only the religion of Islam but also various civilizations and religions intermingle. In this sense, though it was not covered in the presentation, I would like to present your publication titled City Beyond Religion, Civilization Met by Islam. And I'd like to ask for your additional explanation based on your publication. Even now, cities in the Middle East give themselves the immeasurable historical significances of themselves, telling them of the past of living together peacefully at the same time as the splendor of Islamic civilization. As you emphasized, Middle Eastern cities have become important drivers of communication with major human civilizations, developing each other and driving the innovative development of human history. So I'd like to ask for some additional explanation of some examples of cities in the Islamic civilizations that you have studied, which should be examples that exist, that coexist peacefully with various religions and civilizations. Yes, Professor Kim Jong-un? Kim Soo-han. I am Kim Soo-han. Oh, I apologize. Well, now time is getting longer and now my mind is getting somewhat hazy. And I keep thinking, why am I the moderator of the last session? I was kind of feeling disappointed with, frustrated with the organizing committee. Well, as I mentioned in the introduction, I like to ask for your understanding because the title is such a vast discourse and the content is somewhat basic and kind of preliminary compared to that. So I understand that it was very difficult to comment on. And I do agree that I have to narrow down my thesis and I prepared my presentation as a kind of a starting point of that study. So for the background of why selecting these three cities is because for the Middle East and the Islam cities, I didn't want to concentrate on the religion of Islam. I wanted to focus more on the civilization and how it interacted with cities. So that was why I wanted to look at Uruk because it could be related to the agricultural revolution. In the case of Alexandria, it had ports and science and political systems and social systems, and it could be related to its evolution based on the Greece and Roman civilization. And the third city, Konya, it has been a central city for religious growth. That was how I wanted to focus on. Thank you for introducing my publication, by the way. In the case of Jerusalem, this was my subtitle, where a house where one God lives and where two religions live together. This tragic and heartbreaking situation in Gaza Strip, when we nevertheless in BC 14th century, Jerusalem was then called Jerusalem. Yeru means a basis or foundation. And Salim means peace, as you know. So the original meaning of Jerusalem means the city of peace. But that is not what we see in the current reality. The Islam and the Christian were originated from the Jerusalem, and the temples are also located at the Temple Mountain, and the Aqsa Temple is also there. And also there is a Western Wall, so it is kind of the Mecca that could symbolize the convergence of the three religions, but at the same time a symbol of conflict of the three religions. So it makes us think of many sentiments. So what about religion and culture? What kind of cities had this peaceful coexistence? I thought which city would be city? Would it be Alexandria or Baghdad? Well, Alexandria
자칫했으면 우리 박연희 교수님하고 두 도시가
could have been, well, instead of Alexandria, well, instead of Baghdad, I thought Alexandria was a city that I referred to, but as for a peaceful coexistence, I would like to refer to Baghdad because as a capital of that time, it has been a truly cosmopolitan city. Many international religions and society and goods and studies and technology all came to Baghdad. It was the so-called House of Wisdom by the Hikmah. It is kind of a comprehensive academic center for all religious sects, including the Persians, the Jews and Muslims, the Indians, Christians and Chinese. All their literature and the people came here and discussed literature and philosophy and medicine in a peaceful way. So that is why Baghdad transcends religion and coexisted peacefully in all areas. And that was a very difficult question. And I understand that it was a hard task to comment on my paper since there were many things to improve. Thank you very much. Professor Kim So-an's publication was advertised, and so maybe you could be interested.
Next is a discussion by Professor Hwang Yi-hyun. Can you hear us, Professor Omingran? Are you there? Professor Omingran? Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. So you can hear me, right? I am Hwang Hee-hyun from Seoul National University. Professor Ik-ran is a world-renowned person. I'm sure that you have heard of her name, whether you are specialized in Middle East or anywhere else. So whether it's a democratization or civil society, whatever it is, all the values have emerged in the West, especially whether my question is, can values that have emerged in the West, such as human rights, equal individual freedom, and democracy, can be categorized as universal? That's my first question. Second, can concepts that have developed based on the historical experience of the West be applied in non-Western region? Sorry, these were the two questions raised by Professor Ming-ran. And you also talk about whether the researchers studying non-Western regions, including Middle East, inevitably can talk about this as well. And there is a traditional sector, and although it's a traditional, Masila is a place where people could gather together, and it was very insightful to hear about that. Tradition and modern, when we hear about that, we regard tradition as repressive, and modern we regard as open and full of freedom. That's our concept. But the case of Majlis was actually totally opposite concept. And in relations with this research, I have a question. First, you talk about e-Majlis, online Majlis, and also internet community. What's the difference between e-Majlis and Korea's online community? Do you see any differences between these two? I believe it's quite similar. And secondly, at the end of your presentation, you talk about civil society activity held in the Bahrain or other area. So even in Bahrain or Kuwait, where parliamentary election exists, the parliament is not completely free from royal control. So is it related with the Majlis? I don't think there is any connection, but you talk about as if there is some connection. Especially, do you believe that all of these started from Majlis? I don't think so. I think it naturally came, and the civil society, they came. Does that has to do with the Majlis? I don't think so. My third question is Majlis itself. Professor said that it allows women's participation, but you have to consider that the traditional Majlis was only a male-centered, only men can take part in, and the civil society that started from Majlis was elite-focused or elite-oriented. It's not a universal civil society. It has some limitation. So what is your take on that? So I want to hear your views. So lastly, in relation with that, the government and civil society, the civil society participation must be allowed. If Majlis, which has served as civil society space in the past, is weakened by the declining interest of the young people and the new civil society activity do not emerge to replace Majlis, could civil society activities in Gulf countries shrink further? I think it has some limitation, that's all.
네, 황희연 교수님
Professor
토론
Huang,
감사합니다.
thank you
잘
for your
들리시는지
discussion. I
모르겠는데요.
don't know if you can hear
제가
me
직접
clearly.
그 현장에
I should have been
가서
there on
참여를 해야
site.
되는데
I
지금 오늘
apologize
수업이
once
가득 차
again.
있어가지고 그렇게 못했던
My
점
day
양해
is
말씀
packed
먼저
with
드리고요.
teaching, so
제가
I
지금
couldn't
그
join
줌으로 이제
today.
회의에 컨퍼런스에
I
참석하고
am
있고
joining
또 지금
virtually
이동
via
중에
Zoom.
있습니다.
I'm actually
이
moving from one
예가
place to another place.
실제로 이제
So I guess
마즐리스
this is
온라인
a good
마즐리스가 어떻게
example. I mean,
가동되는지
today's forum is
보여주는
just
한
like a Majlis or
사례가 될 것 같은데요.
e-Majlis.
제가 이제 이동 중이라서 황희연 교수님께서
On my
지적해준
way
여러
to
주옥
another
같은
place, I'm
말들을
moving.
좀 받아 적어가지고
I
하나하나
have
말씀드리면
written
좋겠는데
down.
생각나는
I wish I
부분만
could
먼저
write down your
말씀드리도록
comment and
하겠습니다.
then answer one
실제로
by
이제
one, but
제가
actually
2005년도에
I'm moving, so I cannot
쿠웨이트에
write it down.
현지 조사를 하러 갔을
2015, I
때
went to Kuwait
가장
to learn more
신기하게
about
경험했던 것
the
중에
Majlis.
하나가
And one of the
당시
interesting
이제
points that I
쿠웨이트
learned is
사회에서는
that
처음으로
in
국민
Kuwait for the
투표가
first
이제
time there was a
실시됐던
national
상황이었고요.
election held
여학생들이 이제 볼이
nationwide, and
밝게져가지고
women
굉장히 이제 신나게 선거
or
운동을
girl
펼치고 있더라고요.
students were
근데 그것을
doing
이제
some
자기들끼리 만든 그
election
포럼을
campaign
중심으로
and
했고
focus
또
on the forum that they
자기들끼리
have
중심으로 하는 그
created and also
마즐리스라는
Majlis
그 모임을 통해서 하고 있었는데
gathering that they
이
have created.
마즐리스를
Women
우리가 지금
or
앉는
girl students
곳이라고
were
정의했을
doing that.
때는
When
황희연
we define
교수님께서
Majlis as a
지적하신
gathering
그런
where they
공간적인
sit
제약
together, of course,
그리고
as you
엘리트들
mentioned,
중심으로
yes, you
만나는
are right.
공간이라는
It
점에서는 맞습니다. 하지만
is limited
현대
to
그
a
마즐리스가
space
그
where
전통적인
people sit
사회에서 현대
together, but
사회로
in
진행하는
the
과정에서
traditional society
기술이 또
evolving into
들어오고
modern society,
온라인상에서
technology was
만난다는 그 참여
introduced,
문화의
and
관점을
also there
봤을
is a
때는 이
participatory culture
마즐리스도
where
지금
online
여러
gathering
그 일반 시민들
allows
참여할
people
수
to
있는
take part in. The
공간으로서
general people
진화하고
also take
있다라는
part in.
것을
It's
저는 이제
evolving, so
보여드리고
it's not
싶었고요.
necessary to
그리고
consider
이제
that the Majlis
한국의
is only
온라인
limited
커뮤니티랑
to
상이
male.
다를 바가 없다라고
And this is just
말씀하셨는데
like an online community in
지금
Korea.
마즐리스는 지금
And
한국에서
traditional
온라인
Majlis
커뮤니티와
are
거의 다를
space centered
바가
around
없이
private relations between individuals, while
여러 사람들의
spaces
참여
is
문화의
also free
공간으로서
from
활용되고 있다는
everyone.
점은 저도
So in light
동의를
of
합니다.
that,
그래서 그
e-community or
마즐리스라는
online community that we
공간을
have
다시
and
우리가 이제 정의를 했을
Majlis
때
space
과거에
community
그
that these countries have
남성들
are quite
중심으로
similar.
만나는
Once
공간의
again, in the
관점에서만
past,
만약에 정의를
male-centered
한다면
Majlis
황영
is a
교수님께서
space
지적하신
limited
부분이
one, and
맞지만
when that
참여
happened, Professor
문화의
Wang, you are right.
관점에서
But from
정의를
the
한다면은
participatory culture
마즐리스도
perspective,
일반
Majlis
시민들이
is
작동을
a
해서
place
그
where
정치적인 목소리를
every
낼 수
general public
있는
can take
그런
part
하나의
in,
공간이 될 수 있고
engage in political
제가 이제 논문에 썼던
activities,
것처럼
and as I
하필드가
wrote in my
지적했던 것처럼
paper,
이런 혁명과 같은
a revolution can take
모습을 이
place.
마즐리스를 통해서 일어나지
And
않지만
of course,
사회를
revolutionary
근본적으로 바꿀 수
demonstration
있는
doesn't
여론이
happen
형성될 수 있는
via
공간으로
Majlis, but Majlis is a
작동한다는
place
점에서는
where social
의의가 있다고
consensus can be
생각합니다.
created.
여기까지 제가 짧게
That's
마치도록
my
하겠습니다.
answer. Thank
감사합니다.
you.
감사합니다. 다음은 마지막
And we have the last discussion. You've waited a long
오자와
time.
이치로 선생님의
For
발표문에
Professor
대한
Osawa
토론입니다.
Ichiro, there will be a
서울대학교
discussion
아시아연구소의 안소연 선생님
by
부탁드리겠습니다.
Dr. An So-yeon of Seoul National University.
안녕하세요. 저는 이제
Good afternoon. I would like to discuss on Professor Osawa Ichiro's presentation. I am An So-yeon from Seoul National University. Well, it could be far away, but also close at the same time, and which is capital of Japan. So I'd like to welcome Professor Osawa for coming here to participate in this symposium. Related to this topic, well, I am not a historian, and I major in politics, so maybe I could interpret this from a modern-day political perspective and try to comment on that from this perspective, comment on your paper from this perspective. From today's view, when you look at the Hamas and Israeli conflict, and also in a contemporary Middle East, we have many implications. Oman is well known
국가의 경제가 운영되고 있는 상황이었던 만큼
for its trading prosperity. So it has been open to various races and various religions, and through trading and economy, it has developed this economy. Particularly, its strategic location has also been reflected. Oman connects Asia and Africa and plays the role of a gateway, and so many people and many races and communities visit and come through Oman. So when you look at this past practice, I think it could be reflected in today's Oman's politics. Oman is mainly known as a peacemaker or a mediator. Well, as a scholar of politics, the mediative role of Oman is a very interesting topic for me. For example, between Iran and US, there was the nuclear negotiations, and Oman has played a very important role as a mediator and has been committed to neutrality and impartiality. Because it has its reputation as a peacemaker in the US case in the Yemen civil war. So from the contemporary political perspective, I'd like to ask two questions. The first is, as I mentioned, does Oman's foreign policy as a mediator in international conflicts reflect its historical role as its past role as a kind of an entrepot that aimed to maximize national profits while it was open to diverse trader communities? So is there any relationship with its past historic role in the past and the current Oman's foreign policy based on neutrality and its role as a mediator? So I want to ask for your personal view on my question. And my second question is, as in the case of studying Middle East, most of the Middle East conflicts are based on religion or races or ethnicities. That is how it is described. So from a political perspective, the essence or the core could be, I don't think the essence is truly religious or ethnic based. It is more related to the different interest or conflict of interest of different actors or political actors. And I think this is I think these conflicts are somewhat manipulated by the stakeholders. So, and I think Oman could be one case of reference. There are many races and many religions, and so instead of triggering conflict, Oman was inclusive and open and generous toward all these different parties, and Oman could set a very positive example. So from this perspective, when we refer this to the current Middle East situation, in terms of this conflict resolution, I'd like to ask for Professor Ozawa's view on whether Oman could be a good practice for that. Professor Ozawa Ichiro.
Yes, thank you very much. As to the first question, it is very, thank you for your very insightful comment, because I have not imagined until today that I can connect my research result with today's situation. Yeah, but at the same time, we must be a little bit careful to simply connect the historical experience with today's situation, because we must take into account some variables in the short term, like the emergence of Islamic Republic in Iran in 1979, and the rise of the Gulf states based on the oil economy. So it must be studied more carefully. So it will be my one of my future project. Yeah, thank you very much. And second question, it is very, very difficult. It could be some good, example for peaceful coexistence between various different religious or ethnic groups. And as to the Oman, one explanation is that the dominant Islamic sect in Oman is Ibadi sect, the Ibadi sect. Ibadi sect is said to have very moderate doctrine, and they are said to have accepted minority religious groups, and they are, as I have shown in my presentation, there are many minority trading religious groups. So it will be some clue to that question, but unfortunately, but I can't answer wholly to your question. It's a very big one. So, thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다. 네 분 발표자 스님과 토론자 스님.
Thank you very much. We've listened to the four presenters and the four discussants. We're very behind our schedule, but if there is anybody that cannot bear not to ask a question, we will receive just one question. If you think that you can't go to sleep without asking this question, then please raise your hand. If not, we will conclude the session. I need to hurry to conclude the session. Thank you very much.
네, 지금까지 수고해주신 발제자와 토론자.
Please express our gratitude with a big round of applause to Professor Park Jung-seok, who worked as a moderator, and presenters and discussants. Thank you very much. That concludes the International Academic Symposium, Rediscovering Southwest Asia, Urban Culture and Lifestyle.
저희 마지막으로
Last but not least, would like to invite Commissioner Ham of the Asia Culture Center, who is going to give us a closing speech. Well, I was asked to deliver farewell speech or concluding speech, and I'm the chairman of the research committee working at Asia Culture Center. From early in the morning until now, I have taken part in the International Academic Symposium, which started from 9 a.m. It's almost 6 p.m., so total of 9 hours we've been discussing about this topic. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for 9 straight hours. You are truly the winners of the Academic Symposium. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'd like to express my great appreciation, and I'd like to pay tribute to you and pay my respect for your spiritual health and also your mental healthness and your patience also for being with us for 9 straight hours. Thank you so much. The Asia Culture Center Research Operation Committee kicked off in February this year. Starting from March until November, for about 8 months, the Academic Research Committee was in full swing. And as a first topic that we have chosen is Rediscovering Southwest Asia, Urban Culture and Lifestyle, based on which we have chosen the program. And we have invited the speaker, discussant, and also we have received the papers. We also translated. It took 8 months to prepare for the International Academic Symposium. Today is the D-Day. This is the result of our 8 months effort. The International Academic Symposium has 4 objectives. That was the objective that we have presented. First, we wanted to create a network where the experts and specialists gather together to exchange our knowledge, and also we wanted to build in a virtuous cycle of the archive where we can accumulate our knowledge, and also we wanted to exchange and understand and the value of the Southwest Asia's culture, value, and lifestyle. Fourth objective is identify and explore new researchers in Southwest Asia and provide support to the young researchers doing research in this area. And we believe that our four objectives that we have set out were well achieved. As the chairman of the Academic Research Committee of the Asia Cultural Center, I can proudly say that we have achieved. We have invited two speakers from the States, one from Egypt, Japan, and also from India, and 9 speakers from Korea. Of course, speakers came from different countries, but we've been discussing the same topic, which is Southwest Asia. While promoting our program, we have come up with a new researchers identification program, domestic research identification programs. As you have heard from today's presentation, there were 14 fellowship researcher program where 2 speakers came here, and both these 2 foreign researchers that we supported researched the South Asia, and unfortunately the West Asian researcher didn't apply for this program. For the new researcher, luckily West Asia researchers took part in, but no one from the South Asia applied for. So it was quite interesting. Anyway, next year we really hope to see more researchers, like new researchers, and also researchers who major in South Asia or West Asia. We hope to see more researchers applying for our sponsorship so that our academic symposium can be enriched.
As you know, the theme of this symposium was urban culture and lifestyle. The first theme was urban culture, and the second theme was lifestyle. From what I've heard, next year the first theme will be lifestyle, and as for the second theme, I don't know for sure. But at any rate, the major theme for next year's symposium is to be lifestyle. And another welcoming news is that among the new generation speakers, there is a speaker that will register her study that she has conducted for over 8 months. And so the first outcome will be registered and listed in a journal, and that is very welcoming and something to congratulate as a meaningful outcome of our academic symposium. And as for the presenters, discussants, and moderators, I want to extend my sincere gratitude. Also, I'd also like to thank all the audience for being here with us until the very end. Also, for all of you who have made this symposium possible. Thank you very much to all the staff members of the Asia Culture Center, and also to the technical staff and the PDs of this symposium. Thank you very much. Last but not least, and during this International Academic Symposium, we had a very wonderful time at this wonderful venue of the Seoul Museum of History. Thank you for sponsoring the venue. And now we will close the chapter of the International Academic Symposium. The curtain is actually coming down. I wish to see you next year. And with that, I'd like to announce the official closing of the 2023 Asia Culture Center International Academic Symposium. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 황병아 위원장님의 폐회사를 끝으로
오늘
긴 시간 동안 현장에서 그리고 온라인으로 함께해 주신 여러분께 진심으로 감사 인사를 드리면서 오늘 행사 종료하도록 하겠습니다. 지금까지 진행의 아나운서 안소민이었습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.